2 games of their first 4. But today, starting at 12:15 p.m., we've got the men's bracket in full force. Now, per Torvik's win probabilities, we have 7 underdogs to watch. Those teams that are going to be putting some favorites on upset alert: number 10, New Mexico; number 11 seed, North Carolina; 12 seed, Colorado State; 13 seed, Yale; 14 seed, Troy; 15 seed, Nebraska, Omaha; and number 16 seed, trying to upset a 1 seed there, you got Norfolk State. This is going to be so much fun to watch. It is the best month of the year for a reason. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Please act like gents.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're just a hair east today. MGM National Harbor. We're live at Tap Sports Bar.
Yeah.
They're getting this place ready. It's going to be jumping in here. First round of the NCAA tournament. Hoops kicks off at noon. This joint opens at 11. I legit think it'll be full. Every table will be full before the first game tips off. What do you think?
I will say no.
Okay.
Some people don't get up early, man.
Get up early. We're talking about 11:45.
That's early for some people. They just left here at 10.
That's crazy. Yo, I mean,
we've been here multiple years, and it's never been completely full before the first game.
I think tomorrow, I think the fact that Maryland plays tomorrow might impact it. I'm just saying, if you want to roll over here, you better get here because it's going to fill up. It's going to be fun. There's already dudes. Shout out to the dudes grinding slots at 9 a.m. Like, I got to say how much
That's the guys that never left.
I love and appreciate those people.
They never left.
You know, there was a dude on I was on the elevator this morning, and my man we're waiting for the elevator. He's on the phone with somebody, just full scramble mode, trying to get some cash. I don't know what he needed it for or what, but he seemed to need it. As we're talking about cash, B, Jeff just hands me this. Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. I think Landfill and White Brian are holding it down back there. Looks like the Celtics just got sold for $6 billion.
Nice.
Damn.
Nice. I thought it'd go more than that. That historical franchise, Boston, is not cheap.
$6 billion is a lot, though.
Yeah, I understand, but I just thought it would go for a little bit more.
I don't know. It's interesting to see. I think that's what the Commanders got sold for, right?
Yeah, 6.05, something like that.
You know what? I bet if he wanted to, and I don't think he does, but I bet Harris could flip them for 8 right now.
Probably so.
Yeah, once they get the new stadium deal done, wherever it is, if it's in Maryland, RFK, freaking Charlestown, West Virginia, wherever the new stadium is, imagine what he can flip it for then. Just once you got shovels in the ground and that thing's getting built.
All that matters.
Obviously, today there is a lot of excitement about the NCAA tournament starting. Now, we have a very exclusive bracket. And there's a lot of news related to the B. Mitchell Finley non-public bracket invitation.
Well, it was non-public till you kept saying that every damn day.
It's still non-public. Public means it's a link and it gets sent out to the world.
No, public means that the people that work in the building were going to be on it. That's public.
That's who's in.
No, I mean non-public.
But like Greg's going to be in.
But I'm just saying, yeah, it's more than – it's not non-public anymore, but it's cool.
It's not – and it's non-public in that it's not online. And it's not just like most of these brackets now are just one dude sends a link and there's 200 people in it that you don't know. We know everybody. It's like your neighborhood bar of bracket pools. And I gotta shout out Jeff and I gotta yell at Landfill because I don't know how these things have happened in the last few minutes. But here's what's happened, Brian.
Okay.
Jeff. So far, who all's in and has paid? Who do you have a bracket from and their money?
I have a bracket from myself.
And your money.
Landfill, Metal Chris, Greg, and Kerwin.
Okay.
Actually, you're sitting here. I don't have your money. Now, I have your money. I don't have your bracket, which is the most important.
So there's a number.
I don't have Jeff money
or bracket.
And always bracket. Biaggi's on his way. Ahmed, I hadn't talked. Well, Ahmed's on a way to vacation.
Is Ahmed out
Ahmed's
of the
going to
country?
vacation. He
Okay,
just
'cause
left.
I haven't heard from him.
I put B's name here, but B's hadn't seen him.
I imagine we're going to see Bees.
Lou DiPietro.
Yeah, Lou wants in.
Lou wants in. I haven't seen Lou.
It's going to be very hard for Lou to give us a bracket in hand before noon.
Or
I think he's based out of New York.
Yeah, and I haven't seen Lou. White Brian, I don't have anything from him.
Ooh, White Brian. I figured you'd be all over this. That's disappointing, White
And
Brian.
he was the one that suggested the 20.
Yeah.
Rooster talked to me yesterday, but he didn't give me anything.
Shocker.
Yeah.
So
basically,
there was cash
our non-public thing is not even halfway filled.
And we have less than 2 hours till tip-off. So here's where I stand. I went to print out a bracket this morning, and my printer didn't work. So I could not print it. So I got here, and my man Jeff was like, you know what? I need a bracket. Let me figure this out. And I said, Jeff, Biaggi's going to bring me one. I'll have him bring you one. And Jeff's like, let me see if I can figure it out. Jeff, I'm going to be honest, left hand up. I had very little faith in you coming back with printed out brackets for you and I. But here we are. Jeff, I'm proud of you. I don't know what kind of hustle you pulled off to get into an office at a casino to use the copy machine. But way to go, man.
Hello? Check. Can you hear?
There we go.
Yep. I said, hey, sometimes you just got to smile and wave. Smile and wave.
Hey, man, you got it done. I have a bracket. This does feel like this paper feels very odd. I'm not going to ask any questions, though. So the good news is my guy, Jeff, got us some brackets. So we're going to be able to hand it in, no problem. Now, the bad news is Greg did not give B-Mitch his cash for the bracket. And I said, Greg, no worries, I'll cover you. And he said, well, I'm covering landfill. And I said, well, I don't want to cover landfill. And then he said, well, you owe me $100 anyway. So now I have paid for me, Greg, and landfill.
Well, you hadn't paid for you. You paid for you. Greg and landfill was paid for by Greg because you owed him money. So that's not your money.
I don't want, somehow I have now paid for landfill because landfill's getting a free roll.
No, you haven't. You owe Greg $100.
He had said, don't worry about it. And then he said that today, so I would pay for landfill.
No.
Facts.
You owe him 100.
Facts. So landfill,
So you didn't
you're
pay
welcome.
for it.
Landfill, you're welcome.
Landfill, he didn't do anything for you. Greg,
That's hilarious.
I gave you the cash out of my wallet.
Yeah, but it's some money that's owed to Greg.
Greg had previously told me, don't worry about it. I had offered him money.
Well,
You know how Greg is. He never takes a dime.
Well, that's his problem. But he sure got it. He got $20 out of you today.
Well, I am happy to cover Greg. Me having to cover landfill drives me nuts.
But you didn't cover him because you owe Greg money.
I suppose.
If you learn to get your own damn zins, you don't have to worry about owing nobody money.
It's Indiana
You're
Jones.
the only person I know that loves zins but can't find them no damn well.
They're in Virginia, and I live in Maryland.
Okay, well, you can just drive across the bridge.
Also, any Zin talk on the B. Mitchell Finley program is all hypothetical. Just so you know.
I hear you.
Who be taking stuff to the air, B?
You all the time. Hell, 100%.
Did you watch any of the playing games last night?
Nah, I played some golf.
All right, but they were on at night. It's not
And
like you
then,
weren't playing golf at 9.
We didn't just leave the golf course right when it was over.
What time did you leave?
I
You
don't
teed
know.
off at 1:30. You were there at
No,
9?
I didn't tee off at 1:30. I teed off at 1:45.
Okay.
And
Pardon me.
we it was about 9 when we left.
Okay. You didn't really miss much.
I did check out some highlights on it. That's
AU's
about it.
best player got hurt, the guy
Yep.
Rogers. And credit to Mount St. Mary's, dude.
They balled out.
We have long been a fan of Mount St. Mary's. We have included them in our local pool. The local teams we're rooting for this week go from Emmitsburg, Maryland to Norfolk, Virginia, and everybody in between. They
Hold
played well, man.
You just talked about this pool and you said there is no link, right?
There's no link.
Why the hell would Ben text me talking about is there a link to the pool or no? Hell no, fool. He just said there's no
Ben
link.
who?
My boy Ben.
Oh.
So Ben, you saw me the other day. You didn't give me money or a bracket. So guess what?
See,
You're not in it.
That's the exact point. Everybody's pool is just a link that you forward on. This one is not. You got to have a physical bracket.
Hey, so Ben, you're out, dog.
Wild card Scotty says, "Tell B Mitch I'll be there. I'm gonna arm wrestle him to enter the bracket."
Scott, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna stay away from me. I'm gonna make you tap out. I'm gonna let Jeff rap you again. Yeah, I want to see that. Oh Lord,
Jeff was bad. All right, there's a lot for us to discuss. The playing games last night. The first night you had a buzzer beater, which drew my interest.
Yeah.
And then you had Carolina just beating the hell out of San Diego, which was interesting because everybody said Carolina didn't belong to be there. My reply to the Carolina doesn't belong to be there, folks, because I've gotten a lot of people responding on my Facebook page. Dude,
just tell them you didn't do it.
Well, the result doesn't negate that the process was flawed. Like, Carolina showed up, played their best game of the year. You know what? That was their best win of the season. Like, you shouldn't get your best win of the season in the first round of the NCAA tournament if you belong to be in the NCAA tournament. Unless you're a small conference school or something. But, like, they hadn't played at that level all year. If they played like that all year, nobody'd be mad about it.
I just think the whole thing is this. It has nothing to do with them not being in there. It's the fact that the athletic director is in the room. He's the commissioner, okay, over the damn whole group. And he claims I stepped out of the room. I heard Bish talking about this morning about what Seth, what's Seth, what dude name?
Davis.
Seth Davis said, let's be real, dude. If your boss is affiliated with something and your boss steps out of the room, how many people going to do something to piss off that boss? Not many, right? So just because they wasn't in the room don't mean he didn't have no influence. And the fact that he is the athletic director with 100 G's riding on it, they did it because of that fact. So that's what people are pissed at. It's not necessarily they made it. It's the fact that he benefited off of it. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. Carolina got in because they're Carolina, period.
They're Carolina, and also he got that 100 G.
Sure, but like he's only on the committee because he's from Carolina. Like it's all the name brand value, and I'm not mad about it. I just want people to be honest about it. I rarely get mad about hypocrisy. I just want it pointed out.
Yeah,
and so I think they're going to get to the Sweet 16. The way they shot the other night, they could win the damn title.
The way they shot the other night, but they could go just like they did in the regular season. The next game, they could go completely the other direction.
Sure. Yeah. I guess the Tuesday night playing games had juice. Last night's did not. Texas had a really bad second half. Credit to Xavier. They are now through to the first round. But now the real action starts. I can't wait for the tournament. We had that debate the other day, the NFL playoffs or the NCAA tournament. And we all agree that the winner is the NFL playoffs, the divisional weekend, conference championship game day, the Super Bowl, the freaking Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But the first weekend of the tournament is special. And the feeling when, we'll be at the bar. A lot of people will be at this bar, at Tap Sports Bar in MGM National Harbor, or wherever you go. You go to Glory Days in, Sterling, or you go to Tommy Joe's in Bethesda, wherever you're going. Clyde's right there by the arena. I bet before the Caps game tonight, I bet Clyde's will be jumping.
Yep, I'll be there.
That feeling, yeah, EP, if you're listening, we might need a table. But that feeling like before the tournament starts is so much damn fun. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just truly you have no idea what's going to happen next. Oh man, I got bad breaking news.
What?
Apparently, Glory Days in Sterling has closed. There's a Glory Days in
it's also not really breaking news. It's been closed for years.
It's breaking to me, Landfill. Where's the closest Glory Days in? There's one in like Stone Bridge. Is that a neighborhood?
Possibly, but the one in Sterling closed years and years ago. It's a terrible reality.
Of all the restaurants near your home, Landfill, that have closed, rank which ones you miss most.
I miss the Outback Steakhouse that closed.
Ooh.
I miss the Kobe Steakhouse that closed. I miss the Longhorn Steakhouse that closed. I like steak, is what I'm saying.
Just travel
Kobe
to Centerville.
Steakhouse?
We got an Outback and a Lone Star for you.
It was like a Outback, or it was like a Benihana.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I love a Benihana. You have a Lone Star and a Longhorn?
No, a Lone Star. And a
Lone Star.
and an Outback in Centerville. Just come on down, Landfill.
Do Lone Star and Longhorn exist?
Yes.
those-
Yeah,
Wow. I mean, they're selling steak with Texas branding.
bro, that's what you do.
There's also a Texas Steakhouse and a Texas
Yeah,
Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse. Yeah.
Well, and there's Brazil Day Steak. Isn't there like a Brazil Day Texas steakhouse?
I think it's Texas de Brazil or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the other way.
We're getting to the bottom of
Landfill
this.
got it right.
We're getting to the bottom of this. Wildcard Scotty's trying to get in my good graces now by offering me Zin, hypothetically. I'm good, dog. I've been in Virginia the last couple of days.
Where the Zins are?
That's where the Zins are. They ain't in Montgomery County. I'll tell you that much.
They not in Montgomery County right now because you're in PG, right?
Yo, we're chilling in PG. All right, we do have a really busy show. We're hoping Nikki Jabala can join us at 11. Then we got J.I. Halsell joining us at 12:30. We're going to open the phones at 1. We should have a number of folks coming through the casino that we're hoping to jump on with us. Hopefully Mike Beasley from MGN can sit down with us. Mitch Tischler showing up at some point. The Rooster claims he's coming. Do we believe him?
No.
I think
He was supposed to ride with Greg, but I don't know if Greg even coming.
I think the Rooster's gonna be like, I had the wrong day, and gas is so expensive.
He's gonna act more like a hen
I
instead of a
can't
rooster,
afford
right?
eggs. Whatever he's gonna say is gonna be an issue.
What does him affording eggs have to do with him coming?
I'm just saying it'll with Chris Russell, everything comes down to a financial transaction.
He'll find something
and
to
at
say.
on some level, he'll be upset about the financial transaction requiring him to get to MGM National Harbor.
Yeah, I'm with that.
How long does it take you from your house?
To get here
Yeah.
today, I got here in about 35, 40 minutes.
How much further are you than where I was?
Where
Like,
were you?
I was in Fairfax. Right
So
off-
you were right off of 50.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're like 10 minutes from there, right?
You're probably less than that. Probably
Okay,
about
that's what
7
I thought.
miles,
That's
6, 7 miles.
Okay, that's what I thought. I got it, dude. It's funny. We walked in here, and I was talking to you about. So I took my car in yesterday to get an oil change, and they gave me a loaner. And for devoted listeners of the program, I used to drive in Tacoma, and I traded that in for a 4Runner. In a lot of ways, because my wife made a good point that driving a pickup just doesn't make that much sense with kids, and you got a carpool, and you got 100 bags and all sorts of stuff.
Your wife was smart.
But I liked my truck. I didn't want to give up my truck. I wanted a new truck. So the loaner they gave me was a
Tacoma.
dope new Tacoma and the new joint. So I had,
You want to put some money on this bet?
what did I have? A 2020 probably. So then I'm driving a 24 Tacoma and a lot of bells and whistles that my old one didn't
You
have.
want to bet shake on it?
What
If
is
you
the
gonna
bet?
get you gonna get another car like you got now, and not a pickup truck.
So I get home yesterday and
You don't want to do that bet.
well, hold on. The girls, yesterday was a beautiful afternoon. So I get home. I went from the station to Orsman Fairfax Toyota. Then I drove home, right?
Mhm.
So say I get home like 4-ish, and the kids are playing out back, and I'm like, girls, I got a surprise. And they come running out front, and they're like, a truck. And maybe I shouldn't say this about a loaner, but they start climbing all over that thing. They were so happy to have a pickup in front of the house again. And then I drove them to school in it this morning, drove it back. What are the chances they knew what they were doing in the loaner I was given?
What you mean?
Like, oh, give JP a truck. Maybe we'll flip another car here.
They always know what they're doing when it comes to that, but also they also know that Lauren said you need to get a better truck. That it's not gonna happen.
We'll see. I'm 1 year. I don't even think I'm a full year into this lease, so we got years before we decide. But
They're gonna be bigger. They can't really sit in that little back seat anymore. Then their friends are gonna be a little
yeah,
bigger.
but I'll get the Tundra that Greg has. Everybody can fit in that joint,
You don't need that. You don't have enough room in front of your house. Greg truck is too damn long.
and he lives in the country.
He parked that thing yesterday. I say this is a damn bus.
Those Tundras are dope.
But it's long.
Yeah,
He has a full back seat, like a regular.
he has like a Cadillac
It is
with
ridiculous,
a
man.
truck bed.
And
on
he
the back of
parks
it.
so damn far away. It's ridiculous.
But the reason we talk about Oarsman like this is because they take care of us like family. My guy Paul Taylor at the service desk was so damn helpful.
Mhm.
Texted me when everything was ready. And you know how nice it is when you go to a place, they know you. I was like, yo, can you tell me what's up with my wife's car just so I can be sure I'm on top of that level of service? He pulled it up, told me I probably need to get in there next month for her Sequoia. The folks at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota and the folks across all the Oarsman automotive groups of Virginia, they take care of you because they know what it's like to take care of their customers and have them come back. That's how they've been in business for over 100 years. 100 years, a
Yeah,
century.
Long
baby.
time, brother.
That kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. Convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly, all the brands you're looking for, Toyota, Kia, like B's got, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, whatever it is, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Beyond just the selection and the locations, they got great deals and great financing. Financing is a big-ass deal right now. Trust me.
Mhm.
Beyond all that, you get that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And
Bob.
that Oarsman Lifetime Edge, it comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you got a car to sell, you need to take it over to Oarsman. They give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I are. So take it from us, to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Let's ride.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Bill Chisholm, managing partner at Symphony Technology Group, has agreed to purchase the Boston Celtics from the Grusbeck family for a valuation of $6.1 billion with a B dollars. This is now the largest sale for a sports franchise in North America, surpassing the NFL's Washington Commanders being sold for $6.05 billion back in 2023. This just went through this morning. Boston Celtics have now been sold to Bill Chisholm at the Symphony Technology Group, $6.1 billion. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
The assistant GM yesterday sent an email to the managers plus this show and just resigned.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I think I just scared our friend Stephanie. She wasn't ready for me to come back from break, but Lampo was going to yell if I didn't. All right, we actually had some news yesterday out of Commander Land that I wanted to discuss, B. When Washington traded for Debo, they got him for a fifth, and it was pretty obvious that wasn't a lot of draft compensation for a player of Debo's caliber, right? Now, Debo last year went for a little over 800 yards. Not a massive season by his standards, but he's only 2 years removed from an 1,100-yard season. So when he had no guaranteed money on his deal, you had to kind of figure, okay, my guess is Adam Peters and Debo and his representation, when they make this trade, have had some level of conversation of like, yo, we're going to take care of you. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but I think Debo had gone to get out of San Fran, and then you look at the fact that the compensation wasn't much. You bring a guy here, you're not just looking at 1 year.
Well, it is just 1 year.
I'm just saying it could be a possibility of something going forward, depending on how he plays.
Sure.
Which I've seen Adam and Dan do now. Everybody's on to prove it to us, not just because you were. Show me you still are.
So here's how this all works. So Washington guaranteed $17 million with another $3 million available in incentives. Now, what could have happened, they owed him a $15 million option bonus by the end of the month anyway. I guess what day is today? The 21st?
Yeah.
They'd owe him
20th.
All right, they owe him that bonus by Saturday. So they were paying him 15 no matter what. Now, the advantage of the 15 is they could have spread that out over 2 seasons for a cap perspective. But by guaranteeing the money for this year, it's 17 mil for this year, and then you can be done.
Yeah.
So they are like, for folks that are like, oh my God, I can't believe they guaranteed him all this money when they didn't have to.
They'll pay him anyway.
For what Peters cares about, the cash, the actual cash, the check that Josh Harris has to cut.
Yeah.
You were paying 15.4. Now you're paying 16.6. And Debo feels a lot better because now he's got guaranteed money. And if it goes sideways, you're off the hook at the end of the year.
So it's nothing. The whole thing about it is, I don't think most people understand this whole salary cap thing. It's basically like when you play Monopoly. You have to be able to manipulate it, and that's what they're doing. And the money that's being paid is already money that's kind of token. You know, he's supposed to be getting it anyway. And I think whenever someone sees somebody giving him money, stop thinking on this stuff according to where you are right now, because the money that's paid is astronomical to these players.
Yeah, I think one thing that's important that Peter said at the combine is like, you know, I the work that the guys at Over the Cap and Spot Track, the work they do is incredible, and it really gives fans an insight into the ramifications of the salary cap and how it all works. Like that is real. But this is not the federal government. Like, you can't put a FOIA request in and find out how much they're paying the president of a state university. This is all private. Like, the only details that get out are generally when an agent or an agency wants them out.
Yeah.
Like, and so we don't know the super fine print on this stuff. What they did here, in my opinion, closes the door on one potential problem. Not even problem, but like, say Debo starts hot. Say Debo has 5 touchdowns in the first 8 games, and his role in Kingsbury's offense is what a lot of us thought it could be, and he looks really good. Because I remain really bullish on the Debo move. I think Debo and Cliff's offense could be brilliant, and
I agree.
And I also think some of Debo's statistical decrease over the years had to do with the arrival of Christian McCaffrey. Regardless, so let's say Debo starts hot and 5 touchdowns through the first 9 games. You might hear about not having guaranteed money on the deal. You might. Players, whether you hear it from Debo or not, that topic might get broached.
Yeah.
It just might.
But he got it now.
But now he's got it.
Yeah.
Now, does the issue of if he's playing great, what are you going to do for next year come up? Sure. That's a good problem to
That'll
have.
pop up, but you know what? If he's playing very good, you might want to start discussing next year. It's not just a player discussing it and having an attitude with it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So if he goes out and do what he wants to do or what he's supposed to do, that stuff will take care of itself.
Now, the questions that you have kind of furthered. You got Terry McLaurin going into the last year of a deal with no guaranteed money on it. Now you got plenty of time. And Terry for an NFL receiver, for a star NFL wideout, may be the most mature dude at that position in the NFL.
Could be.
That's a position of people with lots of opinions, Brian.
Yeah.
I would say. And I think Terry will continue to handle this professionally, mature. But Terry's going to want guaranteed money on his deal. That you saw what DK Metcalf just got. They're the same draft class. It's a pretty easy comp. I think Terry and his representatives are going to be like, yo, just, making sure you saw this.
Well,
that is also coming.
I think they've already done that.
Right.
I don't think it's just coming. I think they've already done that. They've had conversations, and I think a lot of this stuff, they're going to make sure it happens. They're going to take care of it. And they know they don't have to worry about him becoming this public person doing silly stuff.
I agree.
He's not going to be, Terry took the commander's office social media. He's not doing nothing stupid like that.
I mean, I totally agree with that.
And I don't think that makes a difference any damn way.
Now, what about another guy they traded for, and Laramie Tunsil? Tunsil does have some guaranteed money this year.
Yeah.
Tunsil, it's not some. I mean, he's got $10 million guaranteed this year. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
But what we've heard from Houston, and Houston ain't Washington, and this situation isn't that one. Things change. Things evolve. Life is fluid. But whenever he's approached contract time, he has been pretty clear he wants to get paid. I begrudge nobody for getting paid. But getting Debo's deal done opened some doors to other conversations, not in a negative way, but it just does. And then I wouldn't, to me, this doesn't rule out a Hendrickson move or anything else. There's plenty of things they could do. It's interesting that getting the Debo deal done in the structure they did actually kind of increases his cap number in a way, but it's a lot of this is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, you're taking more money on this year, so next year you have more open spots.
Yeah, and then next year they may have other people to deal with. You know what I mean? It'll make it easier for them to deal with stuff. My whole thing, bro, I don't care who they give any money to. All I'm concerned about, build a damn good team for this year, and go out there and compete.
I think that's what their focus is, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit up here and worry about who making what. because I don't control any of it. And none of us controls any of it. So if somebody makes a little bit more money, who cares? They're going to have the amount of people under contract when the time comes. And all that matters is when the first kickoff happens in regular season, you got the best football team possible that you can get for the money.
Sure. Simple game, man. I think I think yesterday's news wasn't a surprise. The previous indicators I had gotten from sources in Ashburn were it's nothing. When they made the trade is when I asked, like, oh, you're going to rework the deal. And the answer then was nothing pressing. We're probably, I mean, that trade was the week before free agency. And now, we're 3 weeks after. So that's about 3 weeks ago. Now, Deebo Samuel is expected to address the media today. My guess is that will happen after we are off the air. So it'll be interesting to talk about that tomorrow. I did specifically want to get – I texted J.I. last night. J.I. Halsell used to work for the Skins in the front office. He's NFL agent. He understands this cap stuff. He believes they might add some void years on the back end of this thing, but that may no longer be the case. I think for fans – I think there's this desire to know all things about the NFL in a way that probably doesn't exist with other sports. I guess maybe we cared with the Nats about all the deferred money because it hindered their ability to sign free agents. But you think Mets fans are stressed about Juan Soto's contract structure?
No. It's like my buddy I told you what my buddy said. Football fans are different. They want to know and wouldn't understand it if they put it in their face.
Right.
They want to know and then they think they know. You know why? Because you will say something, somebody else says something, then they think they know more. Just like when guys start telling me about all the stuff they know, they start using all these football terminologies. I have one question. What does it mean? If you can't tell me what it means, stop using the damn terminology. If you don't know exactly what's going on, stop trying to act like you do, because you don't.
Coming up at 11, Nikki Jabvala joins the program. Nobody go anywhere. We're live from TAP Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Landfill, you won't believe this, bro. Landfill,
What happened?
we got somebody at the door. It's not open yet. And take a wild guess who's standing at the door waiting to come in.
Commandante
No.
Rooster.
No. This dude is more annoying than that.
Jeff Walker?
No.
Oh, okay.
WCS.
Wow.
Yeah. In an attempt,
Can you believe this,
in an
man?
attempt to keep things on the rails.
I look up and I'm like, oh, I cannot believe this.
We are 1 hour away from finalizing the B. Mitch and Finley non-public NCAA tournament pool. I am now in. I have filled out my bracket. I have paid all the money. Somehow I just had to pay for White Brian, who Venmo'd Jeff, who Venmo'd me, which makes a ton of sense.
In other words, you didn't pay for them then if they sent you money.
Thank
Yeah,
you
but
for that, by the way.
Yeah, you're welcome, Dub B. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Brian, that's a little too nice. You can't be on this show saying, thank you for that, by the way.
It was. He said,
Say, dog, you just gave him my damn money, son.
"Yeah, but the whole point was you had to have a physical $20 bill."
I know. But he figured out a way to get it done. Because you got all that money, man. You know, all them hundreds you carrying.
Dude, we're at a casino. If you don't have cash at a casino, where are you gonna have cash? But I hope nobody.
Everybody else wrote theirs down. Landfill has his printed.
Yo, and Landville's a hater. He took Grand Canyon. We'll go through everybody's predictions.
Landfill thing is printed, dog.
We'll go through everybody's
Looks so
predictions
neat.
in an hour. White Brian, you'll be happy to know that Stephanie, that's running the show out here, asked if she could look at one of our brackets because she needs to fill one out. She wanted an expert, and we all said that ain't me. So we gave her
We
your
gave her
bracket,
yours.
White Brian. So if you do well, you know, maybe she'll buy you dinner at MGM. If you do poorly, you're banned from the property forever.
Well, he's not coming anyway. He bets 20 cents.
There's no Metro over here. You imagine White Brian trying to find a blackjack table when he bets 20
Hey,
cents?
y'all have any 20-cent tables?
Yo, they might have slots he could play. Y'all got
Yeah.
any nickel slots?
Penny slot.
No,
No penny slots?
no. I think the cheapest one is like $5. Yeah. All right. White Brian's
Hey,
cooked.
Brian, you're done, dog.
Maybe you get a slice of
You
pizza.
know what? I'm gonna make a slot machine place in my garage. I'll invite you over.
B, what's your favorite move the Commanders made this offseason?
My favorite move so far has been bringing Bobby Wagner back.
Dude, really?
Yes.
I'm going to ask a question that I feel like I know the answer to.
Mhm.
Is there any chance you watched All Ears last night?
No.
That was my favorite move.
I
I think it's the most important. Maybe not
You've
favorite,
listened to
but
me.
most important.
you know how I think. Everybody else just want to look for what's for the beauty of something. Okay, like if you go get a new car, I tell people all the time, if you don't have a motor, you can't go any damn where. You can have a fresh car without a motor in it. Guess what you're doing? Sitting your ass in one spot. Bobby Wagner, to me, he enhanced the brotherhood. I watched this dude on the road talking to players on offense, defense, and special teams. I've heard coaches praise him and rave about how good he was. When guys roll in and they're looking at a future Hall of Famer, they're normally going to follow suit with what that person says. So getting him back, it continues and it carries on one more year or so. And I guess remember they said they didn't want Jaden to have to be the leader. Well, it's one more year where he gets to learn again from a damn good one. So I just love that move because too many times a guy hits 30 and everybody want to dismiss him. They show some importance in still keeping continuity, and I love that.
So for me, I don't disagree with anything you said. In fact, I agree with what you said. But I would also add, they've added a lot offensively.
Yeah.
Right? You had Debo, you had Tunsil. Offensively, they were already good. They were a top.
Offensively, they were the best. They were the best. Was the best part of the team last year.
Right. They were a top 5 unit in most important statistical categories. If not top 5, then top 10.
Uh-huh.
Offensively, they could go last year with what probably wasn't the best skill position group Jaden will have in his career.
Yeah.
Right? Probably not the best offensive line Jaden will have in his career.
Yeah.
They've added significant parts to both of those units. Defensively, we can debate Kinlaw and Harris. Like we could debate the players they brought in if they're improvements or what they are compared to last year. But defensively, we know They did not bring in two guys with all pro seasons on their resume. They did not do that.
Uh-huh.
Period. And their defense wasn't as good as their offense last year.
Yeah.
If you take away a dude that was a second team all pro, oh, by the way, played every snap, was the green dot, called your plays, like you can't afford to lose him.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm totally with it. But I also believe, like I said, his influence is not only on the defensive side of the football. And when you have guys on your team like that, you have to allow those guys, to be around and do the things they're capable of doing.
Yeah. I think.
Sorry, I paused. I'm looking at this TV show up here.
What show?
Look at this guy trying to park. I would walk outside and kill him. Tanya Harding, don't say nothing. You have somebody hitting the knee.
B, what show are you? I mean, True TV's got some wild television.
It's just like the guy was supposed to be parallel parking, and he is hitting the car behind him. His car not short enough to even fit in there.
Now, that's a good point, Brian. But my question would be, why is Tanya Harding commentating on bad parallel parking? But
look how he leaves the car.
Miss?
This right here, if I'm in the red car, he's getting punched in the face. And if I'm a police officer, I'm gonna wait out there and I'm gonna slap him when he come outside.
Damn. Attention, True TV, please put some basketball games on, because whatever you got us watching is disturbing us. What do you think the most important move offensively was, Debo or Tunsil?
I think Tunsil is the most important move. Tunsil allows you now to move people in position. Like Brandon Coleman, I think, gave us a stellar job. He did a stellar job being a rookie. But now it allows him to go in a position where he can be exceptional. Tunsil now you put him over, you forget about the blind side. Okay. Jaden now is
how
more
much does
relaxed.
that help Kingsbury and having to send the chip over there or leave a tight end
it
over
helps
there?
Tremendously, because instead of your running back tight end chipping and then going out, they can immediately affect the defense. Make a guy have to settle more, or a guy has to run to get to a spot where you're opening up more holes. When they have to chip, that guy get the set and he can just throw a little bit cloudiness in the eyes of the quarterback.
I like dude, the reality is a stud left tackle, as good as I think Debo is, as much I am really excited about what Debo can do in this offense. I think he's really well suited, and I think Jaden's the right guy to make it work. Nothing can have more impact than a stud left tackle.
Yeah, because the what I've said for years, the offensive lineman and the D lineman allow the sexy positions to do their jobs.
Yeah.
If you don't have O-line, D-line, the sexy positions are worthless. And you've had some of the best ones out there behind unless you're Barry Sanders, when you had my man Kevin Glover blocking for you, and then you had 4 other no-name dudes. Barry found the way.
Right.
Most times it doesn't happen when you don't have the legitimate people out there. God gave him rabbit-like ability.
Barry's one.
Rabbit, cat-like, deer-like, whatever you want to call it. But when you don't have the big boys up there to enable you to do your job, you can't do it. And I think Tunsil is going to allow Debo to give Jaden more time, and Debo get those one-on-one matchups, because I believe San Francisco used him too much as a running back. And yes, he's powerful, he's strong, he believes in himself, but he's not built like that to take all that punishment. But outside, those cornerbacks going to have hell dealing with him one-on-one.
There you have it. Nikki Jambala joins the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Symphony Technology Group's managing partner Bill Chisholm has agreed to purchase the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. This is now the largest sale for a sports franchise in North America, surpassing the previous record held by the Commanders when they were sold back in 2023. Now, the Grusbeck family announced last June that they intended to sell a majority interest of the Celtics in 2024 or 2025, with the closing balance ending in 2028. That being said, the family also said that they expect Wyc Grusbeck to remain the governor of the team until the second closing in 2028. That statement was reiterated back in November, saying that Wyc Grusbeck would continue to run the Celtics for the next 3 years. And we got the first game up today, 12:15 p.m., Louisville versus Creighton. It's going to be a good one. Since December 14th, the Cardinals are 21-2. One of those losses came to Duke in the ACC tournament. Creighton, they've been pretty good too. And their 7'1" player in Ryan Kalkbrenner will probably be a problem for the Cardinals, counting down the minutes until 12:15. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Krupp Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Us.
Peter Paul.
B. Bishop Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, I think the bar is opening. People are coming in. I'm very curious if Beasley wasn't allowed in until now. Because Bees
Bees could have came in whenever he felt like it.
all the Cannon Clubs rolling in here. All hell's breaking loose.
Oh, Lord.
Bob Biaggi's here.
Oh,
things
Lord.
are happening, man. Things are happening.
Biaggi.
Sir.
What's up, brother?
Biaggi is here.
See,
with his bracket.
Biaggi knows how to follow directions.
Look, he's got
See
his
what I'm saying,
bracket.
Biaggi?
Well, okay.
He already filled one
This
out.
might be Tischler's now.
He filled one
Cannon
out.
Club boys in the building. The Weingartner boys in the building. How we doing, fellas? Everybody's
What's up, brother? How
coming
y'all doing?
in. We are we're getting fired up for this game. What's up, man?
How you doing, brother?
We are a
Good.
little more than an hour away from the suite, man. Show me when we're not on. Show me when we're not on. There's a remarkable ability for people to just want to talk when you're live on the radio. All right, and Tischler, good news. But Biaggi has a bracket you can have.
Yeah. Man, Mitch got about 8 brackets filled out already.
Yeah, but nobody has a physical bracket, B. That's the whole point of the B. Mitchell Finley private. Oh, hell yeah. I love Cannon Club gear.
I love gear.
All right, things are moving here. We're hoping Nikki Jabal will be able to join us. She might be on a Zoom. She says call again, Landfill. So Nikki Jabal is going to join us in just a moment.
North Carolina.
Maybe we might have to re-rack the Petey Pablo for her. I want to talk to Nikki because my thought is as the tournament takes over, we're just going to get inundated by college hoops and we won't have what I think is a good conversation to have about Debo and kind of the Commanders. Thank you, Bees. I think this contract work from yesterday, somebody has reached out to me and kind of said the biggest point of this actually helps Washington and not necessarily. Debo gets paid now and he's happy with that, but it removes the possibility of some dead money coming off the 26th season.
Yeah.
Joining us now is Nikki Jabala from the Washington Post. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I did
Nick, you were
think,
waiting for bars and everything, and you weren't there.
yeah, man, it was disappointing, Nick. You got to be honest.
I mean, I'm still working on it, you know.
I thought you were blowing us off for Nate Herbig. So but just telling you the truth. Tell me what you know and what you think about the Debo reworked deal from yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was a bit overblown. I don't think it was totally reworked. He had a $15.4 million option bonus that was going to, I mean, it's not like a typical bonus where you think they decline it. And I mean, he's going to be on a team. You don't trade for a guy and don't play him, and you don't cut him 2 days later. So that $15.4 million bonus was already getting picked up. And the option for the team was how they wanted to schedule it. Did they want the full cap charge this year, or did they want to spread it out over a maximum of 5 years? So they decided ultimately to put it all on this year. So the way I view this is, I mean, the only sweetener was adding $3 million in incentives. What they didn't do was extend them. And what they didn't do was totally rework the deal to give them, a ton more money. So I don't know that it's a true sweetener. I think the way it was worded was insinuated to be more than it was. But all it was, we knew they were picking up that option. So we knew he was coming with a $17.5 million contract. They just tacked on $3 million in incentives. So.
Well, when Schefter specifically names the agent in the tweet, I mean, that stuff has become so transparent that
we all know the game now. It's just kind of
agent wanted to push it because you know what? He wants other clients.
Yeah.
So he can say, see what I did for Debo?
Right.
I got him all this guaranteed money. Dude, he had an option bonus. Like
he was getting,
he was about to get that anyway.
He was getting 15 and a half.
Like
and then
there's nothing new in there. Oh, they're so good. Like they really love him. They guarantee us.
Right.
I mean, no, come on. Like,
and I think
that's part of the game. We all know it, but
right, it's like that. But, so JP asked me this question just a while ago, and I wonder for you, all the players they brought in, re-signed guys, trades, and all. What was your favorite move?
Tunsil. I think it's the first time they really put significant investment in the offensive line. And I've never understood why teams don't put more money into the offensive line. It's so paramount. It's not a sexy position, but if you got a bad O-line, your quarterback gets creamed and you have no run game. And we've seen it year over year, team after team. So I've never understood why teams don't put more into that. The good ones have great offensive lines. I mean, look at Philly. I mean, they have a great offensive line and have for years. You can't replicate that, but you try to build one over the years and keep them together. So I like that they made a significant investment there. That was probably my favorite move. It was the most costly, which is fitting for me. It's like I'm the type that never likes anything on the clearance rack. It has to be the most expensive, and somehow I just inevitably like it more. But I also like Jonathan Jones, and I know he's a smaller corner, but he's versatile. I like his story. I like how he really had to earn his way into the active roster. He's played inside. He's played outside. He's played safety. I really like the way he plays. He's a physical player. Doesn't play like he's, 5'11", 185. So he's probably my second favorite. And I mean, Debo's phenomenal if he can play like he did in 21. But he hasn't been at that in a few years. So, I mean, clearly what they're trying to do with this team is part of their plan really is they get a bunch of guys who are, have some incentive to really want to play for more and play hard and play well. And they've gotten that. They got it out of guys last year. Can they get it out of Debo and the ones they signed this year? We'll see.
They said they wanted to play violent. They brought some guys in that are violent.
Oh, yeah.
Because that little dude, Jonathan Jones, is a violent dude, though. He ain't that big.
He's a physical player,
he will lay you out. Though.
Harris, too.
Harris is, does it. So I like what they talk, they do. They don't just talk about it and never get it done, but what they talk about, they try to get done.
Right. And I like that. It's refreshing. I mean, you don't see that in many other places. They talk about building through the draft and they don't always do it. I mean, you look at this team, all these guys almost all of them are on 1-year deals. They're really trying to build through the draft. And they have these veteran guys in for the first couple of years to really set the foundation, set the tone. And then you hand it over to the younger guys. And they've stuck to the plan. They don't change the plan every year, which is something I felt like no disrespect to the last regime, but that's something I felt like they did every year. Was
Not disrespect. You're speaking the
goalposts
straight
changed,
truth.
you know?
They didn't know what,
Yeah.
what their thing was going to be the next year.
Right.
That is true.
Right.
And dude,
Yeah.
that wasn't just Ron. That goes back Bruce, all of
Totally.
them. I mean, even
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan, if you depending how far back you want to go.
Yeah.
Having the quarterback position figured out though allows you to have a clearer vision of where you're going. You know what I mean?
100%.
Having
100%.
Hayden, it's like, all right, we know we've got this now. Let's build everything else.
Yeah.
And I think
Right.
that is still such a massive part of this. And I'm glad you said the build through the draft thing, Nikki. Like they're still trying to do that and plan on doing that. But that's
Yeah.
a much longer process. And part of
Yeah.
the 1-year deals is they have to supplement what I mean, if you look at 4 years of Ron's drafts, or even go back, like a reasonable amount of drafts to look at would probably be 5 years. So you can go back to 19, which wasn't Ron, that was Bruce's last year. The base that was built for this team was incredibly hollow.
Yeah.
It was the offensive, the D lineman.
Yeah.
But like I've always felt, if they were consistent with the way that they built it, then you can you can plug a quarterback into that. But every year it changed. So no matter what quarterback you you would have brought in, he would have had problems.
Right. Right.
You know, in 1 year they came in, they got Jaden, but they had enough pieces around him with his exceptional ability too to make this thing just jump. You know,
Right.
I don't think they got anywhere close to that in the 4 years prior.
I also don't know that the plug and play really works when they say, let's build up every position and then try to plug in a quarterback and make it work. I don't think that. I think the only thing that really works is you got to get an elite quarterback. I mean, that's how valuable that position is to this point. I fully believe it. I know everybody in this field probably believes it, that it's the hardest and most valuable position in any sport because so much relies on that one player.
Well, and what's really fascinating to that point, Nikki, is we're talking with our friend Nikki Jobvala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Nikki a follow at Nikki Jobvala. A buddy of mine, a buddy of B-Mitch's, Ryan Keel, played D-line for 10-plus seasons in the NFL. And he has this theory, which I think you could really validate, that Denver Broncos team that you may have covered, that Broncos team that beat Cam Newton, and that, I mean, as much as, you know, Peyton was on that team and he got to walk off into the sunset, that was Von Miller's team.
Totally.
That was defense through and through.
That was a defensively won Super Bowl completely.
Yeah.
My boy Keel's contention is that path to winning a title has closed because the rules are so focused on offensive advantages that the old, I mean, there was a theory: run the ball well, play killer defense. The Ravens did it. That Broncos team did it. The Seahawks, when they won, when they beat Denver, they were defensively driven. They had a young quarterback that wasn't doing a whole lot then. But because of all these rule changes and the significance of them, that pathway really doesn't exist anymore.
Right. The one thing I will say about that team, though, is even Peyton at his worst, and he was at his worst. I mean, he got
benched for Brock Osweiler.
Yes.
He got benched for Brock Osweiler, and he had a 0.0 rating in the same game that he broke Marino's record. So, like, it was terrible. But he was still smart enough that he could mask a lot of the deficiencies on offense, which you see Jaden doing in Washington. Like, that, the line wasn't exceptional last year. They didn't play the way they looked on paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He masked a lot of the deficiencies up front. And I mean, that's what good quarterbacks do. I mean, we see it with Patrick Mahomes, you see it with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. They can hide a lot of the deficiencies with what they're able to do elsewhere. And I think that's the difference. And, like, you know, we saw with Sam Howell. I mean, could you go from one extreme to the other overnight like Washington did? I mean, he got clobbered, and a lot of those were on him.
Yeah,
it's just
totally.
Specifically, John going to Minnesota, Kinlaw coming to town. How different does that D-line look, you think, Nick?
It looks a lot different, but it looked a lot different last year too. Because I mean, John was out 8 games, right? So I mean, I said the defense is still a work in progress to me. I don't know if it's better than last year. I don't know how those guys are gonna bit up front. I know they wanted to get bigger to try to stop the
Well,
run.
they got
but
bigger.
I mean, you get the Eddie
Definitely
Goldman
bigger.
signing. They haven't
Yeah,
had
they
a
got
dude
bigger.
like that
He's
in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, 320. I think they list him at 320. I've seen
I
325.
think the last
elsewhere,
dude
but
that
you-
size is like pot roast.
See, this is what I look at.
Probably.
Where, all right, John's best year he had double-digit sacks, right?
Yeah,
And Duran's best year he had double-digit sacks. Both of those guys were guys that you feel can beat the guy in front of them. They're more athletic than those guys, but they took
Yeah.
sides. These dudes they hiring now are not necessarily that type. They're guys
No,
that take
they're
you
different,
on,
totally different.
square you up, and allow the linebackers to fill the gaps.
Yeah.
I think that they may not be overall better individually, but I think the sum of the whole will end up being better because they're going to play like they want this thing played.
I had to pull it up.
Right.
John actually never
Right.
had double-digit sacks.
So it was 9.5.
9. Yeah.
Okay, so but
And that's
it was
a lot
like
of what was
high sack time.
right.
So, but when your guys are inside, if you're not Chris Jones and Aaron Donald like Jeff want to be, then you don't get a lot of sacks. You have to take on people to allow the other people to do their job. And I think some of these guys they signed, that's the expectation.
Yeah. And I mean, that was a lot of what was missing on the D-line when they had 4 first-round picks. They had a lot of individual talents, but the collective wasn't there. It wasn't working.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that they need to add more to their pass rush. I also don't know if Javon Kinlaw, he indicated he was not going to stay at the size he was last year. He was, like 320 with the Jets?
He said
Said
he
he
was slim
felt
down, right?
Slow, and yeah. So he might slim down to closer to what he was in San Fran. But so where does he ultimately line up? I mean, there's and same for like Jacob Martin. He's more of a depth guy, but is he more outside linebacker or the end? I mean, it's some of it's semantics, but it's also how do they use these
Yeah.
guys? How do they see them fitting?
Nikki, we've been kicking this around.
I watched him.
I think there's very clearly edge pass rush deficiency, right? I think we can
Yeah.
say that. And they can try to manufacture that, and we'll see if that works. But Brian and I have debated this for some time now. Do you think a big move remains coming?
I could see it totally. I mean, in only a little over a year with Adam Peters, I think he's done enough to surprise us. I mean, I didn't expect 3 significant trades in the
Right.
span of 6 months, and he played it fairly. I want to say fairly conservatively in free agency. I mean, Tunsil was a trade; he wasn't a free agent, so I could totally see it. I mean, they have the money. They don't necessarily have the picks, but future years, maybe they try to make another splash trade. Hello, Trey Hendrickson, or
I mean,
they
The
try to move
Hendrickson
up the
thing
draft.
just remains out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And until that's no longer out there, until he gets a deal with Cincy or whatever happens, then I just,
you have to wonder. Yeah,
and Washington's not the only one that's going to be hunting around on that. But until
Right.
there is a finality, a closure to what's going to happen to Trey Hendrickson, I'm just not counting it out.
right. No, I'm with you on that.
Like these
How
dudes
can you?
stay in on everything.
They on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I also believe with Hendrickson and the Bengals, if they don't pay him, the longer this lingers, like obviously this is a draft day, this is a draft weekend kind of trade, but like the Bengals leverage decreases if Hendrickson,
Tremendously.
you know what I mean? The only
Yep.
I just wonder if Hendrickson's the kind of guy to really apply the leverage because he played last year without guarantees on that deal.
Right.
Now there were
Yeah,
bonuses,
but that's
and stuff,
last year.
but-
That's that one more year. But when you go into the final year of that thing, that normally don't happen. That's when that player begin to say, "Oh hell no, I gotta now force the issue."
Yeah. How old is he? He's like, is he what?
31.
Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah.
30. Yeah.
I think he's 31
Yeah,
by
that's
week 1.
that's the only thing working against him is that, and I feel like more
he's not
teams have
31
gotten
till
over
December.
the 30. What's that?
He turns 31 in December. So he's
Yeah.
30.
Yeah.
But dude,
I just don't know if the
I
age
think-
will hurt his. price
Yeah,
point.
it might hurt his market, but I mean, Garrett just got bananas money. I mean,
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter just got bananas money. Crosby, I
Yeah.
think, is 28. It's not like are we that convinced? And I think I don't.
I mean, the
think
Commanders just signed like 20, 30-year-olds, so it doesn't.
right.
I mean,
also
they got
think,
a 37-year-old soon, so it doesn't matter. Age is just a number.
I think the sports science has advanced so much, and these guys, nobody shows up to training camp to play themselves into shape.
They're
You know what I
already in
mean?
shape.
Right.
It's just a
Right.
different. The money's so big and the universe is so different. Now, could a major injury happen at any moment? Of course, but like Trey Hendrickson's had 35 sacks the last 2 seasons. I'm not
Yeah.
expecting that to dramatically slow down this
Right.
fall.
Well, if he
Right.
dropped down
No,
to what 14, he had more than whoever was there before.
Right.
To be honest
Right.
with you.
Nikki, who's your final four? How far you got the heels going?
Oh, they're winning it all in my bracket. I mean, but that's like obligatory. When you pay tuition, that's like obligatory. You can't pick anybody else. But I
did you
don't have a ton
feel-
of faith I'm going to win this year. So, you know,
How did you
just hoping
feel
for the best.
about all the criticism Carolina got for getting in the program, in the tournament?
Some of it warranted. I mean, I was still livid about the loss to Duke. I mean, a lane violation. Are we serious?
All
What are we
that would have
doing,
done
guys?
is tie the game, though. I feel like history has been
No,
rewritten
you blew an
inaccurately about this
opportunity.
lane violation.
Yeah, but that
It's
lane
just a-
violation don't give you much or nothing else. Don't do it.
It's just a
All
stupid
that
way
would
to
have done
blow
is
it.
tie the game, and Flag wasn't playing. So I'm just saying, just trying to point out the facts. You know,
He's hating
Whatever.
on
Minor
Nikki.
details.
He's
Minor
hating.
details.
He's
No, I'm
mad
glad they're
because
in
Jeff
it.
beat Lanfield picked Grand Canyon to beat Maryland.
nah, Terps, baby.
Wow. Wow.
Nikki, we got to go. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Nikki Jhabvala. Give her a follow at Nikki Nicki Jhabvala Jhabvala on X and Instagram. We coming right back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. I'm gonna just give you a little parlay today. Go out there, and take all the 12s to beat the 5s. If you do that, you may not win them all, but you know what? You're gonna win some money. So instead of doing the parlay, do them all individual, and you'll come out on top. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog with a day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The first full day of the 2025 men's NCAA tournament is finally here, and that means a fresh bracket full of upset possibilities. So taking a look at Bleacher Report, they have 2 number 11 seeds and 2 number 12 seeds that look like prime candidates for a potential upset bid. So those picks, 11 seed VCU taking down BYU. Number 12 seed McNeese versus Clemson. You got 12 seed UC San Diego over number 5 Michigan. And their final team on upset watch, that'd be 6 seed Missouri. They think 11 seed Drake has the opportunity to pull up the upset. The best part of today, though, will be all of the teams that I didn't mention at all. There's so much possibility for chaos, and we are just 45 minutes away from it. This March, only get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and get 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
That said, want a brand new what on the episode?
Hold on. Is this freaking Nickelback?
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, this is Nickelback, baby.
That's Nickelback.
Turn this Canadian
He's
bleep
mad
off.
because Nickelback took Grand Canyon to
Yo.
beat Maryland.
Yo, bleep Nickelback. All right? Bleep Nickelback. Bleep landfill. Bleep.
Landfill is a little ass, I'm telling you.
Yo,
dude.
he's a big
Landfill,
ass.
he
Not
sent-
little.
He sent JP that Nickelback pick, the picture of Nickelback. Then he plays the song to come back in.
I love it. The feud's getting bigger and bigger with Landini and UJP. It's
Sure, I had to
double-
cover him.
double
I had to
down,
pay
man.
for him. Now the celebrities are starting to arrive here. You hear,
Stop. Don't
you
even
hear the
call me
voice
that.
of Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor's own Mike Beasley. Mitch Tischler's here.
Aaron Donald is here.
Aaron Donald is
Donald.
Yo, hold on. In Aaron Donald's defense, he's slimming down. Jeff claims he's lost 15 pounds.
Where'd he lose it at?
I don't know, man. I saw him in the gym yesterday.
Well, he does carry around a roll of quarters, so that maybe that helps.
Now the B. Bishop Finley non-public NCAA tournament pool
Landfill is up to like 30 people now.
Hold on, we're going to reveal everything at 11:45. Don't keep it now.
Bro, I'm not saying anything.
We
What
have
are you talking about?
we have a bracket presentation. Actually,
Yep.
Jeff, can you hold on, Bees? Can you come film this for us? Or Steph, can you? All right, Steph, we have a bracket presentation for you, Brian, because you've been very clear that you need a paper copy of the bracket. So Bees has. Hold on, if you're
Is
on
that
the-
yours, B?
And there's my 20.
I don't accept that.
There's his 20.
I'm
which
not
is-
accepting
You
20.
didn't say what kind of
No.
20.
If it don't have nothing on the back,
You
can't
didn't
have it.
say what kind of 20.
No,
All
you
right.
know what kind of 20
And
I
I'm the
mean.
biggest
putting
bracket
this on the
buster
street.
I
right here.
mean legal.
Show everybody your bracket, Bees. I mean, what is that? 2x4? How big is that thing?
You a bigger ass than Landfill.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm not Nickelback, but I am big and bad.
Hold on, did you pick Grand Canyon? I'll throw you out of your own casino.
Grand
Oh
Canyon.
my God, dude!
And you know I was going to take Grand Canyon regardless.
Oh,
I can't
All right,
jump on.
Bees. Everything is good.
better hand
but
that
the,
in.
But the cash.
Chris,
All right,
turn
we
Bees'
we
mic
got
up,
the real
please.
money for Bees now.
Chris, turn his mic up.
That is
All right,
crazy.
I guess you gotta hand that damn thing in, dude.
Yep.
I'll fold it. I'll take it. Damn it.
If you missed it, it'll be on the. It'll be on.
As soon as I
social
put
here.
this up, I knew it was going to be somebody.
Yo,
Scotty been trying to get in here since 10 o'clock.
Scotty walked in ready to go.
He is ready to roll,
Yes.
or he's already rolling.
Oh, he rolling already.
There we go.
And I don't even know the cat.
Landfill, if you need a mic adjustment, just text me.
Just put your thing on. He'll tell you who. I don't know what he's saying.
So, seriously, what are some of the upsets you like?
I'm just going to start at the early games kind of right now. So I like the unders. I always like the unders to get underway with the tournament.
I like unders.
A
lot of kind of like nervous energy early.
I think so, right? They're the very first game to start. So Creighton, Louisville, It's under. I'm taking 145. The numbers moved up though. Went from 143 to 145. I'm still playing the under in the game, and I like Creighton on the money line. I like all of the 9 seeds to knock off the 8 seeds.
What does
just
that
on
pay though? 130.
it ain't
something?
paying much,
Yeah.
plus 120. But if it's a 2-point game and I lose by 2 points, and then I played the stupid role there. But that's where I'm at with the Louisville Creighton game.
That's tip off.
And I've been a big Louisville fan the entire season, but I really like Creighton in this game. I like the 9 against the 8. I think there's some crazy percentage out
Have you
there.
heard? There's a conspiracy theory that I heard this morning that the committee accidentally just mixed up Louisville and Memphis.
Oh, wow.
That Louisville is supposed to be in the 5 seed and Memphis is supposed to be in that 9 seed. And if you look at their profiles, it would make a lot of sense. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that.
Well, it could also be BS. It's the internet. Everything's BS.
Yeah, but how can you make a mistake that big? I mean, you take a
It's the same mistake they made sending Maryland to the west and Arizona to the east.
They messed up Louisville and Memphis.
Yo, the rumor is.
Oh, the colors got them, huh?
No, I mean they're different colors.
Yeah,
blue
that's what
and
I'm
red.
saying. But how do you mix up that? I don't get
mix
that.
it up, and
They're
you
both-
just got disgruntled fans that think that Maryland should not be where they're
Hold
at.
on, this has nothing to do with Maryland.
Well, you just
Who
brought
got
up Maryland.
screwed?
You just said that.
I'm just
though.
saying the tournament screws people. It happens all the time. But my point here is more that there's a internet rumor. I sound like Jeff right now. Play the X-Files music, Slamville. but like,
and it's only against your state
no,
and your
dude,
team.
I'm talking Memphis and Louisville. Neither is my team nor
But
my
you use
state.
a comparison of Maryland going out.
How am I
West.
supposed, Landfill? How am I supposed to focus when you're sending those kinds of pictures in the text? thread,
Laughing,
dog?
you're killing me, dog. I know what I know my reasons next. Okay.
Yo, what is the? Will you get down with any of the first to 10 bets?
No,
Those are nuts.
First to 10 score.
points.
Yo, in the NCAA tournament, you can bet
Yeah.
which team will be the first to score 10 points. And if you're looking for just a sweat, if you're just looking for some action, it'll your heart starts beating, man.
It almost gets like the Super Bowl. There's so many different plays
Right.
you can make out there. You get convoluted, and the next thing you know, the game that you really wanted to bet, you're betting more on the coin toss.
But you
than
know,
you're actually betting
you
on
know,
the game.
you don't bet on those though, man. The casual fan who sits
You know
down
me well
and
enough.
want to bet the little crazy things.
You know me well
The-
enough. You
the
know I have
season- the-
action out
But
there.
you do everything.
Hold
man. You need help.
There are all right.
The
so
season bettors are not talking about who first to 10.
oh, yes, they are.
All of them.
Not all. All right, hold on. There are 16 games today, right? 16 games today, 16 games tomorrow.
Boy, he's getting really good with the math.
Yeah, I'm a math guy. 16 games today. Over under 22 and a half individual bets Bees makes.
Oh, over.
What's that? What should that number be
Wow,
set
I think
at?
it's going to be under. I'm going to be probably around 8 or 9 bets.
No way. You've got
Are we just talking
In 2
hockey? Are we
days?
talking this? Can we include hockey and the NBA?
Yeah. Yes. Dude.
you said you got 3 ways on Creighton Louisville.
No, I just got the under in the money line.
Right. So that's 2 bets.
And another
I got the over in the Purdue game.
3.
And I'm going to take in my favorite play of the early morning games. The 3. I'm just telling you my 3 games set early.
Right.
And yes, I will be on all 3 games.
Well, no, hold on. So your first 3 games, you have 4 bets, and you're telling me you're going to be under 22 and a half on the tournament.
I think you
today?
guys might have a little bit more accuracy than me. And I know I will be on Ovi tonight to score a goal. I think
Sure.
he's due, and he's getting so close, right? He's eight goals away.
It's funny. My buddy's trying to set up a dinner, and I'm doing my normal routine where I hope I can make it, but I'm not so sure. Whatever.
In other words, he's not doing it.
And he's like, this is Cisco. He's like, what's a realistic time you could be there? And I'm like, 8:00. He's like, don't you have a show? I was like, you're right. 8:30. It's like you trying to estimate how many bets you're going to put in.
That's true.
The number is north of whatever you think it is.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm winning, I might hit 35 bets. If I'm losing, I might be down a little bit. So just contingent on what the old
Well,
bankroll
it's
is.
over under 22. I'm taking over.
Yeah, me too.
All right, and I'm happy to show you guys.
This was like the B Mitch, how many drinks will he have at the Super Bowl bet?
No,
The limit is infinite.
the bet was me having how many beers I had in Ireland.
No, that was a different.
That was a different bet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I destroyed the bet.
Quick break. We are running out of time. We will give an update to who got in to the non-public B. Mitch and Finley bracket challenge. Toby Altizer has arrived. I don't know if he has $20 or a bracket. We'll find out.
B. Mitch here. As I start my motorcycle riding journey, Law Tigers and Harley Davidson of DC completely had my back. Listen, I went out there, I went to the riding class, and I went through it, and I found out that the coaches and the teachers, they take it very serious. And I feel better riding now knowing Law Tigers has my back. Remember, They're riders too. So check it out. They partnered with Harley Davidson of DC to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps fans Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
All right. 12:30. J.I. Hallsell is going to join us, kind of explaining this Debo deal a little bit, talking a little football. We're going to open these phone lines up at 1 o'clock. Tischler's here. Completely uncertain if Chris Russell's actually showing up.
I haven't seen him yet. You know what? He might show up right around 1:59 with his suitcase. You know how he does.
I think Rooster will show up. What's up? Like, if you were Chris, wouldn't you try to guess what time we're going to order lunch?
Huh?
I think Chris is going to try to get here at lunchtime.
He knows it's a restaurant, so he can get lunch at any time.
Yeah, but like, you know, it didn't.
He's trying to see exactly when we get it for free.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so the tournament tips off in about 20 minutes. There's a lot of excitement. Bar's starting to fill up. Folks are getting their bets in. My guy just showed me he's got $100 on Louisville to win the first half. Our guy White Brian getting in on the race to 10 sweat. 10 cents to win 21. White Brian, what makes you like Creighton to get the first to 10?
Ryan Kalkbrenner. Louisville doesn't have a guy to stop him.
What's his name?
Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner?
Kalk.
With an L.
Kalkbrenner. Kalkbrenner.
Yeah.
So White Brian believes in Ryan Kalkbrenner.
This the 10 to 2 show, bro. we gotta get off of the other ones. Just saying.
What he said. I'm just saying what he said.
He said Kalkbrenner.
Okay. Kalk.
Kalk.
Okay, I got it.
If it sounded like
Ryan Kalkbrenner. White Brian, if I gave you $20 American to invest in your account and you could bet a little bit more, say instead of a dime bet, not a dime bag, a dime bet, you could bet 50 cents or $1 even. Would you be interested in that? I will stake you.
I don't want to lose any of your money, though.
he gave it to you.
I give it to you, and I get to reap 20% of the winnings. But the money is yours.
If you lose it,
there's no penalty.
You don't owe him anything.
Okay. Sure.
All right. What, you want me to Venmo you? I want this action in play today.
Look, so Brian is a guy who bets just for fun. Because betting 20 cents, 10 cents, you're not winning. You're not going to change nothing. So it's all about fun for him.
I mean, I can't imagine betting 10 cents on anything.
But I'm just saying, it's just fun for him. He likes just the thrill. And because if he hangs around you, Rose is going to kill him. Yo, that's your wife's name, Rose, right?
Yep.
Just don't hang around JP.
Can I add something? I think if he hangs around you, Rose might kill him too.
No, he won't.
Just because I'm trying to get him to gamble too much.
I'll keep him straight. Get him home,
Just like you've done with old Jeff Walker.
Jeff just came to my house. He thought Jeff, he over-exaggerate himself all the time. That's what happened to him.
All right, let's get a live update. Where is your cursive handwriting list of people that have paid?
I don't think I did all cursive this time.
Oh, great. All right.
So I have.
Yo, B's dropping papers and cash.
I got.
I'm showing for the stream, dog.
Man, you can't show that all. You can't do everything, dog. It's like rules about certain things. So you gotta learn how to relax sometimes, dog.
All right. Who all's in as of 11:51
B.
a.m.?
Mitch, JP, Landfill, Jeff, White Brian, Metal Chris, Biaggi, Greg. We still haven't gotten to lose money, so I ain't checking yet. Beasley, Kerwin, Big Mitch, Wildcard Scotty, Aaron, Valdez, and Toby. I'm waiting on Toby to finish up and bring his stuff over here.
So that's interesting. Below Mitch, I thought it said Wes. And Mitch has a good buddy named Wes, and I thought that was his boy Wes.
No,
but that's WCS for Wildcard Scotty.
Yeah.
Wildcard Scotty rolled in hot. Now, Commander Tequila had tried to set up a link. We are not doing links. We're anti-link. We just want a good old-fashioned physical.
Would you
bracket.
trust a link that Commander Tequila set up?
That's a fair question. Hold on, I believe Toby Altizer is going to officially hand in his bracket. Let me see that thing, Tobo. Give him the money. Toby Altizer.
Hypothetically, Toby gave me money.
Hypothetically, I like Zins.
Toby,
Toby,
take a picture of you.
Nah,
Next time you release something, I'm gonna send a picture to Lauren.
Lauren might know.
She already knows now, right?
All right, Toby's final four. kind of chalky, but kind of interesting. He's got Auburn, St. John's,
Look who he picked again.
Duke.
They killing you, Duke.
Duke, and Clemson. That's a lot of ACC love right there. He's got one Big East team, 2 ACC teams, and the Auburn Tigers War Eagle. Now, what I'm cool with Tobo about, he does have the
Grand
Maryland
Canyon?
Terrapins. No,
They beating Grand Canyon.
he has Maryland getting to the Sweet 16,
All right.
which is the baseline for what is acceptable. And I'm really gonna try to behave myself on this, B. Mitch, but
You don't ever behave yourself, dog.
well, there's a lot of things I want to potentially say about a potential situation that may or may not be going on in college basketball. And potentially what I'd like to say about, say a dude hasn't been in his job all that long and has had one good team and is trying to leverage that to get a giant raise and pretend like he might leave for another job. Like, any coaches that complain about the transfer portal or NIL, when you play the same game, man, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I think
Just tell them, shut up.
I am speaking in pure hypotheticals, but like what appears to be happening to me hypothetically somewhere up and down the East Coast of America between between a few colleges.
Can I choose which college I think it is?
Sure.
One in College Park.
I don't know. College Park, Georgia?
No. You say it up this way.
What happens at College Park? It's where they chop cars. This is all. I'm just talking hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
I am not talking whatsoever about, 2 schools connected by I-95 by about 2.5 hours. I'm not talking about that at all.
Okay.
I'm not talking about potential Big Ten and a Big East school.
I'm
I'm
with
not
you.
talking about that at all.
I am with you on
What's
that.
happening, folks, is leverage. You're being used, and that's okay. Everybody does it. It's a dirty-ass game.
It's
but,
dirty.
Let's just be real about what's happening here. Oh, boy. We'll be back. Tournament starts in 20 minutes. Oh, I see more cash coming in.
Oh.
The Cannon Club boys.
Oh.
Nobody go anywhere.
Oh.
A quick piece of non-March Madness news. The Boston Celtics ownership group has agreed to sell the franchise for $6.1 billion to Bill Chisholm, the managing director and co-founder of the California-based private equity firm Symphony Technology Group. Chisholm is a lifelong Celtics fan and claims that he is a super fan, knows everything about this organization. This deal sets a record for the most a team has ever sold for in North American professional sports. Now, on to what really matters today. That's March Madness. We've got games all game long, upsets just waiting to happen. So while we wait for real games to be played in less than 15 minutes, let's take a look at what a computer model has to say. The proven computer model at Sportsline has simulated every single game this tournament 10,000 different times. It has absolutely crushed its March Madness picks recently, beating over 91% of all CBS sports brackets in 4 of the past 6 tournaments. The same model has also produced brackets that have nailed 24 first-round upsets by double-digit seeds since its inception in 2016. So believe what you will, but I'm going to take a listen to what the computer model has to say. They highlighted 3 games on Upset Watch. Right now, you've got number 5 Michigan versus number 12 seeded UC San Diego, number 8 seed Louisville versus number 9 seed Creighton. I don't really know if that counts as an upset since it's an 8 seed or 9 seed, but whatever. But the final one that's pretty interesting, number 4 seed Texas A&M, they're going to battle number 13 seed Yale, and the computer model thinks Yale will leave victorious. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Landfill, man, we're not going to stand for this all damn day. All right? I want to be clear. We're not listening to freaking Nickelback all day.
We don't have to do it all day. I only got like 7 or 8 more Nickelback songs in here.
Here's a preview of Bleep You Thursday. Bleep Nickelback and their Grand Canyon like an ass. All right?
Damn.
But we will tolerate no Grand Canyon support.
Damn.
Even though Landfill NBs took Grand Canyon. Who'd you take, Maryland or Grand Canyon?
I don't remember.
Sounds suspect.
I'm serious. I don't remember, man.
All right. So our guy Lou that runs digital for Odyssey sent us a bracket. But we're going to have to now, obviously, B-Mitch is the chairman of the committee, but we're all on the committee. The rules have been very clear that it has to be a physical bracket handed in, accompanied by a $20 bill. Now, there have been some workarounds with the cash for the pool, because not everybody had cash, but people will Venmo and then you get cash, etc.
As long as you bring the cash.
As long as Brian is presented with the cash, then he's cool with it.
I'm willing to work with it.
Now, Lou is trying to
hypothetically,
of course.
Yeah.
Now, Lou is hypothetically trying to break both rules by not handing in a physical bracket.
But you were earlier saying, well, man, he works with us. He lives in New York, though.
I was going to present the other side of the coin. But he lives in New York. So
we gotta allow it.
That's what, if you say allow it, then fine. I was going to let it go to the committee.
Allow it.
All right.
He's in the company.
Who's paying for Lou?
Who's paying for Lou?
Yeah.
You paying for everybody else.
I'm Big Lou. I'm only on number 2.
You presenting this case for him. You his lawyer.
Jeff, will you pay for Lou?
Jeff, like, who's Lou?
Here's what I will do. What I will do, we've been doing this every day at noon. We're giving away opening day tickets. Opening day, exactly a week away.
Yeah.
Should be awesome, man. Next Thursday, Nats Park. Weather looks a little cool, so bring a jacket. I saw Doug Kammerer's advanced weather report. Looks like it could a high of 55. So not the warmest.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean it.
Based off of what we've been dealing with, I'll take 55.
Yeah, you'll be just fine.
I'll take 55 if it was back in D.C. too.
It is back in D.C.
Nah, I'm talking about used to be a club.
Okay. Well,
you remember that club, Jeff?
Caller number 9 Caller number 9 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 Nats opening day tickets Thursday, March 27th against Philly. The first 20,000 fans get an opening day t-shirt. For the complete Nats schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com. Now, if you don't win right now, if you're not caller number 9 right now, you can listen to Grant and Danny today at 4 o'clock for another chance to win. We'll be giving away more tickets tomorrow. Our ticket giveaway for Nats opening day is at noon. G&D will be at 4. I think the Junks are doing it every morning too, but I'm not sure exactly what time that is. At
8 o'clock.
Junks do it every morning at 8. So listen, 8, noon, 4. There's a pattern there. They're all 4 hours apart. You'll have 3 chances every day this week from the fan to go to Nats opening day. Be there. I'm going to be there.
How hard you have to think about that to say that?
8, 12, 4. That worked.
The 8 and 12, you have to really work on that one.
Some stuff just works in my brain, man. Some stuff doesn't. Here's the other part of it. I know that we all run 4-hour shows. So if it's going to hit in everybody's show, I can kind of figure that out. All right. You want to run through officially who is hypothetically in the bracket?
Hypothetically in this bracket, we have B. Mitch.
Yes.
JP, Landfill, Jeff, Right Brian, Metal Chris, Biaggi, Greg Height, Lou D. We got, once you give me $20, Lou D. Beasley. Once you hypothetically give me money. Kerwin, Big Mitch, Wildcard Scotty, Aaron, Valdez, Toby, Mike Smith, and also Mr. Tom Weingartner.
All right. We are locked and loaded, man. This is going to be fun. I can't wait for the brackets to start. I can't wait for the madness to start. I saw a tweet that's like the longest hours of your life are from when you wake up till you wait for the first tip-off in the NCAA tournament. Right now, it feels like that. All right, Lou is good. Lou is in. Lou, if you're listening, you are all the way in.
Got you, Lou. 19.
I'm surprised the Cluster Buster didn't want in and isn't here. Aren't you?
He's sick.
Oh, that's right. He sent an email.
Yeah.
Well, get well soon, Cluster Buster. So today we got plenty of action.
You want me to put him in and pick and fill out a thing for him?
Nah, if he's sick, he's probably not in the mood. The first 3 games.
I'll fill out one for him. He'll probably win.
I know. We got Creighton, Louisville. That's the first game, 12-15. Louisville's a 3.5-point
Give me
favorite.
Creighton.
My guy at the bar has a Louisville first half ticket, and it's $100. And he says if they win, he owes me a beer. How about that?
Hey, you're not getting one without me.
Second game, you can have mine. I got a long day ahead of me.
Me too.
Second game, yeah, but different sort of. I will catch up with you at 6 o'clock.
I gotta go hang out with some people and they're being honored for the bike ride to Gettysburg.
Where is that? Here?
No, at the Caps game with KPMG.
Oh, that's who all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah. And the FOA, Face of America crew.
High Point playing Purdue in the second tip-off. That's at 12:40 p.m. Purdue's a big favorite in that. They're an 8.5-point favorite. A lot of people really like High Point.
Yeah. They have two players from bigger schools that can ball out.
You know what's interesting in the era of like the transfer portal now is any dude that's pretty good. Say you're at a mid-major and you are able to score 19 a game and grab 9 boards and you look like a player, right? You're moving up to a Power 5
quickly.
And then anybody that's at a Power 5, and if you start at a Power 5 and then, this dude's averaging 3 points, he was a big-time recruit.
He's out.
He's going to the mid-major. Like it's like, at the mall, like the escalators always face each other going up and down. Like that's the exact scenario. You know what I mean? And so some of those dudes are going to go down. Some of those dudes are going to go up. It's going to be interesting to watch. But High Point, the action is a little slanted towards High Point. Like 65% of the bet, 60% of the money is on High Point. Most of the money's on the over. There's a little bit on the under. I kind of like the under in that. But if you want,
what's the under? What's the number?
152.5.
So basically 76.
Yeah. But dog,
I do like to slow it down sometimes.
Well, and usually these teams shoot bad in the early games. That's just like
But like earlier you were talking about like the underdogs normally win. You know what? In the first round, the underdog has nothing. They playing with house money. Okay, we're not supposed to be. We just gonna go out and let it hang. And the other teams, they start off all tight. And then all of a sudden you look up and they're down by 10, 15. And then all of a sudden, what do? You start jacking up something you shouldn't be jacking up. So we'll see.
All right. If you can hear that difference, I'm not sure you can, but they just started cranking the audio in here at Tap Sports Bar. If you want to come hang out, we're here for another 2 hours or so at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. But 106.7 The Fan is here till 6:30 tonight because Grant and Danny are going to do their show live here. It's going to be a fun night, man. What's interesting on this High Point Purdue game, though, B, is the money line action because you can get High Point at plus 285. There's way more money on the High Point money line than the Purdue money line, just because of the payout is my guess. Because if you want to bet Purdue, it's minus 360. The game I like, dude, is the third tip-off today. This is 1:30 on TNT. Wisconsin is laying 16.5 to Montana. That's a lot of points, man. And Montana has a player named Money Williams.
I'm going with money, dog.
Hard to argue with money, man.
Yeah, I'm going with money.
Now, I don't know what to make of this. Wisconsin played either 3 or 4 games in 3 or 4 days to get to the Big Ten finals, and now has to play on Thursday. Like Wisconsin played on Sunday, and they looked gassed in that game.
They did.
16.5 is just a big ass number. White Brian, how do you feel about that number, dude? That's big.
It's very big. The issue is Montana doesn't really play defense, but Money Williams and the guys can shoot the basketball.
If they
they don't play defense.
Where is that game? Is that in Denver?
Yes, it's in Denver. And Montana's used to the altitude.
Yeah, dude. Montana's ready for the altitude. I don't know. I like the Grizz in that one. Then at 2 o'clock, Houston, SIU, Edwardsville. Brian, what do you know? Brian Mitchell, what do you know about SIU, Edwardsville?
Nothing.
That makes 2 of us.
I know about as much as you do.
I can't even tell based on this picture. What would you call that mascot?
A cougar. You don't see
Oh, I see where it's written out. I missed that and just looked at the picture.
You know what? I'm noticing that you and Greg are very, very similar.
I'm going to show the stream how Brian cracked the code.
I mean, just read it. What the hell?
Yo, so you know me pretty well, B. You know how I like to bet. I like underdogs. I like taking points rather than laying them. With the Houston Cougars, the way they play defense against the SIU Edwardsville Cougars, I think I'm going to lay that.
How much?
28.5.
Probably so. Yeah.
Bro,
yeah.
that final could be 100-53.
And if the Cougars against the Cougars?
Oh, yeah. Battle of the Cougars.
You got to make sure the real Cougars win.
I wonder if they did that on purpose.
Hey. They might have, knowing them.
It's an 8-9 game. It's basically a coin flip. Creighton versus Louisville. It's Big East versus ACC. What's wild is it's old Big East versus old whatever the hell Creighton was in, the Summit or Horizon League or something. You have a lean for Creighton Louisville. Like in the pool, it's one thing to just pick a team, but I wouldn't bet this game outside of like just wanting action in the first game.
Yeah, that was just trying to get some action. Because in the pool, that's one that they may get up so bad, so let's rest our guys.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if anything, I'd probably like the under. In fact, might do that. Yo, you guess what just happened to me?
What?
Commander Tequila just sent me 5 cents and wrote Nickelback. That's pretty damn funny. Not going to lie. Got to give Commandante a little bit of credit right there. Bleep Nickelback, if anybody's concerned. So Creighton Louisville, the ball is tipped, baby. We're live action here.
Uh-oh. Let's go, baby.
Damn, this dude looks hurt off the break.
Off the bat? Man, come on, dog.
Grabbing his wrist. Brian, do you know where Creighton is located?
In the United States.
That's accurate.
I don't know where the hell Creighton is.
It's in the Midwest.
Chicago.
No,
Illinois.
South.
South?
I think. Maybe West also, but definitely South.
in Missouri,
No, close.
Kansas.
No, but right next to it, I believe.
You made me work, bro. Just tell
You're
us.
also making me work. Nebraska. Yeah, it's in. There are 2 Omaha teams in the tournament.
Nebraska.
Yeah. And
Lafayette, do that earlier next time in just my ear. We could save the money.
And how
Share
about
it.
this, B? The Creighton Blue Jays. Blue Jay is all one word. Usually Blue Jay is 2 words.
Yeah.
But for the Creighton Blue Jays, it's 1 word.
That's cray.
Do you care about that whatsoever?
Not at all. I mean, because they listen to me. They are a Blue Jay. Blue Jay's a bad dude or something? No.
No, Blue
They'll attack everybody.
Blue
all
Jays
the
are
birds.
legit mean birds.
Yeah, but they attack birds till you run about a big one that don't play with them.
I don't know. Remember we learned that owls will get your ass. I love this. We're gonna have so that's True TV over here. So that's the next game coming on. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I love the tournament.
Oh yeah.
It's oh no. Everybody's booing because the big screens just froze. I'm sure they'll come
Yeah,
back.
we don't
in
like
a
that.
second. All right. Creighton, Louisville underway from I can't tell where the hell they are. I assume it's on the East Coast somewhere.
It doesn't say.
This game has dog written all over it. What did you take in this game?
They're in
White Brian?
Lexington.
All right, so they're in Kentucky. Okay. Which is where Maryland could have gone instead of Seattle, I might add.
Tell Maryland to figure out what's close to Chambers Bay while they're out there, so I can make sure I get the right place to stay when I go play my golf tournament.
I will ask for that information, Brian. Dude, no, who was telling me they're in? Never mind, it's something off air. But I do have a friend in Seattle. We are going to talk to J.I. Halsell in just a moment. We are going to open the phone lines up at 1:00. I love being in a casino for March Madness. Did you ever, before sports betting became like super legal all over the country, there's now 38 states you can bet in. Did you ever go out to Vegas for the NCAA tournament?
Once.
Dude, that was fun. I mean, the sports books were just packed.
I've been out there in Vegas for a lot of different sporting events and other events too. Vegas is just wild.
So, but it was more of a destination for sporting events before every state had sports betting. I did a Super Bowl. I actually did the Super Bowl when Von Miller. No, I did the Super Bowl when the Legion of Boom, when Seattle beat Denver, and I was on Seattle. It was pretty Gucci. And then I think I've done 2 March Madness trips out there, which was just,
That was right. I won the bet.
what was the bet?
It was going to be full by the time the first tip off.
Well, we had no.
We bet 50.
No, we did not.
We bet $50, dog.
No, we did not.
We bet 50 cents.
You can take it from White Brian.
Man, I can't take it out if it's friendly. It's savings.
No, White Brian, have I staked 220 or are you too scared?
No, I'll bet it.
Okay. All right. We'll see how this goes. We're just getting warmed up. We are live at MGM National Harbor Tapped Sports Bar. We're watching the NCAA tournament. Come through. Come say what's up. Good amount of dudes hanging at the bar. I'm gonna tell you the truth. This ain't the vibe to come looking for woman. Like if you're looking to find a date, this isn't the spot. If you're looking to watch the games, drink beer.
Tomorrow night it will be.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Well, later on in the day.
Later on tonight, yeah.
The ladies say they going to work today. The dude, like, I'm taking off and go watch the game.
Yo, you know what's wild? You see the dude with the goatee at the bar and the cap shirt? He showed me this picture. 5 years ago, he got an Ovi 895 license plate.
Wow.
Yo, 5 years ago, Ovi was at like 600 gold.
Hey, that dude had hope.
That's pretty cool, right?
I like that.
I
like
wouldn't-
that.
5 years ago, I doubt I would have known what Ovi 895 meant. I might have been able to like decipher it from context. But
Probably later on tomorrow night, you won't know what it means. To be honest with you.
I think I'll be all right.
I don't think so.
When we return, J.I. Halsell joins the program.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. And I think High Point might be that underdog bet today. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, that's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. The madness is underway. About 6 minutes into the first game, 8-seeded Louisville just hit a 3 to take the lead over 9 Creighton, 12-11. About 6 minutes into that one, number 4 Purdue going to take on 13-seeded High Point. That's going to tip off in about 15 minutes. Number 3 Wisconsin taking on 14-seeded Montana at 1:30, and then Houston gets their tournament underway as a top seed against 16-seeded SIUE coming up at 2 o'clock. Tonight in hockey, the Capitals on the ice at Capital One Arena taking on the Philadelphia Flyers. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Last night, the Wizards on the road fell to the Jazz 128-112. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
On the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Moments we hope to be joined by our friend J.I. Halsell at Salary Cap 101. If you want to give him a follow, he used to work for the Skins in the front office, used to run his own agency. This is a dude that understands how the salary cap works. He understands how NFL contracts work. Wanted to talk to him about Debo a little bit. There is some real news, though. If you heard me screaming about possible hypothetical things happening at the University of Maryland, our guy Jeff Erman, that we've had on the program a ton, it looks like Jeff Erman, who I believe thoroughly in his reporting for Inside MD Sports, says, as I reported earlier for Inside MD Sports subscribers, I won't be surprised if Damon Evans is hired by SMU for their athletic director vacancy. So when you lose your AD, a lot of things could start to change. And basically there's a ton of speculation that Kevin Willard might be getting hired by Villanova. I don't mean this with malice, but I'm going to speak, maybe not on behalf of all Terps fans, but at least on this alum. Good luck, fellas. See ya. Has there been a parade of national championships in major sports that I've missed in College Park over the last 5 years?
Fans want to run the other direction a lot of times.
I'm not saying I don't want anyone to leave, but like, you get a better job, you get more money somewhere else. See ya. Like, we'll be all right. Now, the Maryland's Olympic sports, their non-football and basketball sports, are really great. But you know what? They were great before Damon Evans. They have nothing to do with Kevin Willard.
Yeah.
Like, lacrosse has been great there for a long time, independent of who the AD is. All right, I'll get back to that. Right now, however, we're going to get a little smarter. Our guy J.I. Halsell is on the line. I'm guessing he's out in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. J.I., what up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? I am out here in beautiful Arizona.
Yeah, you out there with all that good weather, man.
Yeah, we're
Don't rub it in.
That's right. That's right.
rub it
It's
in.
gonna be 79 degrees and sunny today.
Yeah, talk to me in August.
I don't even mind it, dude.
It'll be 115 and I'll be in a nice pool.
Dude, after finally experiencing the dry heat, I don't mind it. I'm cool with it. But
man, we had hell with that stuff out there when we were there.
Dude, I liked that better than the humidity in Tampa. Anyway,
all day long.
All right, J.I., I texted you yesterday to talk about this Debo restructure for the Commanders. And more information has come out. Basically, they were going to have to pay him this $15 million roster bonus. So they kind of converted it to a little bit more guaranteed money, and it allows them to get completely out of the deal at the end of this season. With what we know now, it kind of looks like this is actually to Washington's advantage.
Yeah, I think, well, he was, I haven't seen the details, but I know he was in the final year of his deal anyway. without having seen the details, if there are voidable years added on there to try to reduce the cap number, because otherwise he was already on a 1-year deal coming to Washington. So the only reason why you would guarantee some of the existing compensation would be to get some of that cap release. And then you add some incentives in there to try to make them motivated so that maybe down the road this season you end up with a contract extension. But either way, from a cap management standpoint, they felt like the contract that they traded for from San Francisco required some revising to make it better for their cap management purposes.
I think that kind of adds up to me. What do you think about where Washington is salary cap wise as far as if another move was to come?
I think that they're in great shape. And look, it's a copycat league, right? And so when you see how the Philadelphia Eagles manage their cap, and it seems like they've got just this ability, even with a starting quarterback contract on their books, to still be able to go sign guys and extend guys. The key to at least their approach has been to do what I just said, adding these voidable years so that you can prorate the guaranteed money out as far as you can, which then reduces the cap numbers, which then allows for you to, acquire more talent. And so when you think about layering that onto Washington, it's the same approach. They're in great in a great space from a cap space standpoint, but you don't want to kind of use all of your cap allocations on particular players. So if you can kind of manage the cap where you expand out those cap hits, then it allows just for you to have more flexibility, allows for you to go get more guys. It allows for you, quite honestly, to make your current roster, the Terry McLaurins who are going into the final year of their contracts, as an example, happy by getting extensions done. So it's a long-winded way of saying that they're in a great space whereby if they do it the right way, they can kind of keep this momentum going moving forward.
So yeah, are there any downsides to those type of things, those voidable years that are pushed out?
Oh, absolutely. Like, so let's use the Eagles as an example, right? The gamble, and it's a little bit of a measured gamble, is as long as you hit on more of those extensions, more of those contracts where you pushed, year cap allocations into the future. If you hit on more of those than you miss, then you're going to be fine because it's going to lead to wins. It's going to lead to a better roster. For example, in the Philadelphia example, they were able to miss on a Carson Wentz extension as an example. Like they gave the kid an extension, didn't work out, but yet they've still been able to move on because they were able to get other guys extended early, guys like Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. And you look at how they've managed their receiver position versus how Cincinnati's measured theirs, there's a stark difference. It becomes way more expensive when you don't do it that way, as an example. But there is, yes, a risk that if you do miss on a contract extension or a contract that you put voidable years in, that you're going to have to live with some dead money for guys that you miss on.
Well, dude, it's funny with the Cincinnati thing you mentioned because obviously they waited a year and then had to pay way more, a much higher freight, right? But do you think they can still afford to figure things out with Trey Hendrickson?
Look, I say this all the time. There are always ways to make the contract structure fit your cap situation. Now, the biggest challenge that Cincinnati has isn't really cap management. It's more cash flow. They're not a cash-rich team, right? And so it requires them to do certain things from a structure standpoint that a team like, say, the Dallas Cowboys that are cash-rich, and even though they don't act like it, they don't have to do. So to your Trey Hendrickson question, yeah, there's a way to structure a contract to fit within their cap considerations and bring him back at a number that makes sense for him and makes sense for the Cincinnati Bengals and a structure that makes sense for the Cincinnati Bengals. They just have to have a willingness to do it.
See, we want Washington to construct a contract.
Yeah, exactly.
Not Cincinnati.
Yo, this is premature, right? I mean, we're talking whatever it is, 2 years away. Brian and I have just had like fun conversations about what we think the number will be for Jaden Daniels when he becomes eligible for an extension.
Yeah.
And we're trying to extrapolate salary cap. I mean, we're trying to extrapolate a lot, right?
Yeah.
What do you think that deal looks like?
I don't know that I think the magic question is, does he have a chance to be the first $100 million per year quarterback, right? And it really kind of just depends upon, without getting into all the details, the kind of way you value these deals, new money average per year versus, the true average per year from the day he signs the deal. That aside, while the cap is growing exponentially year over year, right? I don't know that he gets to 100. Could he get to 90? I think 90 is very plausible. And again, 90 is not the end-all, be-all metric, or average per year is not the end-all, be-all metric on these deals. It's really, what's guaranteed at signing and all those pieces. But I think there's a chance that he gets to 90 after year 3. And obviously, they would be very smart to, assuming he continues to play at a high level here in year 2 and into year 3, very smart to get him extended as soon as he is eligible after his 3rd year.
Wow. Man, listen, I'm born too soon, man. A little pissed off here, J.I. But, hey, what would something look like Terry? Terry doesn't cause a lot of issues and things like that.
Right.
If he was to get an extension, how would that look?
Yeah. I think his magic number, like you see a guy like Chris Godwin in Tampa, great locker room guy, just like Terry, super productive for the Bucs before obviously having a dislocated ankle this season. And Godwin got like $24 million per year. I think Terry's probably in that same ballpark where it's probably in the mid-20s, $25 million per year, because he is going into his age 30 season. So I don't think he's going to break the bank and be in excess of $30 million per year, but I think he is a $25 million per year guy, not too different than the deal Chris Godwin signed with the Bucs.
Look at this.
You don't think the DK deal changes that though?
DK's deal is technically $24 million per year, not 30. So it further supports the notion that Terry's a $25 million per year wide receiver.
Okay.
Let me ask you, J.I., Terry came into the league, he was almost 24, 25 at that point. And when he hits 30, that's a lot less than the guy coming to the league at 21 hitting 30. Do they ever look at that type of deal?
In terms of just kind of the wear and tear, like he's only got like 6 or 7 years of wear and tear versus
that's what I'm saying.
21-year-old at the same age is going to have 9 years of wear and tear.
Yeah, because when they look at everybody look at the number, age, and I think the wear and tear in the NFL is a world of difference if you've been in it for 6, 7 years or you've been in it for 9, 10 years.
I think, regardless of kind of what age they were when they came into the league, I think it's really, have they shown an ability to stay healthy, right? Have they been available? And obviously when they've been available, have they been productive? And then when we think about our internal scouting and when we think about our training staff, do we project Terry McLaurin to still continue to be able to play at a high level into his age 30, 31, 32 seasons? And if we're all in agreement that, it looks great from a trajectory standpoint, then, we are willing to pay him $25 million per year. And let's just say it's a 3-year extension. And maybe, we'll guarantee $50 million of the 75. But all of those things do play into kind of the risk mitigation, risk management part of crafting a contract extension for one of your core members of the team.
So much going on. What do you think happens with Micah in Dallas?
Oh, I mean, the weekend Myles Garrett and Max Crosby got those edge contracts. I mean, that was a great weekend for Micah Parsons, and he is keenly aware of it. He's on top of these things. So, I mean, Micah is going to end up being like a $45 million per year guy. At least he should be. Now, the way Dallas has managed their cap and done their contracts as of late, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But if we're talking about where the market is now for edge players, I think the two markets that have grown a lot over the past 10 days or so is that edge market and the cornerback market. So Micah should be a happy guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay, I appreciate you, man. Who you got?
Appreciate you, brother, man.
Who you got winning the title?
In the tournament?
Yeah.
It pains me to say, but I got Duke, and I think Auburn's really, really good, and I think Jonai is really, really good for them. But I'm gonna go with Duke.
Duke's good, man. I don't like saying it either.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you for the time, man. I really appreciate
All right,
it.
Jay. I
Of
appreciate
course.
you, brother.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
All right. J.I. Hallsell, give him a follow at Salary Cap 101. Going to get you some tournament updates. Phone lines open in 15 minutes. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley live, MGM National Harbor, Tap Sports Bar. Big man Mitch Tischler over there with a giant tower of beer, and
He could probably grab that towel and it look like it's a regular glass in his hand.
hold on, I got to show you this picture. I don't know how John Keim found this picture, but we have a text thread with just a bunch of the guys that cover the team, and Keim sent this photo of me and Mitch from a few years back. I don't know what is going on here, but look at big man shotgunning the
He's
giant.
shotgunning the whole man. Mitch is crazy.
Look at that,
dog.
Bees. Big
He's
man
crazy dude.
Mitchell. Where is this photo from? Dude, keep eating. Keep eating. We'll follow up. I'm just showing this. I'll show it to the stream, too.
You like to start stuff.
That's a lot of beer. Here,
You like
you're
to start
looking
stuff
at the
and then
stream.
say, "Oh, we gonna don't worry about it. Keep eating."
Come over here for Bleep You.
That's
I'll let
crazy,
you finish your
man.
food. I wanted to. Did you see Scotty Scheffler's meal yesterday, B. Mitch? You were busy,
Yeah.
so I don't know if you saw it.
I actually saw it in a text thread, and then I heard the junkies talking about it this morning.
What'd you think of his dinner?
Hey, man, you do what you like, not what everybody else like.
I totally agree with that.
You know, I'm with that.
I do think chili's a little aggressive.
Hey, but still, I mean, as long as they don't put beans in it, you're okay.
You
don't want to be in a closed room with a bunch of dudes eating beans.
I agree.
You know what I mean? It could be a little gassy in there.
Can get a little gassy. So last night, for Channel 4, I got to make my own master's dinner. Pete in the building. Hello, sir.
So you want to know what mine would be?
Pete looks jacked. Nah, I was going to tell you
Pete
mine.
been lifting, man.
Pete looks jacked, dude. All right.
Good.
So here's what I did. My appetizers were charbroiled oysters.
Yep.
Old Bay spice shrimp, steamed shrimp, and buffalo wings.
I'll do the spice shrimp, but not the other stuff you said. Go
Well,
ahead.
no, this is my meal. You don't get to dictate.
Okay.
And I also mandated that all of the seafood was from the Chesapeake Bay, not the Gulf.
Well, guess what? That can't happen.
I'm just telling
because
you, dog.
won't have enough to feed the people.
Then I got Caesar salad and French onion soup, but nothing exotic here, but they're just great.
All right.
Entree is Cajun ribeye served with crab Norfolk, cream spinach, sauteed mushrooms, and my dad's potatoes. My dad used to slice these potatoes up real thin, fry them up, and then put a little mint sauce on them. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Dessert, chocolate pudding pie.
Chocolate pudding pie. Yep, not going to do that.
Yo, this is my meal.
I know, I'm just saying I'm not going to do it. So I'm going to go eat my meal now.
Hold on. Why wouldn't you have chocolate pudding pie?
I've never liked that.
Dog,
I'm a texture guy.
But I brought it in. You liked it.
I did not eat that.
Yes,
that
you
day.
did.
No, I
You
did.
did.
JP, I didn't eat it.
Did.
I was the only person that didn't eat it. Everybody
All
else
right.
ate it. Landfill was telling me I should try it, and I said, "No, I'm not trying that." Now I would do the trouble oysters with you.
They're
And
great.
Then I love these. What's the little roll I was trying to get? But I love like the Texas egg rolls kind of. But I take them. I'll do them with some crab meat in it instead of the chicken. And then for my dinner, I'm gonna have a variety of things: etouffee, gumbo, and then I'm gonna have fried catfish on the side with with everything that goes with it. My dessert is gonna be. My mom used to do this German chocolate cake. That's what I want.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Jeffrey, what would your master's meal be? You get to pick the whole damn meal.
Oh man, I probably had some Brian Mitchell gumbo. B gotta make and that's the appetizer.
That's the appetizer.
That's the
Damn.
appetizer. Yeah, we eating good that day. Then the main course, I think I'm gonna make some jerk chicken. Yeah, I'm gonna cook it though.
You want to cook your own?
Yeah,
Nah, they don't cook it for you.
Nah, but I feel as though I season better than
No, you don't.
Have you ever seen the scene in The Office where Dwight is talking about his wildest dream is living in hell with the devil, and then somebody says it out loud to him, like, your wildest dream is to live in hell with the devil? So this is the most incredible meal you can have in the world, and you want to cook, it yourself, and you want jerk chicken?
I want to cook portions of it myself. Yes.
Okay, dog.
Yes, and then I'll have my grandma make the dessert because she just makes some incredible pies.
What your grandma gonna tell you is, dog, these people cooking all this stuff for us to enjoy ourselves because you get to pick it. I'm not cooking a damn thing. You better let these people cook their food.
Nah, man.
She'll give them the recipe and they'll do it themselves.
It just hit better when certain people cook it, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know what? This is the master's
Yeah,
menu.
all I'll
They don't
say
let
is
your grandma come in the
I
kitchen
think
and
they are better than even your grandmother.
Nope.
Like here's what I'm saying. The potatoes I want cooked, like they're the way my father cooked them, but I want those dudes to cook them that way.
That same way.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Like,
I get that.
like I want that recipe.
Well, can grandma at least be in the kitchen with him? Can I at least be in the kitchen with him?
No, your grandma gonna be enjoying
Couldn't you
it
just
with
bring
you.
your grandmother to enjoy it rather than make her work?
But nah, it's just, when I eat, see, I like to eat. And I like things
We're
to
aware that
taste-
you like to eat.
Yeah,
taste
we
my
saw
way.
you. We know you like to eat.
Taste my way. So, sometimes they don't be adding the right amount of seasoning and stuff.
Creighton just went hot from deep. Creighton, all of a sudden, it's 40-25 in that game. High Point, now it's early, but High Point is absolutely sticking with Purdue. 11-11, 6 minutes into that game. They've already there's like we're getting through TV timeouts and stuff here. All right, folks. I don't know who's answering the phones. I assume it's the Professor Landini. The phone number is 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday. Let's get it going.
Bleep Jeff.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. A bit of a blowout early on in the tournament. The Creighton Blue Jays lead Louisville 47-29. They're currently on a 19-4 run, about a minute and a half to go in the first half of that one. Fourth-seeded Purdue taking on 13th-seeded High Point, J.P. Finley's team. About 10.5 minutes to go in the first half of that one. Purdue leads 18-14. Some of the games coming up in just a little bit at 1:30. Third-seeded Wisconsin going to take on 14th-seeded Montana. Number 1 seed Houston gets their tournament underway at 2 o'clock as they take on SIU Edwardsville. That comes up at 2 o'clock. Some news for the Duke Blue Devils today. Cooper Flagg is going to play tomorrow for Duke as they take on 16th-seeded Mount St. Mary's. They'll tip off at 2:30 tomorrow. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Jazz last night, 128-112. Today, big news is the Celtics are being sold to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion. That $6.1 billion passes the $6.05 billion that the Commanders were sold for. It's the most paid for a North American sports franchise. In baseball, the Nats taking on the Mets in spring training action coming up at 6:05 tonight. And in hockey, the Capitals on home ice tonight taking on the Flyers. 7 p.m. puck drop near that game right here on the Fan. The Capitals can clinch a playoff spot tonight if they win. And in the Islanders-Canadian game, they get any non-regulation win by the Islanders and any result there, the Capitals will clinch a playoff spot with a win tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That's a wish you the best. P. Mitchell Finley, Bleep You Thursday. I hope everybody's ready to get some stuff off their chest, man. Whatever has wronged you, whoever has bothered you. I want to start, and I want to be, you know what? I won't start. I'll get there. Apparently, Landfill has poisoned the well and has people mad at me, and you know what? I'm man enough to take it.
Why?
I don't know. G is in Sterling. What's up, G?
I ain't really mad at you. I'm just like, man, don't be telling people on the edge that you got money in your pocket. Do you know where you at? People gonna hit you in your head for that little bit of money that you got in your pocket, and business not gonna be around you to save you, man. Stop doing that.
Well, the good news is I no longer have any money in my pocket because I had to cover everybody's Venmo. So if anybody's listening, I'm Brizoke. But let me ask you, I've always wondered this. How many people roll into the casino broke? Like, if you're looking to rob somebody, isn't the casino the place to go anyway? You typically, if you're at the casino, you have cash.
Not that fair to news, dog.
What's that?
You can bear the gas, they hit you in the head, take your money.
All right. Let's hope it doesn't happen, all right? 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Whoever you're mad at, feel free to let loose. It is Bleep You Thursday. Commander Tequila's mad. Hello, Commander. How do you do?
What are you mad at?
Hey, how you doing, man? Well,
good,
I'm
dude.
mad
How are
because
you?
I want my nickel back, eh?
Listen, Commander, you sent me a nickel of your own volition. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it.
Well, he did that so he could
You know,
finish up
JP
his
has
joke.
permission with you, man.
All right. It's a good joke, though. Thank you, Commander. Take care. I have a series of bleep views.
Let's go with it, Jay. Who you mad at now, dog? You always mad at somebody.
Well, I think it got you, too, because you were sneezing pretty good earlier in the week. The pollen is back.
Oh, I wasn't sneezing because of pollen. I was sneezing because I was eating something and that pepper went right up in my nose.
Well, something must be getting you right now. You need to blow your nose, dog.
No, I just finished that damn jerk chicken.
I think I hate the pollen, so bleep the pollen. My yard also looks god awful. I need yard assistance. I desperately need yard assistance. Maybe I should just pave it. I don't know what to do. It looks bad.
No, don't pave it.
But really, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. But I'm going to make this kind of specific about basketball here. Does everybody know who Will Wade is?
Yeah.
Will Wade was the head coach of VCU that then got the head job at LSU.
Yeah.
And when he was at LSU, he did a litany of shady stuff, got fired, got in a bunch of trouble.
Yep.
Now he's back, huh?
Got hired by McNeese State.
Yep.
And took McNeese to back-to-back NCAA tournaments.
Already got a contract after this over.
He's already he's been hired
Yeah.
to become NC State's next head coach.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge that. Now, I don't understand why you can't just wait until your run with McNeese is over. But I want to be clear that I don't begrudge that.
Yeah.
I do, however, think that dudes like Will Wade are the type of dudes doing this stuff, right? Like, this dude's probably a little slimy. A lot of college sports is. I'm not mad at him for it. But, like, you could have waited a week, dog. They want you. They'll wait a week.
But the team wants to go in and hire you. The schools are the ones that does it. I can't blame Will Wade, because what Will Wade did was say, I'm going to be leaving after this. What most of them do, I'm never going to leave. And then they leave the next day.
I don't blame him for anything. I'm just saying it's a little like coaches can always leave. And they want to complain about the transfer portal, but they can always leave.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And now I've been saying that forever. But my whole thing is, don't be pissed. If I hear Will Wade say something about a player leaving or a player wanting to go somewhere else, then I'll curse him out. But I can't blame him for what he's doing right now because, hey, everybody does it. They've been doing it forever. They go where the money's at, and that's what the players are doing too. So I would say this. If you're a good coach, be a damn good coach. Don't sit up here and talk about, the players have all the control now. No, you've had it. You left. You didn't care that you promised to their parents that you'll never leave.
For me, with what's going on at the University of Maryland, that the AD might go to SMU, that they got more money than God.
They got a lot of money.
Yo, God bless you. Good luck, man.
Yeah.
I'm not worried. Here's the biggest thing to me is people are like, oh man, we don't want the distraction. Like for me with Kevin Willard, and maybe some of this isn't his fault. I don't know. But I know I was at the press conference the other night when he got asked about the rumors about a new contract, and now there's all this conversation about Villanova wants him. Good luck, dog. Like, I'm not mad at you, but if you don't want this conversation to happen right now, then you or your representatives tells Villanova we're not talking about anything until our attorney runs over.
Yeah.
You have the person that has that power is you, nobody else. Like, you know who did it? We just saw this. And if you want to tell me it's different because of the transfer portal or recruiting or any of that, fine. But you know who just did this? Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury was like, yo, not dealing with any of this till the playoff run is over.
Yeah.
And that is an honest way to approach it. Like, nobody wants anybody to not get a new job. This is America, man. Go to the highest bidder at all times. You got my
they
support.
can't have their cake and eat it too. Like, I understand. They're looking for better jobs all the time. But don't tell me you don't want to talk about it if you're talking about it. You know what I mean? If you're communicating with another school, then any question I want to ask will be asked. And you got to deal with that. If you can't deal with it, damn it, then just leave right now. Be gone.
Totally, man. It's crazy to me. What I'm not going to get caught up in is an arms race for dudes that I don't mean this with any sort of malice, but yo, Villanova, if you want to double Kevin Willard's salary to get him up there, good luck. Like, I'm not mad at him for taking it, but I'm not losing sleep. We're not losing Gary Williams.
Yeah.
Kevin Willard in 3 seasons had one fun surprise, one real bad, and this one looks pretty good.
Uh-huh.
And now this is maybe they'll still go to the Final Four. Maybe they still go to the Sweet 16, and this isn't a distraction. But it sure as hell sets up as an excuse for a distraction. Cody Betts, the tech executive. I got a quick bleep you for Cody Betts. I said, dude, why aren't you out here? It's MGM. And he tricked me and said he wasn't coming. Now he's here. All right, let's get to these phones. Tom is in Silver Spring. Tom, who you mad at?
I'd like to say bleep you to the NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament Committee for snubbing the WVU Mountaineers.
All right.
You and the governor, dog. Yo, how much worse does that
I give
feel?
Tom more credence than the governor. The governor got us stuff to worry about. Tom can be pissed off.
How much worse does that feel, Tom, that the coach has now left and gone to Indiana? Did we lose Tom? Tom's gone. But, yo, that's a real kick in the ass.
West Virginia?
That not only did the coach leave, not only did they not get in the tournament, but then the coach left, too.
Yeah.
Dave is in North Carolina. Dave, who you mad at, buddy?
Man, I want to bleep all my customers, and I know I shouldn't because they do pay my check. But I'm a delivery driver, so I pretty much jump in and out of a box truck. And for some reason, these people have the ability to order once a week, and yet they've waited 2-3 months now between orders, and now I got 4 or 5 massive orders on my truck. So bleep them. They're killing my back. I want to get home, watch these games. And they did me dirty today, so bleep all of them. And also bleep the selection committee for putting my Terps all the way out west. Makes no sense. Terps haters. Let's go Terps.
Yeah, man.
All right.
So many Terps haters. Good luck with the back.
Yeah, man. Hey, you got a kid? Make your kid go to work with you that day. Help him carry some of them. Make him carry some of them damn boxes.
Julius is in Waldorf. Julius, who you mad at, man?
Yeah, I just want to send a quick bleep you to my dad. I love you, dude, but here's the thing. We sat there and went out to South Carolina to fish a tournament. I did a lot of studying all over the lakes. I knew exactly where to go. And yeah, he's like, nah, we're going to go fish this part of the lake. I'm like, dude, we ain't going to do that. You're not going to do well over there. Lo and behold, we blanked the first day of the tournament. You go to the second day of the tournament, he's like, all right, we'll go fish where you said. Why we end up getting second place? If he would have listened to me, we would have won. So, dude, I love you. I got to send a quick bleep to you.
Being a dad of a son, and you just say, bleep me, you better be on a swivel when you see your daddy. He might jab you right now.
You better hope he doesn't listen. We have a Jeff in Oxon Hill that wanted to get some bleep views off, I believe. Jeff? Chris, put Jeff up.
Oh, no, I was just saying Julius was my boy. He be fishing. He be really fishing. But I actually do have a bleep you. I want to bleep everybody with hair because it seems like everywhere I go, I got to be identified by my bald head. Like what? Why you can't just say, "Oh, you talking about Jeff? Jeff from here or
bald head
Big Jeff?" It's always bald Jeff. Or when my friends post pictures, they be like, "Oh, and Jeff bald head." So like this is.
Well, they
not
call
something-
you that, Jeff, because your hair is leaving right there.
But no. The thing is, my bald head is not something to identify me by. Like Jeff, you can say I get called Baldy. Like it's
But if
not
you don't
even
be
what's
called
up,
Baldy,
Jeff?
you
Yeah,
don't
it's
be
not even
called
what's up,
Baldy.
Jeff.
Why you gotta have a bald head then?
But this the thing.
Does anybody call you Baldy, B?
Say bald B.
No, let's break it down though. I'm not bald by. If I was bald by choice here, yeah, you could. I'm not bald by choice. Don't be coming out calling me Baldy. You
got a horseshoe, dog.
That's why I said I'm not bald by choice.
You bald by choice because everything is gone here, so you got to get everything to catch up with it.
That's not a choice.
Hold on.
That's an ultimatum.
You're saying you're not bald by choice. You mean that you're going bald so you shaved your head?
Yes, like if my hairline wasn't back here, I would keep my hair.
I don't know. I don't
his
think
hairline's back here, Jay.
Yeah, I get it.
That's
I don't-
not balding
listen,
by choice.
I don't think a lot of people are straight up bald by choice. I think of the people that shave their head, most of them either have a receding hairline or whatever it's called when it's coming from the back going forward.
Which leads me to another bleep you. Bleep you to my boy Dan. Dan, I love you to death, Dan. Dan is a guy who's bald by choice. He has a full hairline. His hair
You know
grows
what's
back
going to happen
every
to
time.
Dan? Dan's going to come to a harsh reality one day when he keeps shaving it, and then it doesn't grow back to where it was supposed to be, and then he's be like, damn, I wasted all those years.
I don't know, man. He be having fun, but just stop identifying me by my bald head. Like this is not. That's like saying,
Hey, Landfill, let me know when bald Jeff come to work.
I mean, he's there now.
White Brian and Bald Jeff.
Yeah. When he's not there, his name Bald Jeff. Bald Jeff not at work today.
Do you guys have any bleep views from the aquarium?
No, I'm very happy.
Because we're not there?
Yes.
I can't believe that. Nah, Landfill, You started the whole show with an attitude. When we're not in the studio, that's the worst thing in the world for you. He's not acting like now. He won't act like he liked that we.
Landville does get
He
stressed.
hates when we out of the studio.
Yeah, when he couldn't hear us those first couple minutes, I think he was stressed.
He was stressed like hell.
Nah, I wasn't stressed. I'm very laid back.
What about
nothing about you is laid back?
What about White Brian? Is he mad about anything? He seems to keep it pretty low key.
Even kill.
Yeah, bleep you to every single person that has texted me the words Alabama State is hot. Auburn is 31-point favorites for a reason. I don't need that in my life.
You think y'all gonna beat him by 31?
37.
37? Jeff said he got 20 on that. Ball Jeff's got 20 on that.
Phone lines are open 800-636-1067. I gotta say it, and Jeff, it's coming your way. I'm sorry, Ball Jeff. I hate the people that not the first day of the tournament want to whine to you about their bracket being busted. Dog, it's the first day of the tournament.
But their bracket probably busted because if the team that they pick to win loses, it is busted.
Jeff started whining about Louisville at halftime because he's going to lose one game. There's 32 games over the next 2 days.
JP.
You ain't going 32-0, dog.
JP, I want to win the money, and I don't want to start behind. That's starting behind, bro.
For you to say my bracket is busted, and you said those exact words at halftime of the first game, slightly premature, dog.
I hope it is. As in, I don't got a good feel. Usually, JP, when I bet, I have a good feeling about it. Since those games, and I confidently picked these two games. Like I was like,
so
for
who'd
sure,
you pick?
I was for
Louisville?
sure Louisville was going to come out here and smack Creighton. I was thinking like, all right, they usually, make some noise in the first round. That's not happening. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to go with High Point to come out here and smack Purdue. I went with that. No, they're not getting smacked, but it's close and it don't feel good.
But
So,
if they close it, you might win that.
hopefully.
If you put money on it. But if you just put it in your bracket,
What you mean? We got $20 in the pool. I want to win the pool.
He's focused on the pool.
You're not going to win the pool. I looked at your bracket.
Who do you think's
Your
going to
bracket
win the
is
pool?
busted.
Who do you think's going to win the pool?
White Brian.
One vote, White Brian. Who do you think's going to win the pool, Jeff? You?
Jeff Walker.
Okay, one vote, Jeff. Landville, who do you think's going to win the pool?
He's on the phone.
He's on the phone. White Brian, are you taking yourself?
I am.
Okay.
I'll take my vote back.
Why?
I don't like nobody to be that damn arrogant. Jeff already has that title, and like White Brian trying to take over.
I think you and I have the same finals, right? Do we both have Houston Auburn?
I think we got the same winner.
We both have Houston winning it.
Yeah.
I have Houston
Yeah,
Auburn.
that's on you, White Brian. We going at you, son.
Who's your other one? Who do you have Houston beating?
Auburn.
So we have the exact same thing.
At the end.
I have Houston, Maryland, Bama.
Well, I don't
and
have Maryland in
Auburn.
Final Four.
Who's your Final Four?
I don't remember, man. I just threw this stuff together real quick.
We just did it.
No, I did mine 2 days ago.
Not me, dog.
You did yours just a moment ago.
This morning. Who's your Final Four, Jeff? Do you remember?
I know it was Florida, Duke, because that's what I had in the finals. It was.
It's kind of remarkable that you don't remember your Final Four, and at halftime of the first game, you said your bracket was busted.
Because I was paying attention to the games that's today, JP.
There's one game.
It's two. What are you talking about? Purdue.
So you have High Point?
High Point they're down 6.
Yeah. It's one thing to take it with the points, dog.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of basketball left in that game.
A lot of basketball left.
Mine got the best handwriting.
Does he?
I don't know about all that.
Here, let's just read off who people have. Can I?
Let me
That's
do
me
this.
right there.
We already in damn bleep you, and you already trying to change the subject again.
All right, Rico's in Fairfax. Rico, who you mad at?
I'm mad at Jeff. Let's bleep you, Jeff. I'm sorry for the rambling party, Jeff. But hey, when he was saying about the master dinner, he want to cook his own meal and have his grandma in the kitchen. That don't make sense. That messes up the game.
How it don't make sense? How it don't make sense? I know
it's like someone saying, "Hey, I'm gonna give you this free money with no string attached," and you be like, "Hey, no, I'm gonna work for it. I don't want it. I want it."
You're like,
No, that's two
Yo,
different things.
somebody's like, "Hey, here's 10 grand," and you're like, "Oh well, what do I owe in taxes, sir?" Like,
Right,
like you
exactly.
want to go to the best restaurant in the world, but have your grandmother cook it?
She cook
Right.
better. Have you
That
ever been to
does
some of these
bullshit.
5-star restaurants? Some of them don't cook better than you, JP. Some of their beans taste worse than yours off the grill.
I don't know about that. Now, I'll say it tastes good.
How many
The
5-star
beans, nah.
restaurants are you going to that you order baked beans?
Yeah.
I'm just. It's a comparison. JP.
No, but it's not apt.
If you're doing that with baked beans, I can only imagine what you're doing with the rest of your food. I'm just saying.
I'm not the one
I'm
that
just
wants
saying.
to bring my family to cook
I'm
for
just
me at
saying.
the 5-star restaurant. I want to let the chef cook for me.
My grandma won
Jeff has
competitions for her
UNC,
cooking.
Florida, Duke, and Houston in the Final Four.
Yeah.
He got Duke beating Florida.
Is that Jeff?
Yeah.
Jeff, you do have nice handwriting.
Jeff, too funny.
You do have nice handwriting.
Thank you.
All right.
He picked Grand Canyon to beat Maryland. Nah, I'm
Did-
joking. I'm
oh,
joking.
you're about to be on a serious bleep you list. Bleep you to landfill and Nickelback, and I think bees too. Everybody that took damn Grand Canyon. It's a fake for-profit college. How you rooting for them? If you want to root for the women's team, I understand. But if you're rooting for the men's team, bleep you. When we come back, Mitch Tischler will join the program.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, you got to talk about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. We got to tell Jimbo to come up here tomorrow. We're back here
come
tomorrow.
hang out with us, Jimbo.
This is your part of town, dog.
We're talking about Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The madness has started. The first game of the day, 8th-seeded Louisville taking on 9th-seeded Creighton. Right now, Creighton with a 16-point lead, 52-36, with about 18 and a half to go in that one. Headed to halftime just in a couple of seconds. 4th-seeded Purdue leads 13th-seeded High Point 35-27, and getting set to tip off here in just a couple of moments. 3rd-seeded Wisconsin about to take on 14th-seeded Montana. Coming up at 2 o'clock, first-seeded Houston getting their tournament underway as they take on 16th-seed SIU Edwardsville. Other news today in the NBA, the Boston Celtics have been sold to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion, passing the Commanders for the most paid for a North American sports franchise. And in hockey tonight, Capitals on home ice taking on the Flyers. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hit a game right here on the Fan. The Capitals could clinch a playoff spot with a win tonight, and also the correct result in the Islanders and Canadiens game tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So Lamville, tech executive Cody Betts was over here, and I tried to get him to sit down with us, and he said we don't make enough in a week to get him to sit down for a segment. I don't know.
So he called you, Mitch, to do it for free.
Cody's
I'll
back
get it back
now.
from JP somehow.
We have the big man, Mr. Mitch Tischler, joining us, Beltway Football, Monumental Sports. Big man, how do you do?
Doing better than whoever had this Louisville first half -1.5 bet. I'll tell you that much.
So, that was our guy that said he was going to buy me and B-Mitch beers. He had $100 on Louisville -1.5 in the first half. I think they were down 15.
They were down 15.
They're now down 19.
I believe, if I'm not wrong, I think me and B-Mitch had Creighton and you had Louisville and your guy. Is that right?
I don't know. B has the thing.
I don't trust he's going to be able to find it that quickly.
Jeff is very upset about what appears that he's going to lose this Louisville bet.
Good.
My suggestion is it's the first game. Let's all relax.
If he unloaded the clip on the first game, that's his problem.
No, he's worried about his pool from the first game.
Well, that's a whole other problem.
Yeah, Mitch had Creighton.
Of course I had Creighton.
What did I have, B?
I knew you after that.
Hey, B, look at the two.
I had Creighton.
B, look at the 215 game in that region for me.
250.
I do want to let
here, Mitch.
I know what it is. I
have
released it on the
Tischler's
pod.
bracket. Yeah. Hold on. Just give out your pick. This is Mitch's 5-star pick of the week.
This is my favorite upset or best value upset of the week. It's your Bryant Bulldogs over your Michigan State Spartans.
JP took Louisville.
Yeah, of course he did. Bryant is one of those teams that is getting no love right now.
Hold on. Let's start with the best game we play. Oh, looks like the Commanders just signed Michael Gallup. Yeah, dude. Commanders just announced the addition of Michael Gallup. All right.
That receiving core gonna be nice.
You got a speed guy. He's a little bit older, but you got a speed guy.
You need somebody that can stretch the field. That's the one thing this receiving core is missing, is a guy who can get downfield. And Terry does an awesome job of catching those 50-50 balls and getting open. And Noah Brown does a great job of drawing those PIs. But you need a guy who can take the top off of defense. And hopefully Michael Gallup is that guy.
With a last name like that, and you have speed. It's a hell of a name, right? Gallup.
I guess that's better than Trotter, right?
Yeah, you trotting in.
I like the Gallup signing. I imagine it's next to nothing.
Yeah.
Probably around veteran minimum type stuff. And that's the kind of signing. When everybody was talking about, like, oh, people are going to want to play with Jaden, I think that's the kind of signing where it adds up, right? Like, if it's a veteran minimum here or a veteran minimum there, you wonder who the quarterback is.
When you start getting those type of guys, that little thing about people wanting to play with him begins.
Well, I mean, we've heard it. We've heard it through the, press conferences, Zoom avails we've done with a lot of these guys along the way. Will Harris and company talking about, the culture and seeing the joy that those guys are playing with and all those different things, that for years never existed here in Washington.
Yeah. It's going to be I don't know. I like the signing. I don't think folks should play, throw a parade for it or anything, but I think it helps, man. I think it helps with a team that needs a vertical threat. They needed a speed guy, and this isn't an elite guy, but it's also not costing you elite money.
You're trying to build a team, man. You're going to have people at different levels that are going to bring something to that. You're not going to have all top-notch guys, and you need to have those guys that are not top-notch guys that can be effective. And what does Gallup do? He stretches the field, and that'll open it up for everybody else around it.
Well, that was. I am sure you guys have talked about it here on the radio show, but for the fans that are frustrated with whatever they've done in free agency, I think it's short-sighted because we saw this team try and take shortcuts under different regimes and try and sign the world and sign your way into making a Super Bowl run. And what you're seeing now is a team that's kind of poking and prodding, and they're putting in pieces in the short term that can help you get to where you want to go without committing long-term money and tying up your team for years to come. And so certainly I want to see them do some more on defense. I think we're going to see a lot in the draft on that side of the ball. But ultimately you're seeing them fill holes efficiently, effectively, and cost, what is it, penny wise, pound poor, penny wisely.
And I think they're leaving a ton of flexibility for when the Jaden contract comes up. We had J.I. Halsell on with us earlier, and we kind of just asked, what do you think that Jaden deal is going to look like eventually?
Oh.
And
you remember what I said on the pod when we talked about this?
Remind me.
I said that if Jaden and the Commanders are able to work out a Patrick Mahomes-esque deal where it goes for 10 years and obviously has outs along the way and you can restructure this, it might be a 10-year, $750 million contract. It might be a 10-year, $750 million contract because you're not just building in for where the salary cap is today, but also where it's going in the future. He's going to get, a crazy amount of money.
You know what? I believe this salary cap is now 280-something million, right?
Yeah.
It's going to probably be 300-something million, almost
In 2
400 by
years.
then.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're really trying to do stuff today worried about that because Jaden's going to get signed no matter what the hell goes on. I really believe they're trying to make sure that they keep the thing high with the cash out and not worry about necessarily the salary cap and just get a good team without you don't have to get all top-notch guys when you have a guy like a Jaden, and you have other guys that are around him that are very effective. I don't know if they're thinking that far out, like, oh, we're going to do this deal today for 3 years down the road. I don't think that quarterbacks get paid, especially good quarterbacks.
And Jaden Daniels covered up a lot of warts on this franchise, on this roster last year. And, I know that we all talk about it, in our different platforms and whatnot, but, fans, want this, they want to win the offseason again. They want to go back
But
to
they
the
hated
fans.
that when it was happening.
Well, they loved
Now
it when
they
it
wanted
happened,
it-
and they hated the results.
Yeah, but see, the whole thing about it is you're not going to have 4 all-pro wide receivers. You're not going to have all offensive linemen that are all-pro. Your defensive line is not going to be all-pro. You got to have some guys that just outplay a certain contract.
Totally. And dude, when you look at how Philly is kind of this example we all keep pointing to right now, and they've drafted really well to supplement the guys they're paying a ton to. And what they do exceptionally well and intelligently is pay up. Pay as soon as a dude is eligible. Don't wait. If you look at the contracts, not Chase is better than all of the other people I'm about to name, but if you look at how they handled Brown and Devontae Smith versus Chase and Higgins, there's a huge delta in what those 4 guys are making, what the 2 Eagles receivers versus the 2 Bengals receivers, and it's because you're proactive and pay them early.
But you're also looking at an Eagles roster that is ahead of where the Commanders are, which we know.
By mostly draft classes.
They drafted really well early, and then they supplemented it with some of these big free agents that they brought in.
Totally.
And now that their early draft picks are starting to come to their second contracts, you're seeing some of their guys having to leave to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Can you imagine here in Washington if, they had the success they had last year and half of the Eagles starting defense last year is not in Philly anymore. They're on their way elsewhere because they know they have big contracts coming up for those D tackles and some of these young guys. And so you're seeing this, it's almost a curve as they go.
But
You build up to it and then you have to start kind of rebuilding.
The fact that they hit on their draft picks allows them to be able to do certain things. If they hadn't hit on their draft picks, they'll probably be going out there looking for some big names too. But when you draft guys on the D line and things, and they are playing that good in the first, second year, you don't have to go break the bank. And when you look at what Adam did last year, their draft picks, a lot of them hit. And if they come this year and draft again, and let's say next year the guys from last year and the guys this year hit, then you don't have to worry about those big name guys because you all of a sudden now get your, and that's what people talk about building from the draft. To build from the draft, you got to be good at drafting. If you can't draft well, you can't build from the draft.
Imagine how different this roster looks if the first and second round picks that they jettisoned last year were legit NFL starters like we see in Philly.
Yeah.
If you take the Emmanuel Forbes and you take Fedarian Mathis and you take all these guys who they got rid of last year, if those guys are legitimate NFL starters, this defense looks way better. This roster looks way better.
Yeah.
This team looks way better.
It's going to be, completely. And I think one dude, I got one of the mailbag questions on All Ears last night was asking what, if any, of the, who that was on Washington last year do you expect to take a big reach up this year? And I think you look at the rookies, and I think it's easy to say McCaffrey or Sennett, but I think what if Johnny Newton plays a lot better? Like, they clearly made a decision as it related to John Allen, and people want to make it a direct comparison to Javon Kinlaw.
It's not.
But I think it's more about Newton than it is about Kinlaw.
I think it may be that, but I think overall when they finish up, it's going to be, will the overall defense be better this year than it was last year? And Javon Kinlaw may not be John Allen, but I think when you look at the sum of the whole, that defense this year is going to be better than it was last year. That's all you need to worry about.
I got one name for you guys.
that?
Jordan McGee. Last year in camp, he was making a lot of noise and came down with a knee injury and missed, a couple weeks, 6-7 weeks or so. And then, by the time he came back, this team was in a legit playoff run, and you weren't going to sit there and try and develop a young linebacker.
Yeah.
But Jordan McGee, if he's able to show what we saw last year in camp and learn from the likes of Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner and the rest of that linebacking core, and he's able to kind of take that next step into a complementary role to those guys now, start working towards being the guy next year. I'm extremely excited about what he can become and what he can mean for this Commanders defense.
See, I hear you. I just don't know the direct path to minutes for him and snaps. Like, Newton is your starter. McCaffrey was getting 40-50% of the snaps last year. Like, if everything breaks right for Washington, McGee's your third backer. Newton starts day one. You know what I mean? Like,
the path is, to me, I didn't love Frankie Louvu as much as they used him as a direct defensive end in the defense last year. And part of that was because they didn't have the guys to get pressure on him.
Yeah.
I wanted them to bring in somebody this year that was going to help out with that and let Louvu play that linebacker, the actual linebacker position. Yeah. But they haven't done that yet. So I expect we're going to see probably Frankie Louvu still lining up at defensive end. And when that happens, we've seen Bobby Wagner was a very good player last year, but he's aging. We know that he's getting older. To me, that's his path to get on the field, is in those passing down situations where he can use his speed, his athleticism to work on those tight ends and running backs out of the backfield.
Just if he goes in, he starts playing some minutes early, and he makes impact plays, he'll find my time.
They'll always find
a way to
time.
get him on the field. And there are guys sometimes who don't play like the bulk of the plays. They may play 30 to 50%, and they have a bigger impact than the guys that play every damn play.
Absolutely.
And not to mention special teams for him, too.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a big part of it.
If you're missing a little bit of breaking news here, the Commanders announced they signed veteran wide receiver Michael Gallup. Had some really good seasons in Dallas. Visited here probably about 10 days ago, and now they've added him to the group. But we're going to get our focus back to March Madness, baby. The first round of the NCAA tournament is going on. Me and B live doing the show out at MGM National Harbor Tapped Sports Bar. We got 3 games going on right now. Creighton and Louisville is approaching blowout city. It's 65-50. Blue Jays on top. Purdue's starting to separate just before halftime with High Point. They're up 10. Montana and Wisconsin just got started. If you like Montana plus that 16.5, that looks pretty darn good. There's a ton of action coming up. Houston's about to tip. Auburn's about to tip. If you're wondering who's cutting down the nets this March, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. There are a ton of games. I'm going to lay the points with Houston. That's a big number. I'm not scared. 28.5, I'm laying it. I might do the same with Auburn. That's also a big number. McNeese, I might be grabbing the points. Georgia, I think I'm grabbing the points. It's going to be a fun day. And if you think you know where your upsets are coming, if you believe Big Mitch Tischler and you think Bryant's going to take down Sparty, take the money line. Get all the money, baby. Plus, you can bet those futures, who you think is going to win each regional. If you think the Terps are getting to the Final Four, even though apparently their AD and their coach might split town, who knows? Bet $20 on the team you think wins it all. And if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Plus, you can receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Make sure you check out all the Virginia rules. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Millennials are idiots.
I gotta
If
say,
they
man,
believe Bow Wow version of Billionaires, they're idiots.
I really wish you'd play the Bow Wow version, Landfill.
Play it one day when I'm not in. Let Jeff have fun.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the fan. About to wrap up. I see Danny Hoo is here. I don't know. Is Grant still on vacation? Is Grant coming? All right, Grant's still down in Florida. Danny and Toby holding it down today. There you go. They're also giving away Nats tickets, I believe, at 4 o'clock. So we got plenty of Nats tickets. Yo, a week from today, the bullpen's going to be jumping as people are getting ready for Nats opening day. I am here for that. Brian, I did get news. I think I'm going to have to work all night of opening day.
Oh, have fun.
Which means that news means no booze.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry.
I know. I'll survive. I'll survive. We'll be broadcasting from Tap 99 for
Tap
Nats
99.
opening day.
Oh.
Don't they sell your beer? Weren't we drinking in there?
Yeah.
Is that where you punch everything on the wall?
Yeah.
That place is cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that place. All right. Jeff has reemerged.
Cameron and I
Not sure
forgot,
where he's
I forgot
been.
her husband's name. Yeah, they're on that spot.
Cameron and Harlow?
Not Harlow. No.
Cameron and Harlow are my 6-year-old daughter's best friends.
No.
Okay. I just thought I should point out.
I don't
Cameron
think those
and Harlow.
6-year-old kids own Tap 99.
You never know, dude. The world's getting younger and younger, B.
Not that young.
Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
White Brian. The
Everybody,
whitest Brian we got.
everybody lost yesterday except me.
Hater.
I don't think I can believe that one.
I'm starting to wonder if his stuff is suspect, B.
I think he's a little sus.
Jeff,
All right, what do we
and
like today?
Over
What
and
we like
Drake,
today?
Missouri.
What do you like?
Over and Drake versus Missouri, 132.5.
Okay. White Brian. Doesn't Drake play super slow?
Normally, yeah.
White Brian's trying to zig
You
when the
took the
world
over?
zags. All right.
Can I take the Houston money line?
No.
No. That's
Oh.
got to be minus
Hell no.
10 G's.
It looks like it's minus 50,000.
No, Lampville.
Give me
Okay.
the Yankees to beat the Orioles.
Jeff's out here betting spring training on the first day of March Madness.
Bro, I'm not touching nothing March Madness. I'm going to let my money run its course by itself.
Jeff, there's no actual money attached to these bets.
Bro, I don't want to jinx my
You are
bracket,
really-
bro.
You know
Yes,
what?
my
Yo,
money is there.
This
Yes.
is the
This
Jeff-
is why I don't bet on
Jeff's
sports.
freaking about $20 in a bracket pool is damn near the equivalent of White Brian betting 20 cents a game.
No, I just want to win. I like to win. I don't like to lose. And I don't like to, put any bad juju on myself.
You gotta spread it around.
I'm taking
a little bit.
UC San Diego.
UC San Diego for Landini. You taking the points there, I assume?
Sure.
All right.
And let me parlay that with the Nationals.
I'm taking the over in Drake game, and I want VCU plus 2.5 over BYU.
I'm a zig here. I'm gonna take the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Well, it's a battle of the Bulldogs, B. Gonzaga versus Georgia.
I thought that was JP at first.
Nah, B makes the Brian grew up on a farm, makes the best animal noises of anyone I know. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Nikki Javala for joining us. Thank you to J.I. Halsell for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in for Bleep You. Thanks to Bees. Thanks to the big man, Mitch Tischler. Toby's hanging out. Really fun day for day one of the madness. Tomorrow's Turtle Day, man. Tomorrow's going to matter. Jeez, I don't know what that was. We got to go.
That was a donkey.
You think Rooster shows up tomorrow?
Hell no.
That's
a sheep.
That I make good goat noises. Ready?
I don't think you do.
We got to
that's not
go.
right.
You made it this far. Jeff owes you an animal noise.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The madness is underway. 4 games underway currently. Taking a look at the first game of the day, 8-seeded Louisville taking on 9-seeded Creighton. They're looking to make a comeback. Currently, Creighton leads 73-61. Just under 5 minutes to go in that one. Number 1, Houston getting underway against 16-seed SIU Edwardsville. They're just underway, less than a minute into that one. 3rd-seeded Wisconsin taking on 14-seeded Montana. Wisconsin with a lead 27-20 with under 7 to go in the first half. And 4th-seeded Purdue taking on 13-seeded High Point. Purdue with a 5-point lead, 44-39, just over 15 minutes to go in that one. Other college basketball news, Cooper Flagg is going to play tomorrow for Duke. That'll tip off to 2:30 tomorrow against Mount St. Mary's. And in the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup. He had 1,100 yards for the Cowboys in 2019. He didn't play last season as he was retired. In the NBA, the Celtics have been sold to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion. It passes the Commanders for the most paid for a North American sports franchise. And tonight, the Capitals taking on the Flyers at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. With a win tonight and the correct result in the Islanders-Canadiens game, the Capitals can officially clinch a playoff spot. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. I'm going to borrow from a wrestler, Tobes, that's from before your time. The great road dog Jesse James would say when he cut a promo in the ring, "Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody." The best. The best.
So good.
My feet is up. Literally, my feet is up. Right foot on this stool. I got tournament game there. I got tournament game there. I got tournament game there. And what's that? Knock, knock, who's there? Tournament game there. Quad box already. I'm in heaven. I got foodstuffs on the way. You and me. And hopefully you guys come see us at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. I love this place. I love the NCAA tournament. I love these 2 days. It's all perfect. I could just say how much I love this for the next 4.5 hours. We got some breaking Local 53 news we're going to get to you in a second here, Tobes. You mentioned your update. But first and foremost, how are you, my friend?
Dude, I can't complain. You're sitting here. You got the quad box rolling. We got all the games in front of us. Can't complain. When you got a day like this, you only get so many of these. I know it happens every year, but you only get so many. You got to enjoy them every single time. And this is a good start to a day.
I just love it, dude. I mean, we're sitting here going, where is SIU Edwardsville? I'm assuming it's in Edwardsville. But here they are giving Houston all they can handle.
I'm watching High Point. I'm so excited to watch High Point. I couldn't even tell you where they are. I haven't watched a single game. I can't name a single player.
It's not one. It's not. They're not in the Valley. I'll tell you that.
I'm rooting hard for them to beat Purdue. That's all I know.
Yeah. Make it for Boilermakers. You don't know that movie. Neither does Darius. It's Dumb and Dumber. Brian probably doesn't know it either. All right. So let's set the scene for you guys. Okay. We are here, as I mentioned, at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Okay. So you come on in like you're going to the casino. Come around, take a left. Come see us. Eat some delicious foods. Watch, you can hear the audio in the background. You can hear the place is already banging. This place rules. Food is outstanding. All the TVs you could want. The whole place is perfect. So that's what we're doing. We got plenty to talk about today, including who Washington just signed. Again, I'll tell you in a second. Talk about offseason expectations, some NFL rule changes we'll get into, chance to win Nationals opening day tickets at 4 p.m. Busy little bees, my friend. We got a lot to do. So you kind of jogged me out of this, okay? When I heard that Washington, talking about the foosball gentleman, signed Michael Gallup, I go, okay, we got to leave the show with that. We got to do a long conversation because in my brain, Michael Gallup went for 1,100 yards. In NFL terms, that's a long, long time ago. And I kind of didn't realize. I mean, I knew the information if I'd sat down and had a chance to think about it and go, wait a minute, maybe he hadn't been a Factor for a while. I didn't even realize he was retired. It was out of football last year. So in my brain, I went, they just signed the Cowboys number 2 wide receiver, sort of from a time gone. But this is not the whoa needle mover. There's your number 2 receiver. Maybe that I kind of my initial reaction when I came back to the table. I went, no, you're kidding me. That's ridiculous. And you're like, yeah, he's readily available for anybody to sign at any time, dude. He was retired last year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that years ago, like to your point, 2019 went for 1,100 yards, and you thought, oh boy, this is someone Washington's going to have to deal with for a long time. Looked like a legit number 2 receiver, and then since then, he hasn't been that same guy. In 2020, went for 800 yards and looked solid. Looked like someone, again, that you're going to have to deal with for a long time. Since then, 445 in 2021, 424 in 2022, and then 418 and 23. Didn't play this past season.
Yeah.
So he's someone that's been kind of irrelevant for a couple of years now, and he's a name that we all know, but it's not like he's going to be a huge impact player. I mean, just looking at a depth chart right now, I don't even know if he's your top in the top 5. And if he is, he's 5th, right? Like Noah Brown's ahead of him. I would think at this point, Luke McCaffrey's ahead of him. Obviously, Debo and Terry are ahead of him. So you're looking at a spot where this guy, if he comes in and plays well, that'd be nice. He's had a pedigree of doing it before, 1,000-yard receiver. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it's something where he comes in, doesn't really impress you, and you say, all right, it was worth a shot, and you move on.
Like, I guess it's to the point. Initially, I'm going, okay, there's their answer. There's kind of that. He's probably not as fast as he once was. Again, my initial reaction. Doesn't have the same strides, had some injuries, but still, there's your kind of do everything number 2 receiver opposite Terry McLaurin. That was my first reaction. And then, of course, looking at it, thinking about it, no, it's not. If he makes the team, that's kind of the story. That's the level we're talking about. This is a Jamison Crowder level signing at best. Probably below that. Again, not to disparage, I'm not going to knock it down. There's no downside to this. Nobody's, you didn't give him $20 million a year to do something for you. But the name we certainly recognize, and there's some familiarity, of course, with Dan Quinn's time in Dallas. So they know the player. And again, this is one of those, hey, it's an upside for you to get your career back if you want to do that. In Michael Gallup's case, still only 29 years old, by the way. And, it's a chance to say, maybe you make the club, maybe you contribute, maybe you don't. If he does, it's a great story. If he doesn't, again, no skin off your back.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds you of Zach Ertz last year, honestly. Yeah. And Zach Ertz had a good season. So it's not to say that he can't come in and play well and maybe be your second, third receiver. Obviously, he's someone with pedigree, kind of like Ertz was. And Ertz had kind of fallen off. You thought, oh, they signed Ertz. That's nice. That's a guy that can help you for a year and whatever. And he ended up being a really, really valuable asset. So could Gallup come in here and end up going for 700-800 yards again? Absolutely. He could end up being a dude that plays a real pivotal role for this team. I wouldn't bank on it, though. He's someone that just kind of hasn't done a whole lot the last couple of years, but they do a thing the last couple of years with these one-year free agents where it's guys that have track records, and sometimes you find it, right? Bobby Wagner was a guy that had a track record, and he came in and played really well. So maybe they find something there, but also it's worth the throw. It's worth seeing what you could do. If you find somebody, great. If not, it really doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, exactly the point there. So we'll be talking about it throughout the show at the 3 o'clock hour. Tobes and I will tackle this offseason. It's not over yet. There's still a draft. There's still a couple rounds of free agency. They're going to be shopping in this bin at this point. Maybe not as low as Michael Gallup, a guy that was out of football, but the bargains. This is kind of where you're going to round out your football team necessarily when you have as much turnover as they've kind of been forced to have, and the nature of the NFL too. You're going to be filling out your roster with guys in that lower tier, the bargain tier. The headliners, we know who they've been, but we'll talk about that offseason at 3 o'clock. So let's get back into the tournament, kind of the reason you and I are here at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor, and this thing that captures our attention every year. I've referenced this a couple times, Tobes, but allow me to wax poetic if I may. This is one of the most unique things in the whole world, and that's not hyperbolic. No other country has this. No other sporting-obsessed public has this. There are certainly things that stop the world's attention, the World Cup, the Olympics. There are certainly things in individual countries, a regatta in England between a couple of famous colleges. In Japan, their high school World Series sort of deal that they have that sort of stops the country, and everybody kind of is captivated by it. This thing where there are a couple of obsessed folks, and I used to be one of them. It's kind of cooled off now that I'm 30 years older than some of these guys almost. But you don't know much about High Point and now you're living and dying with every
Exactly.
bucket or miss. You don't know much about Montana, and next thing you know, we're going to have an experience like a Florida Gulf Coast or a Valparaiso, and you know exactly who, what, where, when, and why I'm talking about as soon as I say those names. There wasn't a George Mason until there was. There wasn't the Cinderella team that really only played a couple of games, but that's all anyone would talk about for 2 days is they got either to the Sweet 16 or got bounced after one round. I mean, it's so special. It's so crazy. It's so unique. We love our tournaments. We love our gambling. We love our brackets. We love finding a vested interest in this thing. I don't know why it captivates us the way that it does, but I know that it does.
Well, sometimes simplicity is the best, right, Danny? Like, there are other sports that have tournaments of sorts. The World Cup, specifically soccer has a lot of these, right? The Champions League and different stuff. But they're a little bit more complex. There's groups, and then you get thrown into a bracket. This is no frills aside from the first four. You are who you are. You play if you keep going if you win. If you lose, you're out. There's no frills about it. It's literally just as plain as could be what it is. And you throw all the teams in there. And the beauty of it, too, is it'd be one thing if you didn't get every year the excitement, the pageantry, all of that stuff in there. But you get upsets every single year. You get
every time
just incredible stories every single year. And so the fact that every year you know that you have no idea who's going to be that year, but you know for a fact that some double-digit seed is going to make a run to the Sweet 16, and you have no idea who. We love filling out our brackets. There's just something about the simplicity, the fun, and even though college sports has kind of taken a change where if you listen to us talk about the college basketball about 2 months ago, we're complaining about the transfer portal, NIL, and all this stuff. You know what? You're not going to hear any of that today because this is still the best spectacle there is in all sports.
So years ago, there was this, before NIL and before, these the fancy name for them was collectives. What they really are is legal slush funds to pay players.
Correct.
Not to like endorse a car dealership locally, but just, hey, you're basically paying guys to play the sport. And a lot of folks don't care and they're fine with it. The logistics to me are not great, but that's put that to your point, put that aside. The chaos that is now the NCAA with transfer portal and everything else, that all kind of goes out the window. But years ago, before players got any kind of money other than their scholarship and their stipends and their dues and the free food and lodging and training staff and all that other kind of stuff. But before they got their money, some people who were sort of basketball snobs or NBA snobs would go, I can't believe you guys like it. It's inferior basketball. And you just like the fact that these players don't get paid. And this very sort of like demeaning, kind of accusatory sort of vibe about that. And my answer to the last part was, yes, there's a reason. I watched Court of Gold. There's a reason when you put USA on the jersey and you get the Dream Team, the Redeem Team, or Dream Team Part 2, whatever you want to call these different guys, and they're not making a red cent off at Tobes. It is quite literally about pride. And these are pros doing this. What everybody misses about the NCAA, and again, this is my high horse moment here for a second, so I apologize as I'm kind of doing this here, monopolizing it. But most of the NCAA, and I'm not talking about the organization, I'm talking about college athletes. I'm most of them. Most of them are me. Very little pro prospect, maybe a tryout here or there, and a week at extended spring training until they tell you no thank you because some 16-year-old kid signed who's got a loose arm.
Sure.
And we can see you're going to get your metabolism is going to slow down. You're going to get fat. But majority of these guys from SIU, Edwardsville, and Montana are not playing pro basketball. They're not going anywhere. And 99% of athletes that tee it up in college sports are not the lottery pick, are not the draft pick. At the majors there are, but they're playing because this is their window. This is the only chance they get to have this level of meaningful stuff. And they're going to be selling insurance for some of these guys, for the seniors, in a couple of weeks. Seriously. That's what makes it special. It's not a money thing, right? I mean, it means the money for the schools and there's some pride. I'll give you one example, and I'll turn it back over to you. Again, I apologize for monopolizing. I'm from the D.C. area. Growing up at the time that I did, you know what was a big deal? Georgetown. You know what was a big deal? Maryland. You know who wasn't a big deal? GW, where I went. Until I'm turning on the television as a college sports obsessed kid, and I watched the George Washington University give the Fab Five at Michigan in the Sweet 16 all they could handle. They're going back and forth and back and forth, and I'm going, wait a minute. This school is 2 miles from my high school. It's right down the road. I never go to Foggy Bottom for any reason. I don't have any business down there, but I'm, it's right here. Maybe this is something I need, not consider, but as I was just a kid, but it's like now they're on my radar. That is magical. You can't replicate that. So the like sinister version, or the I don't know the word I'm looking for exactly, but the like cynical version maybe is, yeah, they just made some money for the university. The kids don't get any. Well, nothing did more for a school and its reputation, for VCU going to the Final Four, for Mason going to the Final Four, for all these schools, the Grand Canyon universities that nobody's ever heard of. Well, they've heard of them now.
Yeah, and I think too, you brought this up yesterday, and I think it's a really good point. It's single elimination.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's something to do with our primitive, medieval selves that, when you're playing to the death back then and everything, and all this stuff going on that is literally life or death. This obviously isn't life or death,
Right.
but if you lose, you're out.
It's your sporting life, yeah.
If you're Duke and you show up tomorrow and you're not ready to play, you could lose. If you're whoever it is, and they've got NBA prospects all over the place. You
Up
mentioned
and
the Fab Five. If you don't show up to play that day, you could be done.
Mm-hmm.
And the cool part about this, too, is every year it creates heroes that we'll never talk about again outside of the context of March Madness. Jack Golke, right, with Oakland University, a dude that just knocked down all those threes.
I'll go all day, dude.
Just-
Ali Farouk-Manesh, Harold
Yes.
Arsenault from Weber State. I mean, these guys become household names.
And it's dudes that you would never care about outside of the context of March Madness, and they make names for themselves. And it's just so cool that every single year there's so many games. And also, I think the reason it's so popular, too, it fits into what a lot of consumers love. I mean, how many people watch football normally anymore versus how many people watch Red Zone?
Right.
This is like basketball's version of Red Zone. It's
Yeah.
one game ends another, and it's always high drama. That's why the NFL's so good. It's always high drama.
Yeah,
Everything's close at the end. That's what this is.
If there's a game that's a blowout, you've got another choice instantly. Now when you get to the higher or the further weekends and you're down, it's one game at a time, and you're hit and miss. But that's the beauty of that kind of frenzy that is the tournament. I mean, for all the season to build up, and again, I understand most of you guys aren't consuming college hoops in that voracious way that I certainly used to as a teenager. You're starting with the opening tip in October and Midnight Madnesses and all those other kind of things, and who's going to win the Duke Carolina matchup, and where's Virginia going to finish, where's Maryland going to finish in the ACC. I know it's different, but all the build is for this, and within 24 hours, really, I'll say 48 hours, you're down to half.
Yeah.
And within 96 hours, you're down 75% of the teams that made the tournament, and we won't think about them again. Now, individually in each market, they'll go have their press conference. The coach say, we fought hard, man. We did everything we possibly could. I don't know why this guy's a football coach from Texas. We did everything we could. I mean, I'm proud of them kids. I mean, all those guys did was everything I asked them to do, and it's a great group. And but we didn't coach well enough. We didn't play well enough. And credit to Creighton, credit to whoever we're losing to. You know what I mean? Like they'll do that business, but it's out of our conscience, and it's on to the next thing. It's on to the next crazy story, the next buzzer beater. To your point, the next hero.
Well, and what's hilarious, too, is obviously a big part of this is filling out your brackets and being in pools
There's that.
with people. And what's hilarious is I called my grandma last night. She lives with her twin sister. I called her. They haven't watched a single minute of college basketball, and I bet you they beat my bracket. I
Right.
bet you they beat my
Right.
bracket. So even people that don't care about college basketball at all are
End
going to
up
tune
caring.
in for this. And it doesn't matter how much you know. I mean, some of these experts, they know every single name in college basketball seemingly. They're geniuses. And then you look at their bracket at the end, and they've missed half of it.
Yeah, they got nothing right.
It's so crazy. It's so unpredictable. It's really a lot of a encapsulation of what us Americans love, all in a couple of days. There's nothing like the Thursday and Friday
perfect.
open up the first round of the NCAA tournament.
It's just perfect. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Here's where I want to start the show. Why do we love this tournament? Even if you don't, even if you're one of the people that's like, I don't really care. It's annoying. Everyone talks about it, and I want to just go back to the normal sporting calendar. I can't wait for them to play their golf, and then, they'll follow a golfer down the golf course, and I want more golf. Even if you're one of those guys that doesn't even like this thing, take yourself out of your own little brain sphere there. Why do we love this thing? Why is it special? Why do we love the NCAA tournament? Why do we love college basketball like nothing else really for a couple of weeks? 800-636-1067. I got a couple more reasons and thoughts on that. Want to hear from you guys. Swap the phones. 800-636-1067. Why do we love the tourney? Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to a one-year deal for the veteran minimum, and March Madness is in full swing. First game of the tournament is done. 9-seed Creighton beats 8-seed Louisville 89-75. 3 other games in action right now. 4th-seeded Purdue taking on 13th-seeded High Point. They lead by 5. The Boilermakers looking to hold on. About 7 minutes to go in that one. At halftime, 3rd-seeded Wisconsin lead 14th-seeded Montana 40-32. And number 1 Houston taking care of business against 16-seed SIU Edwardsville. They lead 32-16 with just under 7 minutes to go in the first half of that one. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Flyers. Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. The tournament is here, in Surfside iced tea and vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant Nanny with you here on the Fan. No GP this week. He's down in Florida with the fam. So I got Toby sitting to my left. You can check us out on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. We're live on Twitter. We are live on the radio, on the Odyssey app. The point is, you got no excuse.
Yeah, my bracket's already screwed, so screw this.
Yeah, you want to check out the show, you can check out the show, man. You know what I mean? Like, you got to, we're giving you the chance to listen to the program. All right? That's all we can offer you guys. We are at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. This rules. I am pummeling a cheesesteak. The reason I'm eating a cheesesteak is yesterday I asked the room, what does everyone want to eat right now? And Darius said cheesesteak. So a cheesesteak was on my mind because of what Darius said, and so I'm eating a cheesesteak. I hope that made sense to everybody. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. What makes this thing special? What makes this NCAA tournament this unique thing that nobody else does anywhere around the world like this, captures the attention of the country for a couple of weeks? And really, this first weekend is just insane. The Thursday into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all of a sudden, 3/4 of the teams that had championship dreams are going home licking their wounds, or, you know, some in the case of the upperclassmen, seniors had to go start their lives, go work in an accounting firm or something, you know. Transfer portals open up, and this group of kids that's losing these games will never be together again in the same kind of way. Just insane how it all happens. To me, I'm going to get to these calls here in a moment, Tobes. To me, I think the single elimination part of it is huge, right? Because
that I don't know has been touched on. I think one, college basketball is the probably the purest form of the game. So to just see the level of competition in the purest form of the game is one thing. The second thing is I think it's the camaraderie, guys. Many of us know somebody that went to one of these schools. So you can call them up and, hey, man, I see your team is in the tournament. Hey, those guys are like taking off a whole week of work because their team is there. So I think it's really the camaraderie. Also, it's also the underdog, like you said, Yale. Oh wow, Yale, wow, that's like the smarty art school. And then you've got these small schools where you're Googling on your computer, where's Robert Morris? Where's St. Francis? So I think that regional pride is part of it too.
I love it, Disco. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so I'll give you a great example. One of my best friends in the world, and subsequently I've met a bunch of guys that I'm friends with, went to Davidson. And so, a year when GW wasn't doing anything, wasn't even in the tournament, this Davidson team with what was the guy's name? Oh, what was the Del Curry, one of his sons.
Oh yeah,
is there at Davidson?
You were 30 or something like that?
Maybe.
I can't remember.
I'm never good with jersey numbers. But they're like, hey, you got to see this guy. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm sure I got to see it.
I'm sure he's going to be good. Yeah.
If he was any good, he would have gone.
Yeah, he goes to Davidson. Whatever.
He would have gone somewhere.
Should have been
better.
a Hokie, by the way.
And sure enough, that tournament was the Steph Curry tournament. And we're going to. I was living in New York at that point. We're going to bars every time they're playing, and everybody's in red. And I'm sitting there. I got no affiliation other than my buddy played football there. And we're going bat bleep crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Every curl, every three, every step back and things he was doing that he does now in the association, one of the great players of all time. But that's the point that Disco just made. It's not like I picked him to go win, but it was like I sort of adopted Davidson, right?
Yeah.
Because I had this loose affiliation.
Well, and the other cool part about it, two things. Everyone is watching it, Danny. Everyone is watching it. The people that don't watch the tournament are the weird ones. Like we like soccer, so we're watching the World Cup. We go talk to somebody at the bar like, dude, it's soccer. Who cares? We're the weird ones because we like the World Cup.
Weird ones, yeah.
But we're around here. You go, hey, what do you think Duke's going to do in the tournament? Hey, do you like St. John's this year? And suddenly everybody's an expert. Everybody knows because everybody is tuned into this thing. So it's so cool to do it together. And Disco brought it up. It's a pure form of basketball. And that the thing that I like, we're watching High Point. I know we've talked about them a lot, but High Point's running like 10, 12 deep because they're running hockey line changes because they're pushing the tempo, getting up and down the floor. You'll never see that in an NBA game. They all play similar styles. When you get to the college hoops, the way that they all play, depending upon what team you're going to watch, they're going to slow it down like UVA did. Run the pack line defense.
Different, yeah.
Some teams are only going to shoot threes. Some teams like Alabama are just going to sprint up and down the floor, shoot threes, and if you score 90 on them, they hope they can score 110 on you. Like, it's so cool to watch different styles. You never know what you're going to get each game, and it's so much fun.
That's Toby Altizer. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny Tobes in for GP. 3 o'clock hour. Off season for the local 53. We'll break it down. How good have they been versus your expectations? Happy, sad, medium, everything in between. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. Also, what their latest signing means for the club at 3. 4 o'clock, Beltway Blitz, your chance to win Nationals tickets to which game is it? Oh, the first one, opening day. Don't go anywhere here. G&D on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. The March matchups, they're here. There's no better place to catch every game with us, the TAP Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor. Join 106.7 The Fans. Be Mitch and Finley and Grant and Danny this Thursday. That's today and Friday for the opening round of the men's tourney. We're doing our shows live at TAP, Mouthwater and Game Day Bites, and tons of TVs. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. The reason I do that read right now, Tobes, one, it's kind of a rule we have to do it. Sure. But two, it's to lead me into this little bit of discussion. Because the answer is this. What's your ideal setup for the tournament? Now, I'm one of those people that doesn't do a public place in general by choice for games that, like, I have a huge vested interest in, like Nationals playoff games. It's a very select group of people that are allowed in my circle of angsty angioplasty complaining. You know what I mean? Like, it's I can't do a big public setting. Watching football games, I can't do a big group. Only, rarely. Even still, I probably have to go back and watch the game later. But for something like this, get me the sports book.
Oh, yes.
Get me the comfortable seating and get me the fried food. Get me a million TVs. I don't want to be limited by anything. I want it all in my eyeballs. So that's the answer to this question. What's your ideal setup for the tournament? This is it for me.
Yeah, I love this. This isn't my ideal setup. This is probably number 2. When I was in college, I would skip classes. Don't tell my professors. But I would skip classes, go over to my cousin's house. We'd set up 3 or 4 TVs, and we'd all just hang out, order some pizzas, and hang out at the house. So doing the same thing, just in a little bit more of an intimate environment. I'm the same as you when it comes to games that I really care about, like a Commanders game, a playoff game. I prefer not to be around anyone. I prefer to be by myself, or if I am, maybe around 1 or 2 close friends that are the same, cheering for the same way I am. Like, I can't have someone trolling me. When it comes to this is great. So this environment is great. I would still prefer to be on the couch, but if you're going to have to say you can't be there, sign me up for this.
Shout out to former Dean of Students at the St. Albans School for Boys, Terry Boussard. He caught me. Not blue, not green, red-handed, brother. We have the full day, right? Then the upper school, because it's a 4th through 12th grade. So 4th through 8th grade is lower school, upper school is 9th through 12th, high school. Lunch is required attendance, right? It's family style. You all sit down and interact with faculty members and people at your own table and classmates and stuff. And then there's chapel right afterwards. Now, I had a pretty good hit rate of doing those things. I love lunch so much, and I went to chapel every time. You get in trouble if you don't. They take attendance.
Yeah.
Well, at one tournament day, the Thursday, where's old Randy Douye? I'm down in the audiovisual lab. That was the thing that we had back then.
Yeah.
Like, that was where the TV was on campus.
Yeah.
And I got CBS on, and I'm sitting down there in the chair during lunch. I snuck some food and went out like I was going to the bathroom and I had like whatever the dish was. It was mobile. I could take it. And then chapel. And I'm still sitting there when I hear, who's winning? And I said, I remember what game I was watching. I said, I think Cal is up 3 at the, oh crap. That's the Dean of Students.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That was a few weeks of 7 a.m.s that I had to do.
I had a college professor that understood that we were all taking science as an elective because we needed to, and no one was actually a science major. And so he said he understood that we were all watching in the back of the class and periodically like, what's the score? So great professor that just did not care that we were watching. I actually learned something in the class. I was taking physics. I did learn a little bit of something, but also enjoyed watching some March Madness during his class as well.
Dude, you sleep on how hard physics is. Remember all those formulas about velocity, like V1 times V2 equals delta? You're like, how is this? I can't remember this stuff.
It was so rudimentary, so I remember a little bit of it. If you asked me to do any of it, though, couldn't help you.
It's so hard. For me, science is like, hey, man, look at the microscope. There's like an amoeba. Or like, hey, man, like we can tell you in theory about like what a mitochondria does or like a proton. All good. When they started putting like really hard math in my science, I'm like, I'm already struggling with the other one. Now you're going to combine them like a Voltron of hard for me? I can't do it.
Not that anyone wants this, but to give you a little insight into what Toby Altizer is thinking about on a daily basis, I'm like hopping in the elevator at my apartment headed to work or whatever, and I'm thinking, you know how they say like everything's moving, but we just can't feel like all the atoms are moving. Like How the heck does that work?
How does that work?
Like I'm looking at an elevator door and you're telling me there's a bunch of molecules moving around. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't understand any of that.
The
stuff.
solid is moving. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No,
I
it's
just
not,
saw it
physics
close.
professor.
It's right there.
You know what's moving is us on from this discussion. 3 o'clock. Washington had an interesting free agency period to this point. It's the couple big fish, couple big moves, right? Headline moves, and then a lot of kind of around the edge, re-signing some of their own guys, some of the veterans. I think 18 of them overall are back. A couple marginal moves. It's been, I don't say up uneven because that sounds critical, but it's been interesting.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask you here in a few moments your expectations of what this free agency period was going to be like. Did this meet them, exceed them, disappoint you? Just kind of get your reaction. Toby and I will put our thinking caps on, delve deep into that, talking about the local 53, trying to improve this football team. Where are you at on what they've done in free agency? It's not over. I mean, there's more Michael Gallup type signings. There's more kind of below the radar, not sexy type stuff to find some pieces to fill out your roster. You got to get to 53 somehow. And when you have very little inherited drafted players from the previous regime, which was so abominably terrible, you got to go out and chop this way just fill out a roster. But how do you feel about this free agency period to this point? 800-636-1067. Tobes and I'll take out a shovel. Deep dive next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders made a signing today, signing wide receiver Michael Gallup. He had 1,100 yards in 2019, didn't play last season. He was retired. They signed him for the veteran minimum. March Madness in full swing. 2 games already completed today. 9th-seeded Creighton beat 8th-seeded Louisville 89-75. 4th-seeded Purdue beat 13th-seed High Point 75-63. 2 games going on right now. 3-seed Wisconsin leaves 14-seed Montana 61-50. 11.5 to go in that one. 1-seed Houston taking on SIUE. They lead at the half 52-24. 1-seed Auburn getting underway against 16-seed Alabama State. They just tipped off, and then coming up in just about 15 minutes, 5-seed Clemson will take on 12-seed McNeese. In the NBA, the Celtics have been sold to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Flyers at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals can clinch a playoff spot tonight if they win and get the correct results in the Islanders and Canadiens game tonight. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Just to show you how crazy this tournament can be, Alabama State was shutting out Auburn. Now, granted, it was 10 seconds into the game, but it's now 3-3 as the number 1 overall seed. Auburn Tigers are getting going, just underway. Wisconsin up 13 over Montana in the East region, I do believe, now up 15 as these games kind of continue. A couple finals in the books already, as Tobis has kind of addressed and told you. Creighton beat Louisville earlier. That was a pretty good game until it wasn't. But, man, what a – Purdue, of course, beat High Point. Game we referenced several times in there. But the tournament's underway. This is kind of that window where you're never going to be without 4 games until midnight, basically, right? As the last one sort of winds down. Then we do it all again, rewind it tomorrow. We are here at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. We love it so much. We're happy to hang out. Hopefully you guys come out and see us. Come say hi, high five, watch some matters of sport. Giving away Nats tickets to opening day. We'll do that at 4 o'clock. Also want to remind you that as Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you going to do to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So we teased it, so we're going to pay it off. Tobes, big picture. Washington, the local 53, their offseason is well underway. By all accounts, kind of the major part of it, pre-draft, I would say is done. There'll be some more signings. That's going to happen as markets cool and they kind of go bargain hunting, but they spent a pretty good deal of their cap space. Give me your overall sort of 30,000-foot view here, your impression, your thought, your reaction to their offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this was going to be the offseason to go out and make some big-time moves, and they did with Laramie Tunsil, but kind of outside of that, because this is something we talked about going into the offseason. They're going to have a lot of cap space, which I think we had to be a little bit more nuanced with it and realize, like, they had so many free agents, which I think we've talked about plenty, that in reality, when you look at that big number that was approaching $80 million, it really wasn't 80. It was maybe a little bit less than that because of the fact that you were going to bring back so many of your own, which they did. But it honestly a little bit underwhelming, Danny, outside of the fact that they traded for Tunsil. That's kind of the redeeming move for me. If you were to take the Tunsil move out and they didn't do it, I would say I'd be disappointed because they made the Tunsil move. And I think he's such a big asset for them to help out in the offensive line, to help out at left tackle. I actually think I would give them slightly above what I was expecting just because you got such an impact player. But at this point, the way that everything has been done outside of Tunsil, it's built around what are they going to do through the draft. And they've talked about this, right? Build through the draft. That's the philosophy they want. So I think it makes sense that they're going to still be around that. But kind of at this point for me to grade the offseason, it's going to be dependent on who do you get in the first round? Do you trade down out of the first round and you get a couple extra picks? Because the only guy that I feel, I mean, Debo, I guess, moves the needle a little bit, but you brought back kind of your own guys, which was expected.
And Debo for a fifth is good value, but you're paying him $20 million now, or at least
Could be up to worth that, yeah.
Yeah, 17 million guaranteed. Like, I don't know. I felt a little bit underwhelmed, and then the Tunsil move goes, okay, you're fine. But if they didn't have that Tunsil move, Danny, I really would feel disappointed in what they've done.
So this is actually, I think, a harder question than you think on the surface, right? Because I don't know what we actually expected. There wasn't really, to your point, I think you made a good one. There wasn't room to do a complete roster overhaul with stars. I know they had a lot of cap space, but they also had, 30 of their own free agents?
Yeah, 29.
They resigned, they resigned 18 of them. And again, they're not all huge high-dollar guys, but Zach Ertz deserved a raise.
Yeah, but I mean, suddenly when you have 29 free agents and a couple of them get 8, well, I mean, suddenly that's not a lot of cap space.
Yeah, and Bobby Wagner deserved a raise. And, you start adding those up, then, you run out of space pretty quickly. So now I think they are 16th or 17th, give or take, in terms of cap space. It depends on where you look. I'm looking here at overthecap.com. So there are still teams like the Patriots and the Seahawks who want to clear a bunch of space for who knows whatever reason to kind of lay in wait. The Chargers were trying to get out from some bad contracts to kind of start a new window with Justin Herbert and company. The Raiders have no answer at quarterback. They're in a bad spot. The Lions have actually done a really shrewd job of minimizing some salaries despite having paid the human praying mantis Jared Goff and a bunch of players on offense. So they're going to try to retool as they go. But it's not necessarily like if you have a lot of cap space, you're good. Or if you have a lot of cap space, you're bad. It's just kind of where teams are in their builds and their cycles. So there's some teams up at the top with a lot of room that don't really have much direction. Then there's some that are probably the class of the NFC. See Detroit. Philadelphia kind of maximized right around where Washington is in terms of bringing some guys back and retooling, kind of reloading on the fly. So for me, this was a bigger than I expected offseason. My expectations were not Laramie Tunsil. My expectation, quite honestly, was I'm going to be a little frustrated. I thought, not that this group isn't smart. It always sounds like I'm negative and down on these guys. I couldn't.
Yeah, why do you hate them, Danny?
Why do you hate me? You really do. They're so not Ron Rivera and the Marty Party.
Sure.
It's real NFL general managing leadership. And what I thought was going to happen was only the Bobby Wagners, only the Zach Ertzes, only the Noah Browns. I did not see them trading for Deebo Samuel. I didn't think they would do it. I didn't think they were going to be in on Trey Hendrickson. I didn't think they were going to be in on Myles Garrett if it ever happened, or Harold Landry, who went and signed somewhere. I thought they would just do the thing that they just did and say, look at how good we are. Look at what we just did.
Yeah, run it back.
And which is defensible. I think those that really know, that take their fan glasses off, go, man, you had some good fortune. Doesn't mean you didn't earn it, but it took some pretty miraculous things for that to go your way. You had a rookie quarterback without a run game play ball control. That's not sustainable.
No.
It's not a sustainable way to do stuff. The offensive line really struggled down the stretch, and you could tell that was a priority for them to address it because they did. A defense that was a disaster. That we all know the story. You don't always get the Hail Mary. You don't always have a team with their playoff life on the line miss a kick that 65-70% of the league is going to make in that Atlanta game. Whatever the case, it took a lot of good fortune to get there. Again, they earned it. They were much better than they were the year before. That's obvious. You go from a 4-win team to they were probably a 10-win team. That's still awesome. That's still out kicking what we all thought they could do by 6 wins or 4 wins, whatever. But I think they recognize what a lot of us did. It sounds like we're down on what happened last year. We're not. I had a great time like everybody else did. But I'm kind of going, it may not be that sustainable to have your second leading receiver be Olamide Zaccheaus. It may not be that sustainable to have a running game that totally disappeared in the second half of the season, minus the Tennessee game. That kind of masked a lot of bad. It might not be sustainable to have a defense that couldn't stop either the pass or the run, so you just allow teams to run on you, right? So given all that, I thought they were going to be pretty quiet. And the fact that there are 2 major seismic trades this offseason to go with their usual array of free agency, I'm frankly pretty surprised. So I think I would say, if I've got to pin it down here, if it's met your expectations, exceeded, or below your expectations, I think because of Tunsil and Samuel to a degree, which is a one man's trash, another man's treasure, if he does what he did last year, which frustrated the bleep out of San Francisco fans, would be a godsend for this offense, I think. And maybe I'm overstating it, but again, having the looks that went to Jamison Crowder, De'Ami Brown, non-playoff version, and Olamide Zaccheaus going to Deebo Samuel, I'll take Deebo Samuel every time and twice on Sunday, please and thank you.
Yeah, I think the reason that I'm a little underwhelmed, though, is I thought for sure going into the draft they would be decidedly better. And in some cases they are, and some they're not. Like, I don't think the defense is better, Danny. Like, I don't
Not
think
right now, not on paper.
they're not better than they were last year. So if they're taking a step back and they were already the part of the team that was kind of holding you back, I think the offense is better. Obviously, you've got a legit left tackle, which I don't even know how much you can quantify having just the guy that you can leave over there and allows you to game plan, do stuff differently. I don't even know that we can just perfectly quantify it here on the radio for you. Like, I think it's going to be a huge difference to have that left tackle. So I think they're better there. They have an upgrade of a weapon there with Deebo Samuel, like you mentioned. But if you're, say you've taken one step forward on the offense or two steps forward, however you want to do it, they've taken a step backwards defensively. And so, yes, they're probably overall slightly better. I thought they were going to be decidedly better going into the draft. You also factor in the fact that, they don't have a third-round pick. So you look at some of the picks that are gone, and I get that you'd rather have players over picks in a lot of cases, especially once you've got your quarterback on that rookie deal, see if you can win while he's there on that rookie deal. But I just don't feel like they're significantly better, and I thought they would be. And maybe that was too high of an expectation to set.
Did you think they'd be better everywhere at the end of free agency, or knowing that you can't fix everything at once?
Yeah, I knew they wouldn't fix everything, but I don't. A lot of it comes back to Kinlaw, like we talked a lot yesterday. Like, that doesn't feel like an upgrade to me. And the fact that you're spending 15 there, like, this free agent class wasn't great. And if you come back to me in a couple of 2 months after the draft and they've come away with a legit corner and they've got a edge rusher that they feel like they can depend on, then it'll be a little bit differently. I'm a big draft guy, so part of the frustration for me is I think they've given up a little bit too much of their draft capital. But I just don't feel like they're significantly better. And I thought through free agency, they were going to be able to do a little bit more. They've had to do a lot of it through trade. And maybe that just speaks to how poor the free agent class was.
Or lack of depth or lack of impact. I mean,
Sure.
If you're good, you're getting paid. And you can't be in the business of doing nothing but that, I think, right? Because you could do it once, you can do it maybe even a couple times. But it'd be nice if you could go, oh, here's the best safety on the market, I'll get him. Here's the best corner on the market, I'll get him. The best linebacker, the best whatever. Well, you're out of cap space. And now you can't resign anybody your own and whatever. You got to be somewhat judicious. And you break glass in case of this is a priority. See Tunsil to me. I mean, so I was hoping, frankly, they were going to be in on a couple of the marquee cornerbacks. That was the only spot in free agency where I go, there are a bunch of difference makers right here. Everyone from DJ Reed to Carlton Davis to a couple other guys. Not that I don't like Jonathan Jones. I think he's fine. I mean, let me rephrase. He's a major upgrade from, Michael Davis, St. Juice. You know what I mean? Like, no, thank you. So, and there I'm happy. There's some position flex with him, and I know that's a dirty word around here, with him and Sanders still, where if you motion one inside of the other, I'll banjo that. I got no problem, right? I'll keep one outside, keep one inside. If you try to motion to get me out of it, it's not a bad matchup for me if my guy that can also play in the slot plays in the slot, right? So I may be in the minority on this, but the things that I wanted them to do most this offseason, they did. And I know that we're not allowed to say that because you have to shout about the defense and stopping the run and everything else. But to me, I'm going, I need excellent offensive line play. Not fine, not okay, not getting away with stuff. And they improved 40% of their line with one acquisition in Tunsil. And I think Coleman's an upgrade wherever he ends up. Left guard, right tackle, I don't know.
Sure.
That's number one. And number two, I need another easy playmaker for Jaden Daniels. I can't ask any quarterback, let alone my second-year guy, where it's going to be much tougher next year than it was this year with the schedule and, the league having all access to the film and plenty of time to try to figure it out, to just go, hey, man, be a superhero every single down. It's got to be easier at times. Enter Deebo Samuel for that. That's kind of what I was looking for, maximize and protect.
So that's where I think we disagree is if you were to give me the option, there were two receivers that were traded for late-round picks this year. You had a fifth for Deebo, right? You had a seventh for Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
I think I would have taken Christian Kirk, and I might feel differently. I'm not very high on Deebo. I know he fits what they're trying to do. Deebo's built different.
I think that's to start to cut you off. That's the fundamental difference.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm more bullish on him.
And I think, he fits what you're trying to do, and he's a unique build. He's a unique player. but I want a legit number 2 receiver, and he's not that. And I know, you're not even going to argue for that either. He's more of a weapon, and I think if you could get a guy who is a number 2, and I don't think Christian Kirk at this point in his career is spectacular by any means, but he's a better true receiver than Debo. He can't do the stuff that Debo does, but I feel like I can find someone that can be my weapon, whether it's a running back in the draft or something like that. And I would have felt better if you said traded that 7th, if you had to go up to a 6th to make sure that you got Christian Kirk, if Debo would have gone somewhere else, then I would have much rather that and then spent a 5th rounder on one of these running backs in the class and felt like you could have done something like that. I think that's where our fundamental difference is, where Debo just doesn't move the needle to me. For a lot of people, he does.
Yep. And I think he's a solid player. I don't hate the trade. I know it sounds like I do. I don't hate the trade. Oh, I'm you fine hate with the it. trade. You know how you feel.
But he just doesn't move the needle for me. The only – maybe this is where I think that semantics-wise, the only needle-moving move that they made this offseason so far to
Was
me
Tunsil to
was
you?
Tunsil. And because of that, I thought you were going to see a couple of those. Not like, holy smokes, they did that, but a couple of things where you're like, smart move, shrewd. Outside of Tunsil, I don't feel that.
So here's the – and you can tweet me, by the way, at Funny Danny. Toby's at Toby_Altizer. Got a good one here from Travis. Washington offseason is consistent to last offseason. Fans, once again, will be disappointed because of the lack of big names, but will get over it if they have another great season. Largely, I agree with that. Of course, the great season part. But last year, respectfully, there were a bunch of big names. Austin Eckler was a first-round fantasy draft pick for everybody that played the sport or not a sport, but everyone that played over the last decade. Bobby Wagner's a gold jacket dude. Frankie Louvu is a frontline defender. May not have made $1 billion, but kind of everybody knew it. Zach Ertz had tormented us for years. These were bigger names than, say, I know as you're kind of going down the list, bigger names than Nate Herbig and Jacob Martin and Will Harris and Dietrich Wise. But I think generally the point stands. Here's the optimistic viewpoint. I'm going to throw it out at you. You don't like it, throw it back. I'm going to throw something out. You don't like it, throw it back.
Sure.
Okay. What if they shrewdly went and found guys on that defensive front that more fit what they wanted to do? They inherited a built-in defense, especially that defensive line with all the resources that have been allocated. Now they kind of know who they are and what they'd like to do with it. So enter Dietrich Wise, Eddie Goldman, Kinlaw, who's obviously much talked about. There's more size. There's more heft, if I could say that. Maybe a little bit of an idea of, okay, we've got one guy that we think could be an upfield playmaker in Johnny Newton. I don't know what Deron Payne's going to do in this system or scheme. It may be a matter of time before he's out here. They may be counting down the days for his contract to expire. Not much they could have done with him this offseason, I don't think. Maybe TBD before the draft. Who knows? Something to put a pin in. But maybe they went and found guys up front that fit, and it's going to be a sum of their parts front more so than it is, hey, I'd love Trey Henderson. Because I think they were in on having that superstar that's had 35 sacks over the last 2 years. But maybe there's something to that. If you can't go get the star, maybe get a bunch of guys that fit you better.
Yeah, I like the idea that they're finding, I'm sure it was something where Dan Quinn and Joe Witt sat down with Adam Peters and said, hey, this is what we're looking for in a D lineman. We want these traits. We're going to try to use them in this way. And Peters is throwing some names their way, and they eventually come together and they figure out some guys that they wanted with Martin and Kinlaw and some of these things. It could definitely work. I just think when you're looking at ways to do that, I'm more so worried about some of the stuff with giving up some of the draft picks, more so than probably a lot of other people are, because I look at it and say, what's the old adage? You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you get a guy who's 27, 28, you kind of know what they are. If you can fit them perfectly into the role that they're best fit, then fine, great. But if I get someone who's 22, 23, I can build them into my scheme. I can find ways to enhance some of those things. You still got to find their strengths, but maybe they did identify some stuff where they're like, Kinlaw is still good in this spot. Obviously, Adam Peters is familiar with him. Maybe we can use Martin or Wise or someone in this specific role because we see that they're good at this. They're going to fit our scheme. I think they're smart enough. Like we've talked about plenty, that they deserve the benefit of the doubts, right? Like they showed last year that how many people were excited when Zach Ertz was signed? How many people were over the moon when Wagner was signed or Eckler or any of these guys? It's like you talked about for last offseason, it was like, are we signing these dudes in 2021 or 2024? Like it was a little bit different for those guys going into the season, but they ended up being home run hits. So I trust what they're doing. It's just for me, I expected And maybe this is just being flawed because there really weren't big names that were going to be out there that you could get for a reasonable price. But I expected a little bit more out of the offseason than what I got.
So, you know that I'm a fat guy with a fat soul.
Okay, sure.
I'm trying to not be fat on the outside and really part of the inside, right? But in deep down, in what makes me, I'm a fat guy. I don't know if you noticed what just happened. Did you?
No.
While you were talking? I saw a server walk by with a dish, and I was craning my neck to try to figure out what it was because it looked so good. And that's all I would. You just spoke very well. I don't know what you said for the last 30 seconds because I was trying to figure out, was that popcorn
okay,
shrimp?
hold on.
Was that a special
What
thing?
was it? Do we know?
I don't know, and that's what I'm going to do this commercial break.
We need to find out.
I'm going to try to find out. I'm going to go over there and kind of do an awkward walk by to the tables on the other side of the room to see if I spot it because I want that. Whatever that was, I want.
Yeah, I think it needs to be sitting right here, right next to us, in a couple of minutes. Whatever it was.
I
think it needs to be sitting next to us.
So you've heard Toby and I throw this around. I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do you make of this offseason to this point? Obviously not done yet. We know that there's more free agency coming and that you still may have more Michael Gallup type signings. The draft is coming. We know there's going to be much around that. But what do you make of this Local 53 and their offseason to this point? A couple of headliners, big names in Tunsil and Debo Samuel. And then it's a lot of below the radar. It's a lot of the unsexy stuff that they kind of majored in last year. Rightfully so, I might add. What do you make of it? Toby, I would say whelmed.
Yeah.
Or
Whelmed.
underwhelmed. You're whelmed.
Yeah.
It exceeded my expectations. I'm excited. They did more than I thought they would. I thought we would just get the whelm type signings. We got a couple of headliners to make this offense better and easier for Jaden Daniels, which I'm all about. But what's your reaction? 800-636-1067. Remember, Nationals tickets at 4 to opening day. But your calls on the Washington 53's offseason to this point. Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. In the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to a one-year deal worth a veteran minimum. The Browns signed offensive guard Tevin Jenkins. March Madness in full swing. 2 games already concluded. Number 9, Creighton beat number 8, Louisville, 89-75. 4th-seeded Purdue beat 13th-seeded High Point, 75-63. 3-seed Wisconsin taking care of business against 14-seed Montana. They're winding down. They lead 85-66. 5-seed Clemson just getting underway against 12 McNeese about 2 minutes into that one. That one tied at 2 apiece. 1-seed Houston taking care of business against 16-seed SIU Edwardsville. They lead by 31, 61-30 with just under 12 minutes to go in that one. The other game going on right now, number 1 seed Auburn taking on 16 seed Alabama State. They lead 28-15 with 7.5 to go in the first half of that one. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align effort to make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I mean, the way he can throw that ball, the way he's reading defenses, all the decisions that he makes. I mean, it's uncanny, especially coming from a rookie. I just want to get behind that train, just be a reliable target for him.
I believe that was Michael Gallup from his press conference here, Tobes. Get used to it. Sorry.
Michael Gallup, Commanders wide receiver.
Well, I mean that part of it, but also the new player comes and starts talking about how awesome Jaden Daniels is thing. That has not gotten old for me yet. It might in like 10 years, 12 years.
Probably never.
15 years in. But man, and no, you as a young person, Tobes, you know part of it. You've been here. But for a lot of us, wandering in the desert, thirsty for that beverage for so long.
I didn't get the 40 years of wandering. I just came in about, like halfway through.
Since Joe Theismann broke his leg, I've been looking. There have been some good moments, whether it was, Mark Rippon not getting touched for 16 weeks, whether it was Brad Johnson in 99 dealing and shenanigans by the former owner who can kiss 100% of my tuchus. There have been nice seasons in between. Kirk O'Chains, we know the rest.
Mm-hmm.
But there hadn't been this thing. The thing where the whole league is going, oh, my God, this dude's incredible. We have that. And so you get players who want to come out of retirement to come play for them. Players that, had other choices that might want to go play. It's not going to be everybody. It's not going to be every single player that you get. This is a league. Everybody's competing. But it's nice to hear. What do you think? I think Jaden Daniels is great. I can't wait to play with him. Sorry, it's awesome.
Yeah, and I think, too, like, not only do you bring guys out of retirement like Michael Gallup, I think dudes like Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, I don't know if they would have retired if this team would have gone 4-13 again, but I can guarantee you one thing. They wanted to come back and play with Jaden Daniels one more time just to see if they can get over the top. So it re-energizes a whole team worth of people, whether it's young guys or old guys. It's great to have that dude here.
When we blitz the Beltway at 4, gives you a chance to win your Nationals opening day tickets. We'll do that there. Got some NFL rule changes that have been proposed. We'll talk about that in the 4 o'clock hour. And our series of spring training interviews continues. We caught up with new Nats third baseman Paul DeYoung. He was awesome, was great to chat with. And this is kind of like a Local 53 type signing here, Tobes.
Yeah.
I can't believe there wasn't any market for the guy. I can't believe they signed him for as little as they signed him for. And in terms of bargains, you're not going to find a better one in baseball, honestly, than a guy basically making the league minimum, Jake Taylor from Major League style, who can hit more than 20 homers at a position that's kind of a vacuum and an empty space, all with all due respect to Jose Tena or whoever they chart over there until Brady House is ready. But that is a tremendous deal that, if it doesn't work out, doesn't cost you very much at all. I can't believe there wasn't much more market for that dude, but whatever. He was wonderful with us. We'll play that for you in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, value-wise, I don't know that you can do better than Paul DeJong for $1 million.
Yeah.
A guy that could potentially give you some pop at the bottom of the lineup. He's not going to have to do a whole lot. He's going to bat, 6th or 7th, somewhere around there, but play a good third base, and there was a hole there. So to fill a hole for $1 million in any sport is worth it.
That ain't bad. Yeah, he's pretty good over there at third base. I was impressed with him in spring training. But topic of the moment, 800-636-1067, also happens to be our little teeny tiny Grant and Danny's poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Visit dcmetropolitanmoving.com. What's your assessment of the Washington Commanders offseason so far? Excited, satisfied, underwhelmed, indifferent? You got 33 1/3 people just like me saying excited, 40% saying satisfied. So are you unsatisfied or are you whelmed? That's whelmed to me.
Yeah, I would be whelmed.
Whelmed.
You're
not underwhelmed.
No, it's not hugely disappointing, but I am whelmed.
Underwhelmed 15% and indifferent around 6%. So if you're scoring at home, and I'm sure you are, anytime there's a poll, you're anxiously awaiting the updates in real time. Pretty much 75% of people are fine with it or excited about it. I think that's kind of the theme here. 800-636-1067 is the number. Your reaction to the offseason. Let's go to line 2. Dez and Waldorf. Where are you at on this offseason for Washington?
Hey, I'm excited, man. I feel a lot of what you guys were saying, but I kind of got a couple reports, man. Especially with the offense, I really like what we did with the offense. I feel like, man, we're gonna have 6 pass catchers on the field at one time before people were able to run the ball with Jada, Eckler, B-Rob and Devo. When it comes to the defense, though, I feel like we did a lot of better job than people giving us credit for. They acting like Jay Allen wasn't hurt most of last year, and our D-line wasn't terrible. We done added a whole lot of big bodies up there, to stop the main thing, which is a rush. And as far as the draft, Tobes, you said you was a draft guy. But, dude, the last 2 years, Mel Kiper, Louis Riddick, all them guys, they've been talking about the 2025 draft and how bad it's going to be for 2 years now. They literally only been saying that the edge rushers and the safeties are going to be good.
Yeah. No, it's a sharp point, Des. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for the call. It's a good one. And that's the thing. Think about it. Now,
Definitely
it's not 1-to-1, obviously. There are players in every draft. When we think a draft stinks, sometimes guys turn out great or otherwise. But think of the NBA draft, right, where there was a great year to get the number 1 overall pick. Some guy named Victor Wembanyama was the number 1.
Yeah, I've heard of that guy.
Then there's another year that's not that great a year to get the number 1
Anthony
pick,
Bennett.
right? Yeah, Anthony Bennett. Or you can name that name.
Ben Simmons.
Or, this past year, honestly, it wasn't that exciting for Atlanta to get Zachary Reese-Shea, I promise.
No.
Nice piece.
Would you rather have, Reese-Shea or Cooper Flag?
The answer is Reese-Shea, right? No. Oh, dude, I messed up. Oh, I'm so bad at this. Yeah, of course it's Flag. That's the deal, right? Sometimes it's bad luck. So this year, again, it may be, we don't love the guys that we would have taken in round 3. Or there's a certain year where you go, man, you're the 5th guard off the board in round 3 is better than guys that are first rounders 2 years ago at that same spot. You never know. These guys are going to be right and wrong about a million things, but at least there's confidence in that level of evaluation, that 3D chess that you need GMs and smart executives to play that leads to good value decisions. So we talked about this a bunch, Tobes, in general, when it came to the 2019 Nationals, right? People that read Michael Lewis's Moneyball, and if you haven't, I highly suggest it. Even if you're not a baseball fan, it's really insightful, really smart. Michael Lewis is a great author. But the point wasn't on base percentage. That was the takeaway that everybody came out, and that's kind of the thing they made in the movie. Mm-hmm. The point was to find the weakness in the market that's undervalued by teams and exploit that to try to compete. So the A's haven't just been an on-base percentage machine. Once they started doing that, well, everyone else started doing that. And now you're paying, and in his prime, Johnny Gomes, more money than you're paying, some all-star. So, okay, well, what's undervalued? Defense and strikeouts, so we'll do that. Now that everybody appreciates strikeouts, what's undervalued? Base running, so we'll do that. The point is, when something is overvalued, you can take advantage another way. And I actually happen to believe, I give enough benefit of the doubt to this front office, Topes, that's what they did. I think they said everybody's so busy hoarding some of these draft picks that are more often than not, De'Ami Browns, again, non-playoff De'Ami Brown because that's Jerry Rice, but more often De'Ami Brown where you've got 30 catches in 3 years. And I could use that to go get my starting left tackle for the next decade. I could use that to go get Debo Samuel, who's going to be impactful for me and be my number 2 receiver or whatever. So I think they kind of went, here's what's undervalued. Here's where everybody's paying a premium. We don't want to go win bidding wars to pay premiums for some of these premium spots. You can do it once or twice, but you can't major in it. Maybe that's the thinking.
Yeah, the other thing that I think they did a good job with, and you're right about this draft, and the caller was right. This isn't a draft that is as deep as some we've seen in the past, and it doesn't maybe have the high-level talent, but I still think there's some good guys that you can get in this draft. But
of course, there will be, yes.
I think the thing that they did a good job of, and Ron would talk about this sometimes, but I don't know that he would always do the best job of it, is saying that we're going to fill our needs so that when it comes time for the NFL draft, we're not sitting there at 29 like, well, it's got to be edge rusher.
Have to do,
We got to do that. It really doesn't matter. I don't think that's going to be the case where I think that's probably their most glaring need is edge rusher. But if they decided to go corner at 29, if they don't trade out of the pick, you don't blame them. They're totally fine. If they were to step on the football field right now, they would feel equipped, which I think they've done a good job of, where now you go into 29 and that's a luxury, whether you want to say, okay, we can move back because we want to make sure that we get a couple extra picks in the second round, or you say, we're going to take this edge rusher, or if they really want to get aggressive, maybe James Pierce or someone they love at edge rusher is still there at 22, and they're like, you know what, let's go get that guy.
Let's do that.
So that they can maneuver and kind of do whatever they want. They can go best player available, which is generally the best idea to do in the draft anyway. So they've done a good job setting themselves up for that. And like I said, I'm more of the draft guy than probably a lot of people. It's something that I really enjoy. It's my favorite time of the year outside of, the actual football season. It's my favorite part of the offseason. So I think for a lot of people, maybe they don't look at it this way, but I think what you're going to be able to do is improve this team through the draft for years to come. And I think they've forfeited a little bit of that with some of these draft picks, but you get stud players like Laramie Tunsil, and I'm never going to argue with that.
So don't look now. But Alabama State with possession late in the first half, down 3 against Auburn.
Oh.
And they'll be going to the line with a chance to cut it down to 1. Yeah, we talked about this the other day. In fact, it was yesterday I think we talked about it, Tobes. There's something to surviving that first 4, and you get a little juice.
Yeah.
You get a little momentum, and all of a sudden the number 1 overall seed that's coming in, by the way, lost 3 or 4 themselves, is feeling a wee bit puckered, sir. Beltway Blitz at 4, chance to win Nationals tickets. Next, the double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I have a critical bit of information that I have owed you guys this entire show. I haven't even updated Toby as to this. He's totally in the dark as to what's happened. It's something I promised to give you guys yesterday, and I can't believe you've gone this far without knowing it. I will tell you that next on The Fan. G&D with you on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Toby. He's here hanging out at Tap Sports Bar, hopefully with you. Knock off work a little bit early. Come on by, eat some delicious foodstuffs as we are wont to do. Reminder, just 15 minutes away from your chance to win Nationals opening day tickets. We will give those away. Got a couple more chances to win tomorrow morning at 8 on the Junks, noon B. Mitch and Finley, and then 4 o'clock with us. But you're running out of time. Opening day is a week from today, people. Get on board. A couple other notes I want to give you guys. 4 o'clock will Beltway Blitz. There's a litany of rule change proposals in the National Football League. We will break some of those down. I'll talk about some of the ones we like, don't like, and rules that we would change, certainly, as this kind of comes up, an inevitable part of the offseason when the counter's a little bit slower for the NFL. But it's time, as we always do, 3:45 on a weekday. We're going to do a little thing we like to call the double play. The double play has a read here, Darius, and you're probably trying to figure out why I don't know where it is. There it is at the top of the page, just like you put it right at the top. I circled right by it. You're like, Danny, why don't you just do the read? I'm like, it's right in front of me. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on a rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. So I promised you guys a huge piece of information. Something I can't believe you guys have gone this far. It's almost 4 o'clock without 2+ hours of the show. Tobes. Played pickup hoops last night. My first time back on the court in a while. Not in very good shape normally, especially bad with a couple of weeks off. I missed 1 week because of illness, 1 week because of a vasectomy, and now I am back on the court. So we played in a new gym last night. The spring season's on Wednesdays, not Tuesdays. Normally you're looking for updates on Wednesdays after Tuesday night.
Sure,
that's now
of course.
Thursday and Wednesday. So I know everyone's going to be
Threw you
thrown
off by a day, but yeah, of
everyone's going to get used to the schedule again. So streaky in terms of the shooting. I had a couple of games where I knocked down a few threes, a couple games I couldn't find it. That happens when you're fatigued, and at the end it was pretty bad. Had a few passes that I was pretty proud of. But again, I have no explosion, no ability to do anything other than just kind of linger around and hope it kind of goes my way. Defensively got my ass kicked per normal. So the big deal from the game last night, and we're playing, I try to be a good teammate, a good pickup teammate, and not just shoot every time down.
Of course,
like
yeah.
I could, I feel like.
I wish my pickup teammates were like
and
that.
I don't. So one of the things I do is I'll make sure Jerry's a true point guard. I was playing with Jerry a lot last night, so I'll give Jerry the ball. Craig is in great shape, so Craig moves around a lot. So I was trying to screen for Craig, little back screen. I'm down on the block, Craig's on the wing. I'm going back screen. So if my guy doesn't help, Craig's back door. If my guy does help, I can now pop it either for a shot. Now they're running at me. Maybe Craig's open. Maybe I can reverse it. Anyway, it's a thing you don't normally see, so I'm doing a little back screen. Well, so let's set up the scene here. Brian, who's physical, is guarding Craig, okay? Brian, is a little bit my age, a little bit older maybe.
Sure.
Moves around pretty well for a guy his age, but he's not afraid of contact. He's a physical dude, physical player. Good player, clean, right? I think it's his nephew, Matt, who comes sometimes. Matt's a brick house, left-handed shooter. Matt does the kind of thing where he's like, all right, I'm driving left, and like 4.5 minutes later, he's still driving left and gets a shot off because he's stout. He's got that Corliss Williamson, if you know your Arkansas Razorbacks history, type game. Good player. So Matt's covering me, and Brian is covering Craig. So I go to set the screen for Craig. Matt doesn't call a screen out.
Oh.
So Matt doesn't say anything,
tough.
and I'm going, hey, uh-oh. It's all happened in slow motion. Like, I'm here. Brian doesn't know I'm here. Craig is going to take off running. I now, it's going to be an effective screen, but oh, crap. Like, this is not what we're here for. We're here to get some exercise in and knock down some shots. So Brian, no fault of his own, is trying to run with Craig. Kind of reaches his arm out to sort of, as you start running, as you do. So basically, it's a forearm to my chin first and into my chest.
Oh,
which knocks me back, and I'm not dizzy, not my bell run kind of thing, but wasn't comfortable. But the real thing, knee to knee. Oh, Tubbs,
brutal.
Now, anybody who's done the knee to knee bit, there's always somebody that's like, oh, hey, our knee's hit. And the other person is like writhing in pain, and it's that funny bone feeling, but in your knee. My knee today is still jacked up. I'm limping around here like I just finished a Thursday night football game. Like I just made 60 tackles in a game. I can't sit. I can't stand. I woke up a dozen times last night trying to fall asleep because the thing is bad. I'm like worried this is more significant than just me being an old fart. So that's the update.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
Hopefully it's nothing too bad. I have torn my ACL and screwed up my meniscus,
Oof.
and hopefully it's none of those things.
I hope it's none of those things. I was going to try to get some people to play pickleball today. I was going to try to play myself before we came to Tap Sports
Sure,
Bar.
of course.
And I'm going, I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, not today, not
I
after
don't, think
that.
I don't think I'm doing that. If I had to do like yard work today, I'd probably have to wear like one of those knee sleeve things. You know, it ain't right, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm struggling.
not great. It's time for my double play. So,
See, he wasn't. Yeah,
there we go.
Because he wasn't ready. The voice guy wasn't
Sure.
ready. And
Yeah,
he's,
I
oh
got
my
it.
God! Now
He's
he had
gotta
to put his
warm up.
headphones
He's got to warm
on.
up. I got it.
That's
I
old
got
thing,
it. Look, I mean, we're on remote. They're watching games like us. I get it.
I mean, yeah,
a little
yeah,
distracted.
yeah,
I get it. So this isn't great, but we were down in West Palm, as you know, for a couple of days, and so I got home last night, and there is nothing to eat in the fridge.
Yeah.
And Danny, I'm too lazy to go to the grocery store during the middle of the week a lot of times because, we're getting done at 6:30 with traffic. By the time I'm getting back to my area around 7:30, I'm like, maybe I just – so I am in now a bad spot, Danny, where we went out every single night when we were in West Palm, obviously, because we're not cooking at the Airbnb.
Right, it's not a thing.
And I think it's going to be through the end of this week, too, because there's still nothing to eat. So last night I went out and got a steak. Thankfully, we've got some stuff here at Tap, so I might get something at Tap before I get out of here tonight. And then tomorrow, we're looking at a bad situation here, Danny, where I might need to give your boys over at Co-Pair a call. I'm just eating out a little bit too much, Danny. We're eating. I don't know the last time I've made a home-cooked meal. Maybe need to. I got some stuff in the fridge or freezer that maybe I could thaw, but it's just a little bit too lazy. And I don't know that during the NCAA tournament is the time that I want to go shopping and cooking.
There's some dudes I know who are good at this sort of thing, right? Where they relish that stuff, even when they were single dudes. They love the idea of like going and getting something fresh and making it for themselves and being a part of it. I don't have the bandwidth or the energy to like go shopping, figure out a recipe, cook something, and have it not taste terrible. Like, to me, the whole thing is such a hassle. Like, when I was a single person, I ate carry out, delivery, whatever, every single night. And it's a huge waste of money, to your point. Not a waste, it's enjoyable food. You know what I mean? It's a big expense, and it's part of why I need the folks at Co-Pair. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were a disaster on that front. And I'm still going, I'm in shape. No, I'm not. I haven't been in shape in a long time. That was like, when I'm like 25, 26, 27. Oh, I wish I could do it. I wish I could do it right.
I've been hurting myself in that I've basically had a plan to try to get in shape, get to the office early and work out a little bit, do some different stuff. A couple times a week, just not nothing ridiculous. I've done it a couple of times this year, but then I always have an excuse as to why I can't start. I've got, obviously, the West Palm trip. I've got this and that. I've got food. I've come up with a million different excuses, and we're almost to April now, and I still haven't even gotten a plan yet.
Yeah, little New Year's resolution.
It's not even one of those things, Danny, where it was like I'm just consciously not doing. Like, I think about it all the time.
You didn't check
I could
the
easily
date.
do it.
It was a 2026 New Year's resolution.
Yeah, I haven't even been like, I give up on it. Like, but we're middle of March now, so I don't know. Maybe we need to make a lifestyle change. I'm not the most disciplined and self-motivated person, so we're running into some problems there. But we'll figure it out.
We will figure it out. That's how we do the double play. We do it every day, 3:45, except for Friday where we went off the field, people. We're at Tap Sports Bar watching the tournament games. Houston's closing in on a blowout win. They look like a legit contender here against an overmatched SIU Evansville, Edwardson State Tech. I don't know where Edwardsville is, but I know that they're going to be a one and done here. McNeese is giving Clemson the business right now. Again, I love it. The tournament is so wonderful. We have plenty more to come on this program. Beltway Blitz time here when we come back, and your chance to win opening day Nationals tickets. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, a couple of signings today. The Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup. He had 1,100 yards for the Cowboys in 2019. Didn't play last season. He was retired, but he signed for the veteran minimum today. The Browns also signed offensive guard Tevin Jenkins. March Madness in full effect. The first full day of the NCAA tournament. A couple of games already completed. Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66. And Houston beat SIUE 78-40. Two games going on right now. One seed Auburn with a little bit of a struggle, but they end up by 10 at the half over Alabama State 41-31. And 12 seed McNeese dominating fifth seeded Clemson so far. They lead 23-8 with just under 7 minutes to go in the first half of that one. VCU about to tip off with BYU in a couple of minutes. Georgia going to take on Gonzaga coming up at 4:30. In the NBA, the Celtics were sold today to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion. And in hockey, the Caps taking on the Flyers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm going to need caller 9 right now at 800-636-1067. You have won 2 tickets to the Washington Nationals opening day, Thursday, March 27th versus Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day T-shirt for the complete national schedule and tickets. Visit thefandc.com. Every afternoon, we do the thing. It's called the Beltway Blitz, but I want to wish you all good dialing and good luck. Chance to win those tickets right now, obviously, and then tomorrow morning at 8 with the Junks, noon with JP and B-Mitch, and lastly, tomorrow at 4 p.m. with us. Let's start a little Beltway Blitz. What's going on in DC Sports on the local hardwood, please, Darius? Our pal Gene Wong in the Washington Post, talking Terps, talking tourney with us here. Gene, Maryland tips off tomorrow, I believe, in the afternoon. Break down that matchup for us against the Grand Canyon team. There are probably not a lot of folks here out east know much about.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be an easy game. None of these games are in the tournament, usually in the first round, unless maybe you're a 1 seed. But, Grand Canyon's coached by Bryce Drew. We all remember him hitting a miraculous shot to beat Ole Miss on, 30 years ago during the Valparaiso's run to the Sweet 16. So he knows about March. He knows what it takes to win in March. He knows about being the underdog. So I'm sure Grand Canyon is going to be well prepared. But the Terps always say it's about them, not about the opponent necessarily. So if Maryland plays like they have been, you can expect them to win. The one Achilles for them, as we know, has been close games, 1 possession games down to the wire. They've lost the last 4 of those. So they really need to get that corrected going into the NCAA tournament.
Any concern with the travel, having to go all the way out to Seattle, and how do they combat that? Do they go out there on Monday or Tuesday?
Kevin Willard said this the other day, and he's on point, that one thing about being in the Big Ten, you travel everywhere with the addition of, the West Coast teams. They've played in Seattle. They've played at Washington. They know the travel schedule. They know the routine. They know the hotel they want to stay in. It's down to where they're going to eat. I mean, everything's kind of become a routine now. So it's one of the ancillary benefits of joining the Big Ten is that travel, especially in this case when they're in Seattle where they've already been this season.
Gene, probably a longer philosophical discussion than our abbreviated format here on the Beltway Blitz. But
yeah,
what should Maryland be? In other words, this is my anecdotal feeling. Half the fan base, and these won't add up to 100%, but half the fan base thinks they should be a Final Four team every year, which is delusional. And the other half of the fan base is like, I'm so happy that, I don't know why they're from the Midwest, but I'm so happy we just made the tournament and it's fun. It should be somewhere in between. I don't know where that somewhere is. Yeah.
So somewhere is, you should expect Sweet 16 every season. That's fair, I think. Catch lightning in a bottle every now and then with Gary, and you have a chance of winning the national championship. I think that's fair to expect. It's fair not to expect them to play them out in the first round of the NCAA tournament every year, to be competitive in the Big Ten every year, to have a chance to win that conference. This year they finished second. Last year was an anomaly. They were 16 and 17. Kevin Willard retooled the roster. We saw what happened. They hit on every guy in the portal. And that's kind of what basketball is now. It's a year-to-year thing. But I think it's fair for Maryland fans to expect them to be a Sweet 16 team every year. And if they get on a hot streak, maybe have a Final Four run.
Is there a singular player that you think is the X factor, or is the beauty of Maryland that they've got that starting five that's really good and they kind of all rely on each other?
I will tell you that I think Jordan Geronimo, their first guy off the bench, can be an X factor because the bench had not been doing great until the Big Ten tournament, and Jordan Geronimo scored 11 points. And Tifar Gapare, who was healthy at the beginning of the year, missed about 2 weeks with an illness, lost like 15 pounds, is now back to full strength. So those two guys off the bench could really be X factors because you don't really expect Maryland's bench to contribute a ton.
Gene, elsewhere, it's got a big picture in this bracket. Houston, unbelievably impressive. I mean, it's a 116 matchup, but it looks like a Calvin Sampson team. Like 7 guys that are all incredibly muscular, between 6'4" and 6'10", jumping over everything in their way. Just relentless, physical, and incredible. They look great, but Auburn a little bit shaky there in the first half, ultimately up 10. These one seeds are interesting to me this year. I feel like the top half of college basketball, not top half, but top group, separated from the rest, but there's some vulnerability there. Maybe just give me your thoughts.
No, there is, because we say to Auburn, they stumbled down the stretch, right? Stumbled, I use it very loosely. Someone asked Bruce Pearl, are they panicking? He's like, yeah, we're panicking. We lost to Tennessee, Florida, Alabama. We're panicking. I mean, no, the SEC's a grind, okay? Auburn's still going to be Auburn. Houston reminds me a lot of Michigan State. Like, they're never going to overwhelm you offensively, but I think they're number one in KenPom in defensive efficiency. They will choke the living life out of you, and they can dictate that pace. So that's why they're so dangerous.
How far do you have Maryland going?
I think I was Sweet 16 for at least. And if they are shooting the three, if they can hit from the outside, I firmly believe it's a Final Four level team with those 5 starters. You ask any coach in the country to compare Maryland starters to theirs, they'll tell you Maryland's starting 5 is as good as any in the country. That includes Alabama. That includes Florida. And I think Florida's probably going to win the whole thing. And I'm not alone in that. But starting 5-wise, I would put Maryland head-to-head with any of those programs.
Does it feel like the Big Ten is due for a huge tourney here? I can't remember what they all run together for me, Gene, but it felt like there was a year where they had like 14 teams and none of them made out of the opening weekend or something like that, right?
I will tell you that I have Michigan State advancing deep too, because this is a problem that I have only in Lansing. The fans are on Izzo for not having made the Final Four since 2019. What a bad program, right? They haven't been in the Final Four in 5 years. God forbid, right? God forbid. So, and Izzo really, the players have a chip on their shoulders. They have experience. They have Jace Richardson, one of the best freshmen in the country. So, yeah, we know Maryland. We saw what Michigan did in the Big Ten tournament. So they got a lot of programs that could go far in this NCAA tournament.
Gene, have a safe trip out to Seattle. Great coverage as always.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, buddy.
Let's talk some Caps, Darius. Joining us now from the Associated Press is Stephen Wino to talk about those Capitals. Give us a preview of the game tonight against the Flyers.
Well, Charlie Lindgren starts the Capitals tonight. Alex Ovechkin 8 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record, and Capitals have won 7 of their last 8 games. They have a chance to be the first team in the NHL to clinch a playoff spot this season. They were the last team to clinch a playoff spot last year. They got in their game 82 on that TJ Oshie empty net goal. That would be the first time since 1980 that a team who was the last to clinch a previous season becomes the first to clinch. But the Philadelphia Flyers are in town. They've been in the tank really for the last couple of months, especially since the trade deadline. And I think it's going to be a juiced up crowd tonight.
Good nugget by Swano there about 1980. I mean, that's not that recent history. Oh wait, it's 45 years. Swano, this is a relative complaint because, as you said, I think what do they want? 7 of their last 8. It feels like they're still not playing their best hockey for 60 minutes. It feels like if they're in a close game, they're going to turn on and win. See the other night, 1-1 deep into the third against Detroit until it wasn't. They went 4-1 going away. But it feels like they haven't played their best Capitals hockey consistently just yet, and they're still in such a great place. It both speaks to them, how good they are, but also you kind of go, I'd love for you to be playing your best hockey when it comes postseason time.
Yeah, Danny, and I think that's part of the issue is it's hard to fake urgency. Like when you're facing a team like the Red Wings, like the Rangers or the Canadians who are in playoff chases and need these wins, need these points in the standings, it's hard to fake that. And the Capitals have such a cushion atop the Metropolitan Division, atop the Eastern Conference, that what's motivating them right now is this Alex Ovechkin record chase. And clearly they want to get into the playoffs and they want home ice advantage and all those things, but they have had such a big lead for so long that you can allow bad habits to sort of creep into your game, and you're not going to do that. The question is really, can they sort of build that game up over the next 3.5 weeks until the playoffs start, to where it doesn't matter you're peaking now. You want to be peaking when the playoffs start.
Yeah, I mean, how do they do that? Is that something that Coach Carbs is kind of preaching to them in the dressing room, and they just kind of got to go out there and do that? Are they going to rest some guys? Are they going to find some ways to do like you said? It's kind of hard to fake that urgency, and they just frankly are not going to have a lot of that down the stretch because they're so far ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's where Spencer Carberry is going to earn the Jack Adams Award as Coach of the Year. He has always been good at sort of pushing the right buttons with this team from the time he took over before last season, of sort of adjusting their game along the way. And it's sort of keeping that carrot out there for them. Okay, first of all, you get into the playoffs. You're trying to get Alex Ovechkin this gold record before the end of the regular season. You'd really love to win the division. You really love to get home ice in the Eastern Conference, and just sort of almost like building blocks along the way. Let's treat this as a 4-game segment. Let's sort of split up the season into achievable goals, and hope that with that you're able to kind of get yourself into a mode, because there's a lot of teams who are playing down the stretch who are not in a playoff position, not in a playoff race. And Barry Trotz always used to say you kind of like playing teams in it because you know what kind of structure and stuff you're going to get. Instead, you get sort of recklessness and unpredictability. What the Capitals need to make sure they do is build some predictability in their game.
So I know last year they had one guy score north of 30 goals. It was Ovechkin with his renaissance second half. Tom Wilson has already done it. Alexei Podix is about to do it. And, of course, you add in Ovechkin to that group. What a turnaround offensively. It's not a huge, 7 or 8, 9 or 10 new pivotal players. Obviously, they added in free agency. But to me, this is such a remarkable turnaround offensively year over year. What do we attribute that to?
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot of guys having career years all at the same time. And there's a little bit of luck that goes into that. But it is Spencer Carberry and sort of having this team playing the right way. And you take a combination of that, and they're getting good enough goaltending where they're not pumping their shoulders and figuring, we need to win games 2-1. They can win games 4-2, 5-3, that sort of thing, because they have this sort of scoring potential to it. But there's more talent. There's more talent on the roster than last year. And when you have all that talent, you've got guys slotted in the lineup where opponents have to figure out who do you defend, who do you try to stop. And it's not just having to stop Alex Ovechkin. It's now you got to worry about Pierre-Luc Dubois. You got to worry about Alexei Krunis. All up and down the line. Connor McMichael was the Caps' best player, arguably, for the first month and a half of the season. But they've got so many different sort of secondary scoring options that it really throws opponents off.
Steven, appreciate the time, man. Always good to talk.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, brother.
Let's talk a little Commanders, Darius. Joining us to talk Commanders is a guy who's sitting courtside at a NCAA tournament game, VCU BYU.
I love it.
It is Michael Phillips. Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, 8-6 right now. VCU up at the first media timeout. We're out in Denver, Mile High City, I believe they call it. Just dropping a little local knowledge on you fellas.
I love that. Did they do the thing where they warn you about the altitude 7 billion times?
They did something better at the press conference yesterday. I swear every single reporter in the greater Denver area was there, and every question they asked was some variation of like, obviously you've never been this high before. What are you going to do about it tomorrow? And I thought they had a good answer, and the answer was, we're going to play basketball. But they didn't seem to like that answer.
That's pretty good. Real quick, we'll get into the Commanders in a second. How far does VCU go in the tournament?
Well, a lot of people are picking the winner of this game to upset Wisconsin in the next one. This is a 50-50 game. BYU likes to run. They want to win 90-89. VCU likes to play defense, make a little bit of a rock fight, maybe win 60-59. So we're going to see a couple teams try to impose some pace here over the next couple hours. Very good basketball team at VCU. You guys know the reputation. They haven't won a tournament game since 2016. So looking to break a little bit of a slump here today.
Yeah, how about that? I want to get a couple more courtside. As soon as it comes back from commercial break, I'm going to have you stand up and wave awkwardly, see if we can see you on TV.
I'm on the left side, lower left corner as you're watching.
All right. So it's still – okay, here we go. We're back. I'm looking at let me see, Dana Jacobson doing a story. Looks like she's doing a story about tater tots. How close to her are you? Can you see her?
So as VCU is attempting to score, you'll see me at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to hold up my blue Powerade cup for a second here. See if you can grab it.
Wait,
Yeah.
we're doing one shots
I
on
love this.
people.
I love
Yeah.
this.
All right, hold on. Play's about to start. Ball's inbounding now. Where are you? Blue cup. Wave it.
I'm trying to
I
see.
don't
I
spot
can't.
it.
I
Dang
can't
it.
see.
This may stun you. We are a touch ahead of live action here than you guys are on TV.
No, I know, but there's
I think I see a cup.
No,
I
there's
think
a
I saw a cup.
There's a score bug in the way. Could you?
I think I saw a cup in the
Wait,
bottom.
that's him. That's him. That's him. That was him. That was him.
We
Okay.
spotted you.
Okay, we got it.
We got you.
All right. Now that that's over, Michael, Washington signed Michael Gallup, and my initial reaction was, all right, guys, throw out the rundown. We got to lead the show with it. This is Michael Gallup. He went for 1,100 yards as Dallas's number 2. And Toby, who I'm doing the show with today, obviously, is like, dude, he was out of football last year. And I'm like, wait, what? And I had to obviously take a second to process it. He didn't have that many yards combined over the last 3 years that he was playing, basically. This is not the marquee signing maybe that I thought it was. How do you see him fitting in, if at all?
Yeah, the highlight reel is good, but the recent production is lacking. But you keep in mind, this isn't just about getting stars or building for Jane Daniels. This is also about a team that lost a lot of guys to free agency this year and is still in a lot of ways purging the Ron Rivera era, right? They're still, turning over this whole 53-man roster. And so, they're going to need to make depth signings, signings that maybe give them the opportunity to see if guys still have it late in their career. Certainly Austin Eckler was a great example of that last year, a signing that in the moment everybody's like, he's done. Zach Ertz to an extent, but I think people respected the veteran savvy there, so to speak. But yeah, with Gallup, if you get something great, if you don't get something, you move on. But they need to fill probably 30 to 40 roster spots between now and training camp. So they're not all going to be marquee guys.
We were kind of kicking this around a little bit earlier in the show. How do you feel like what they've done so far is compared to the expectations you had going into the offseason? It sounded like Danny had a little bit lower expectations than I did, so he's kind of happy with what they've done, and I had maybe a little bit higher expectation and not, underwhelmed, but a little bit whelmed on what they've done. Where would you land on that?
Yeah, I'm feel good with what was available and what they did with what was available. I think in a perfect world would have been a stronger free agent class, would have been more out there. I think also they've traded some draft picks away, which really surprised me given how much Adam Peters loves the draft. But everything you're hearing is that this is an underwhelming draft class. And so I think in a lot of ways they got lucky to have the number 2 pick when they did. If they had it this year, probably wouldn't be as transformational for the franchise. They've got lucky to have the opportunities they did last year. But this year, I think everybody's navigating a market where there just aren't a lot of big names out there to get. And so it's tough for me to deduct points if they don't make the signings that aren't available to them, if that makes sense.
It does. Michael, back to a VCU-related thing. I actually don't know the answer to this, and I figured nobody better than you at courtside at a VCU game to pick the brain up. How do VCU fans feel about Will Wade?
Yeah, so they don't like him. That he's the only one. He's the only one in the sequence of former coaches who they straight up don't like. Refer to him as the snake sometimes. He is unquestionably. I got to know him pretty well. He is unquestionably a brilliant basketball mind. He is unquestionably a winner. He's up 31-13 right now on Clemson.
They are spanking Clemson.
You better be ready for the rest of the show too.
Yeah, it is quite a show. Michael, always good to chat. Go Rams.
All right, take care, guys.
Enjoy, buddy. That is an outstanding job there, by the way.
That's awesome.
Okay, I think we saw him, right? Because he was kind of half standing.
Yeah.
Everyone else, because he was in the media row, everybody else was not standing, and he kind of stood up and made it awkward and waved his cup.
Yeah.
And I think if he could you probably can't hear me anymore, Michael, but if you could turn around and wave, that would be very kind.
Just hold up a sign. Hi, Danny. Hi, Toby.
Danny.
Whatever it is.
Whatever. Yeah, exactly right. That's funny. Appreciate all those guys. That's how we Beltway Blitz, people. Coming up next, the NFL's proposing some rule changes, or some teams are proposing the NFL more directly and accurately. We're going to go through some of those proposals, ones we like, ones we don't like, and then we'll talk about some rules that just simply have to change. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. March Madness in full swing. Games already completed today. Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66. And Houston beat SIUE 78-40. 4 games going on right now. Auburn leads Alabama State 54-36. McNeese all over Clemson in the first half. They lead 31-13 at halftime. VCU and BYU about 8 minutes into that one. VCU with a 17-14 lead. Georgia and Gonzaga are going to tip off in just a couple of minutes. In the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to the veteran minimum. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Flyers at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That's how it goes sometimes, Tubbs, with this this NCAA tournament thing. Alabama State in the first half was, I think, within 2 maybe of Auburn. You blink, they're down 18.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping, the run was going to end sometime, but it looks like it might be here this afternoon against the number 1 team in the land, the Auburn Tigers. Welcome back to the show. It's G&D here on the Fan. No GP, but yes to Tobes. He is hanging out with us. We'll be here tomorrow as well, Tap Sports Bar. Quite simply, I love this place. The menu item in question, a couple people were asking me, what was that? So what happened was I saw somebody go by with a dish that looked incredible. And Toby was talking, and I stopped doing my job and started looking at the dish, trying to figure out what it was. I awkwardly pretended I was looking for something when I walked to the other side of the restaurant.
Sure.
By people that were eating the dish, figured out what it was. Looking for loaded fries. Loaded fries. So then what I did was I ordered loaded fries, and I shared them with absolutely no one and destroyed them by myself.
They looked good, I'll tell you that much.
They were good, and I know I did a quality control assessment. I tested every single one. No lacking quality in any of them. So each fry was very, very good. I know that because I had them all. I didn't outsource that to anyone else but yours truly. I want to remind you guys that this program right here, brought to you by our friends at Condori and Morad, the exclusive sponsor of our show. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Tournament action hot and heavy as we're going. VCU up to midway through the first half against BYU. That's going to be a really competitive game as we go. A couple other games are, at halftime we're moving around, but this is just the best, man. It's wall to wall. There's never a moment where there's not something riveting or super exciting to be able to watch.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit better if Clemson wasn't just getting spanked by McNeese.
I didn't want to bring that up.
But my bracket's already in shambles. But yeah, it's always great action, always a lot of fun. This VCU BYU game, I think, is going to be really, really fun to keep an eye on. So, and like you said, it's crazy when sometimes these teams, it seems like they're always able to stick around for a little bit. But when you get those 1 seeds, those real blue bloods, they can just hit a gear that other teams can't, and Auburn kind of hit that. Now they're up by 18. Probably going to run away with this one.
Yeah, it looks to be the case, right? And as you mentioned, McNeese State, with a strange situation, Will Wade's the coach, and we were I just asked Michael Phillips on the Beltway Blitz about him. He was at VCU for exactly 2 years. Went to LSU.
I forgot about that.
Was there for 2 years. Then used it as a lot of VCU coaches have. It's kind of the curse of that mid-major.
Sure.
Right? You do well there, you become a hot commodity. And it's a lot of times a stepping stone. No disrespect to VCU. That's a really good program. They've done an outstanding job, even with Shaka Smart, through multiple coaches they've had over the years. But it was the curse that I saw it firsthand at GW. Mike Jarvis was the coach my first couple years there, and he got a better deal for a lot more money and moved. I get that. That happens, right? So Will Wade was at LSU, and it wasn't just a firing or a falling out. There was some shenanigans. There was some cheating,
to say the least.
There was some impropriety, and it was, as my old baseball coach used to say, it was not good. It was not good. And it used to be, back in my day, Tobes, I remember this with a Todd Bozeman, for example, who was the head coach at Cal for so many years. When he committed impropriety, you had to have what was called a show cause if you wanted to hire him. Meaning, if you wanted to hire the guy, you were allowed to. But you have to show cause as to why it was the only possible thing that you could do. Basically making it a de facto death sentence for a coach until that show cause thing was lifted. And so he got in trouble and is like right back there at McNeese, and they're nasty. They've been in the tournament a couple straight years. He's already got a new job. It's not like lined up and it's secret. It's been announced. He's going to NC State. I just feel like the whole thing is awkward. I don't think anyone's done anything wrong specifically. It just feels different, man. And I know it's what the old guys like, back in my day it was this. Well, back in my day it was this, and it wasn't this, and I'm not used to it. That's the only point there. No other complaint. Again, I don't think any one person is bad here.
No, I mean, it's just weird. I mean, he was talking.
Weird, right?
Yeah, in his press conference, they're like, have you talked to NC State or another school? And he goes, yes.
Yes.
The fact that you're just answering yes, and he's like, well, our players are open if they're going to transfer too. They're talking to other schools and whatnot. Like, it's just a weird time in college sports where essentially you better enjoy your team this year because it's going to be totally different next year.
Have you picked out your office furniture? Yes. Have you decided what color the paint's going to be? Yes. Have you decided the nameplate's going to be taped on, or it's going to be one of those nameplates on the side of the door? Yes. Like, do you know what players you're getting? Yes. Like, he's already 1 foot out the door. Yeah. And anyway, they're going to join the ACC team that they're playing right now, Clemson, and they are woodshedding Clemson up by 20-something.
Smacking him. He can coach, man.
Yes,
he can coach.
That is a smart basketball mind. I promised this, so let's do it now. The NFL is amazing at this. We chatted about this yesterday. They didn't actually talk about the rule changes potentially. But when they sense there's momentum for something that's not the NFL, they'll just throw something out there to let everybody know, oh, by the way,
we're still here.
If we sneeze, you're going to cover it. Via Tom Pelissero, multiple teams suggested, as they do in advance of rules committee and league meetings and stuff, some ideas for changes, okay? So there are 3 big ones that I wanted to go through and kind of get reactions to real time here, all right, Tobes? First one, Eagles proposal. I automatically hate it, just for the record.
Naturally, yes.
It's actually a good one. Eagles, apply the current postseason overtime rules to regular season games.
Yes.
So, no matter what, both teams will possess the ball, and we use overtime to do it. So, I'm trying to figure out exactly what's different. It's because they've changed the rules so many times over the years. So what's the biggest difference between regular season and postseason overtime?
It's
Put you on
just
the spot here.
Touchdown, right? Like, if you score a touchdown, you still win.
And in the postseason, both teams possess the ball.
Yeah, no matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say on this is, can you please at least go back to 15 minutes in the overtime? Because if you end up like this, Danny, where both teams get it, so the Commanders are playing the Eagles, right? Commanders go down and score a touchdown. Philly gets a chance now. They go down and score a touchdown. Well, in a 10-minute period, if both teams have 4 or 5 minute drives, suddenly Washington's going to get the ball back with 30 seconds left. They got no time left. They just take a knee. They go. They settle for a tie. Can we go back to the 15 minutes? Give us a full allotment of time. But I agree. I think you need to allow both teams to have a chance at the ball. It shouldn't matter. The coin toss shouldn't decide it, because sometimes there's just a team rolling, and I understand that the hard guys like, oh, well, you just stop them. Like, well, okay, I get your point, but I would like the go back to the 15 minutes and implement that. I think it makes a lot of sense.
And it's close to the thing that I've always wanted, that everybody always just said, wow, you can't do that. And nobody gives me a great reason. It's something about like injuries or guys are too tired or something. I don't know. I mean,
but let's add an 18th game. I'm sure that'll be the problem.
Yeah,
that'll fix it.
But the same people that say you can't do it my way want an 18th game. I've always believed it's the weirdest thing that nobody else seems to want to propose this or is interested in it. Just play football.
Yeah.
Just continue the game with an extra quarter, with no gimmick, with nothing different, and you just play. And there's a great chance it resolves itself. In the event that it doesn't, if you want to shorten that to 10 minutes, that's fine by me. Then we can do your sudden death or your college rule or whatever. Grant loves the college rule. He wants the ball at the 25 or the 20 or like the 7 or the 29 or whatever. And he wants to go back and forth and have records be meaningless. I don't want that. I think you should play football with no gimmicks. But one day we'll get close to that. So that's that rule. This rule right here is my favorite rule proposal, but it's not going to get the most attention. But I wanted to give it some due attention right now. The Lions submitted a proposal to eliminate automatic first downs for defensive holding and illegal contact. Yes. This rule to me has never, ever, ever made sense. Some rules, some things that happen, they go, well, it's an automatic first down. It doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 23. It doesn't matter if it's 4th and 40.
Yeah.
If somebody touches someone after 5 yards by letter of the law, automatic first down. The point back in the day when this rule was written is there weren't that many big plays. It was, someone would zip through the line and break a tackle and run, John Riggins' Super Bowl style. So the assumption was you'd get enough for a first down. Well, times have changed. Why are we assuming somebody would have gotten 25 yards? Now, if it's 3rd and 7, you're going to be incentivized to grab somebody rather than giving up that first down catch and make it 3rd and 2. I understand that. So what I would do along these lines, and I'll tag you in, is if you'd like to make them more significant penalties, if you want to make defensive holding 10 yards, fine by me. You want to make illegal contact 10 yards, fine by me. The automatic first down is insane to me. I understand there are plenty of penalties where it's not an automatic first down, where they go, yeah, if the yardage is good enough, you get the first down. If it's not, we still need to play some football. Assigning the offense the benefit of the doubt of 5, 10, 15, 20, in some cases 25 yards on a play when those happen, once or twice a week, has always been insane to me. But the responses right away are, well, get ready for some purposeful holding. Okay. You know what I mean? But why isn't that an emergency to people that someone got a first down on a 3rd and 20 because someone did something 5 yards?
I think you're right, though. If you make it a 10-yard penalty, maybe it's a little bit different and you don't get the automatic first down because, immediately the reason that I think you have the rule, it's 3rd and 25. I'm not in the good spot. I just immediately start grabbing guys, right? And I don't want to – if you do a 10-yard penalty, maybe you're less likely to do that. But remember, there was a couple years ago, they've since instituted something kind of disallowing this, and I forget exactly the letter of the law, but the Ravens did this, where it was a couple seconds left in the game, and this was an offense, but they took the snap, and then they just held everybody and ran the clock out.
Yep.
Clearly bending the rules a little bit, finding that gray area. You worry that, if someone's at the end of the game – there's 20 seconds left and they're just trying to kill a little clock and all of a sudden just wrap up your receiver. I understand those sorts of things. So I think if you made it 10 yards, to your point, you can get rid of some of that because 10 yards is nothing to slouch at. 5 yards I'll live with, whatever. But if I'm giving you 10 yards, chances are you're going to get your first down anyways. If it's 3rd and 7, like you said, if you're 3rd and 25, okay, well now it's a more manageable 3rd and 15. So I think that makes some sense. I would be in favor of getting rid of it because there's too many ticky-tack things that result in automatic first downs that just seemingly affect games all too often.
And the big one, this is going to get all the media attention because people can't help themselves. The Packers took the bullet for all of us and said we should eliminate the tush push.
Yes.
Now, they didn't do what I would do, okay, on this front, which is nobody can push a ball carrier when you're on offense. But this one was specific to the tush push. To prohibit an offensive player from pushing a teammate who was lined up directly behind the snapper and receives the snap immediately after the snap. So I don't know what immediately means. If Jalen Hurts waits a 1/1000, then can you push him? If you had for Washington, Zach Ertz takes the snap, or Logan Thomas did a couple years ago as a tight end, can you wait 2 seconds to do it or whatever? Anyway, to me, it's very simple. Nobody should be able to push a runner from behind on offense, and you got the whole thing solved. But that's the one that's going to get the most attention because it's Philadelphia, because they were successful, and people can't separate that success from the real arguments. It just sounds like, Jimmy from South Jersey, I'm going to be upset because they can't stop it. You can't stop the brotherly shove. So, they're just jealous. They're haters, all that is. So, whatever. I can easily do that. It's not a football play. It's annoying. It shouldn't be in the game at all. Quarterback sneaks are wildly effective, by the way.
Correct.
Quarterback sneaks are an 80+% play over the last decade. So this is better than that. But your quarterback sneak, it's not taking away the right to get a 3rd and 1. It's not taking away short yardage decision making or the ability to get it. It's just the one way where it's frankly not a football play and everybody's lined up weird and doesn't look right. Is stupid. Get rid of it altogether. But let's see what folks think. 800-636-1067. Number one, the brotherly shove, the tush push, the nonsense, in or out on it. You want to gotten rid of, as Green Bay does. And in addition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. What rule in the National Football League simply has to change? You get to be commissioner for, I don't know, next like 10, 15 minutes or so. What's got to get fixed? What are you doing? 800-636-1067. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Right meow during Ford Truck Month sales event. Score a new 2024 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford, your F-150 HQ in Fairfax and Chantilly. How about almost $13,000 off the MSRP? Plus, it's a plus now. No payments for 90 days. How about a 2024 Bronco Raptor? Close to $20,000 off the MSRP. Man, the MSRP taking a beating like Clemson to McNeese. That's a current reference about what's going on my television right in front of me. Bottom line is this. Ted Britt Ford is wonderful. I've been going there for years because they won my business. It's a fantastic place. It's family run. These guys understand that your time and your money are valuable to you. They're not a car wash type place, so to speak, in terms of buying. They understand that you want to get in and get out with a great deal. You want to feel like you're taken care of and appreciated. That's what Ted Britt Ford does, right? When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage, every new or pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. They want to take care of you. It's why they've been in business, frankly, for more than 60 years doing it right. Go see them, and please tell them Danny sent you. G&D here on the Fan Live. Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Darber as the Sugar Hill Gang plays you back in. Sorry about it. Gonzaga's up 15-2 on Georgia. Georgia is, I think, now aware that the game itself has started. BYU's up 29-26 on VCU, the battle of the blank U's right there. Getting after you, and Auburn is now pulling away up by 20 on Alabama State. Talking NFL rule changes here. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Tobes and me are hanging out. Two things I want to know from you. In or out on the tush push. You don't have to give an explanation. Just say in or out. And second, the rule that needs changing, the rule that needs fixing, right? That you can't believe people accept it. I've given you mine. Just happens to be the one that the Detroit Lions proposed, Tobes. I am so out on the automatic first down, no matter what. If you have enough yardage for a first down, that's fine. I'm willing to hear a lot of things. Like you want to have a pass interference type deal where it's a spot foul, where you would, okay, I would have gotten 15 yards, 17 yards, whatever. I can even live with that. The idea that a 5-yard penalty automatically guarantees your first down, I think is insane, but that's a rule that I don't know that it's going to pass, but I hope it does. Let's go to the callers, 800-636-1067. I'll start line one, Patrick and Orange, in or out on the tush push and rule that needs changing.
I think the tush push needs to go. And the rule that I think needs to stay actually is the defensive holding. I think whenever a defender is out of phase, 9 times out of 10 it's a corner, and they're doing this, and it takes away the receiver's ability to actually make a play on the ball. I think it's ideal that you punish them for not being in position, being out of phase. And I watched it happen multiple times. It might be a bad rather than just hold. Yeah.
Otherwise, I would ask you some questions. How many yards does that entitle you to? I don't disagree with any point you make philosophically. How many? I ask you rhetorically, Toes, but how many yards does that entitle an offense to?
It's so tough because you're right, Danny. Like, it's something that giving an automatic first down is such a steep penalty that seemingly you never get that sort of penalty on offense, right? You don't loss of down penalties really isn't loss of down. Like you threw an incomplete pass on a intentional grounding or something like that. It's not like you lose the yardage. It's kind of just what it is. But like there doesn't seem to be an equal penalty on offense where if you're 3 yards down the field and you're grabbing a guy and you're holding him, you're going to get that penalty versus you could end up holding a guy for like a 15-yard gain. And it maybe, like you said, maybe a spot foul makes more sense. It's just so difficult because it's such a steep penalty to give a team, and it's such a back-breaking penalty to give a team an automatic first down. So I don't know. Like, I think if you were to go to 10 yards and take away the first down, I think that might be the way to solve it, like you brought up earlier.
And again, I'm willing to listen to any idea under the sun. Like if you've got an idea for a spot foul or 10 yards or 12 yards, whatever you want to do is fine by me. But the idea, I keep going back to the same thing. I know it's not the most commonplace scenario, but it is one. I can't remember which opponent it was for Washington this year. I feel like it was Philadelphia, but I can't swear to it. They gave up a first down on a 3rd and 18 because of an illegal contact, holding, whatever you want to call it, penalty. In no way does that entitle an offense to 18 yards worth of offense. They deserve something. I'm very in favor of them saying the idea saying you prohibited them from making a play, so you deserve to be punished for that. By all means, how in the world is that 18 yards?
And it's so difficult because you don't want to throw more on the referee's plates. The less that a ref has to do, the better. Like the judgment calls, like give them black and white. I'm all for that because it just makes it easier. But it's almost one of those things, Danny, where a little grab on the jersey that is kind of minor. Remember, it used to be a 5-yard or 15-yard penalty, depending upon what you got on the face mask.
Yeah.
Then they changed it to always be 15. Almost something like that, where if it's just like a little egregious, like or a little bit like I just grabbed your jersey, tugged it a little bit, like it's a hold, but it's not that bad, then whatever. But if you're like hugging a dude trying to get out of a route, then maybe that gives them the automatic first down. But again, that's throwing more judgment on their plate. Frankly, I don't think any of us want that. More stuff on the referee's plate. So
nobody's into that.
It's such a difficult rule to fix. I think you're onto something with the 10 yards and no first down, but I don't know that I see that going anywhere anytime soon either.
And I also don't know that it's going to result necessarily in a bunch of automatic holds or people saying I've got to start holding now because I'm going to give stuff up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how realistic that is, but just a thought. 800-636-1067. AJ La Plata, are you in or out on the brotherly shove, and what rules got to change?
Push tush out, and the other rule to change is the kickoff. To bring it back the way it used to be. If it goes in the end zone, put it on the 20. 25 is okay, but the way it is now, one play and you're over the 50.
Yeah. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. That one, I don't think you're going to see change, Tubbs.
No, and I got to be careful how loud I say this because Brian Mitchell is sitting to our right.
Uh-oh.
I don't really care if the kickoff's a part of the game or not. I really don't. I'm not saying take it out, but if you took it back to the normal when they kicked it out of the back of the end zone every time, Danny, I know so many people looked at that and said, oh, we need to make it interesting. I don't care, man. Like, if they want to kick it out of the back of the end zone every time, so be it. Do whatever you like. I think the new kickoff is so stupid. I could not stand it all year. And so if they were to go back to the old and suddenly you go back to whatever the stupid number was, 90% touchback percentage, I don't care. I really don't care.
So the only thing that I cared about, so the opposite end of that, is I just want returns. I want the kick, even though obviously Burn Washington, when Cavante Turpin took one to the house,
Sure.
they lost that game to Dallas. I want the kick to go to a returner, and I want kick returns. It's just like my views on baseball over the years. As an older guy now who grew up loving the game, I can't believe that everyone's like, yeah, it's totally fine that guys have a choreographed dance every time they hit a single. Like, I can't believe we're going to do like the Macarena when I hit a sac fly. I think it's ridiculous. I think the pimping and the screaming of home runs or strikeouts is absurd. I think it's showing people up and down the lineup, and I hate it. But I understand. Times change. The game moves. If you'd asked me, do you want a DH in both leagues? I'd have been like, nah, not really.
Yeah.
I understand the game moves. Do you want to ban shifts? Not really. I understand the game moves. Do I want a pitch clock? Never in my life. I understand. Times change. The game moves. So I still get the thing that I still get baseball, but it's not what it was in the 80s and 90s, and that's okay. I'm the opposite end here for this kickoff return thing. I just want kick returns. I'm willing to take whatever I have to take to keep the train on the tracks. And that's kind of my view with baseball. Is like, listen, man, I still want people to give a damn. I want my kids to be into it. If you need a pitch clock, no mound visits, no pickoff throws to do that, fine by me. I just want my son to look forward to Little League practice.
Real quick, I want to give you my rule that I would change. Because
please do.
One, I would get rid of the tush push. That's so stupid, and assisting all ball carriers is dumb. But this kind of goes to your same idea, just a different penalty. I love the college rule for pass interference, max 15 yards. Because there's nothing I hate more, Danny, than so-and-so team gets the ball with 10 seconds left in the half, and they're going to throw a Hail Mary. And what does the announcers always say? Hope for a pass interference.
Yeah.
How is that offense? I need you to complete the pass. Like, if you pick up 15 yards because I grab you and it's whatever, that's fine. I'll give you that extra 15. But you picking up 45 yards because you underthrew a ball, like, especially with the prevalence of that now, where quarterbacks, how many times do they talk about you can't overthrow them, it's better to underthrow them because you can always turn it into a pass interference? What the heck is that? The whole goal is to hit them in stride to go for a touchdown, but so many quarterbacks now are like, let me underthrow it by 5 yards, let my receiver fight through it, and suddenly that play doesn't count for anything in our stats, but we picked up 40 yards because of a pass interference. I hate that. Make it a max of 15 like college, and suddenly you won't see that bomb strategy like you see all the time too.
So on that, and 800-636-1067, there's something that's always driven me nuts too. So let's say a throw is up in the air, a defender is beat, and he grabs the guy and like hauls him down. And let's say that ball wasn't a great throw and it wasn't quote unquote catchable. And so they'll go uncatchable. I think it should still be a penalty. My point is, you can't haul somebody down when the ball's in the air. The defender didn't know it was uncatchable when he hauled him to the ground.
Yeah.
You don't just get a pass because the quarterback made a crappy throw, because Anthony Richardson threw it 10 yards out of bounds. You can't haul people down. So that should be something. I've always thought that too. 800-636-1067. Let's do another one of these. Give me your suggestions, guys. In or out on the stupid Philadelphia Eagles dumb play that's wildly effective, and rule that's got to change in the NFL with a couple rule changes on the table. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. In the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to a 1-year deal for the veteran minimum, and the Browns signed offensive guard Tevin Jenkins. 4 games already concluded in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66, and Houston beat SIUE 78-40. 4 games ongoing right now. McNeese beating Clemson 47-29. Could be the first 12-5 upset of the tournament. Number 1 Auburn taking on Alabama State. They lead 74-53 with 4.5 to go in that one. At halftime, BYU leads VCU 39-28, and the Zags get off to a really good start. They lead 30-10 over Georgia in the 8-9 matchup. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Jazz last night, 128-112. The Celtics were sold to Bill Chisholm today for a record $6.1 billion, the most ever paid for a North American sports franchise. And in hockey, the Capitals on home ice tonight taking on the Flyers. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you combined Georgia and Clemson's total score, they'd be trailing McNeese
by
10.
9.
Yeah,
Or
by 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Wow. The tournament, man. The mostest, the bestest. Great Nanny here on the Fan. GP down in Florida. Tobes is here with me. We're at Tap Sports Bar, hanging out hardcore. Feet is up, watching the tournament, just futzing about, having a grand old time. We love it. Taking your phone calls now at the moment, 800-636-1067 to recap from Tom Pelissero. A couple different rule changes were proposed. A few NFL teams did them. Green Bay did the Lord's work and said, let's ban the tush push. It's stupid and dumb. We hate it. We don't like it. Now, what's going to happen, of course, is people are going to say it's because Philadelphia is good and that's annoying. And if you don't like it, you should stop it. And my response is it's not a football play. If you want to do rugby, you should do rugby. Rugby has its own thing. It's got its own following. You want to get good at rugby? Let's go do a rugby thing. Let's go bring some of the NFL players that did it for flag football into the rugby, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's punt it forward, go recover it. Let's do all that stuff.
Shuffle it up and deal. So I'm out on that. The one that I am a big fan of, the Detroit Lions, said, let's eliminate the automatic first down for defensive holding and illegal contact. I think maybe some more tweaking is needed there, where you could increase the penalty, so to speak, on those penalties. You could say it's a 10-yarder now if it's defensive holding. Maybe you could do a special thing on third down. I just can't do a 3rd and 23 and a penalty that's 5 yards any other time is worth a first down. That's wrong. What that does is it assumes that the distance that would be covered is enough for a first down. And if it's within 5 yards, no problem. Again, I would increase it to 10 perhaps in maybe certain circumstances, whatever. And if it's still not enough for the first down, you need to keep playing. I hate the automatic first down in those regards. So questions twofold. Tell me in or out on the brotherly shove and give me a rule that needs changing. Let's go to number 4, line 4, Andre Manassas. Trey, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I definitely think you need to get rid of the tush push. I'm not a big fan of it. As far as the rule change, I don't know if it's a rule change, but I guess a rule clarity in that when the quarterback is able to get the whomever on the defense to move off sides, sometimes the ref call the play dead, other times they let the play go alive. And I never understood which one is which and why they allow what to happen. So I guess I need some clarity as to, when can, Aaron Rodgers throw a bomb because he knows it's a free play or when is it not a free play? I don't understand, when and how they determine if it's a free play or not.
Yeah, it's almost like icing in hockey right now, where it's like sometimes they blow it dead, other times they don't. I mean, to me, it's if contact's made, you blow it dead.
Sure.
Between the linemen.
Yep.
Or if the quarterback's in danger. So if somebody, if they're going on 4, and I don't know why I'm picking this guy, but Khalil Mack goes on 1, and he comes flying around the edge, they don't want the quarterback to get blasted, so they'll blow it dead. But otherwise, if it's just hey, this guy jumped, tried to get back, didn't make it, throw the flag, then it's your free play.
Yeah, I mean, I think twofold. Like, I've seen it both ways where there's frustration for the offense that they stayed set, the guy jumped, I want the free play, and they blew it dead. The other side is on the defense, I jumped, and then your lineman jumped, and then you snapped it. That should be offsides, I get it, or neutral zone infraction, but that doesn't mean that he gets the false start too, and then all of a sudden everybody's standing around. They can't figure out if it's a real play or not. Everybody's looking around, and all of a sudden the quarterback's got the ball launching it deep. There's got to be some sort of, like, if the guy on the offense moves, okay, it's just an offsides or it's a
and now
neutral
that's
zone.
it.
Yeah, so they've got to I agree. It needs to have some consistency there. Maybe it's team to team talking beforehand. You know for a fact that whoever Aaron Rodgers is playing for, he's talking to the ref. I'm going to try a silent count I'm going to try a hard count a couple of times to get teams to jump.
Well, for years, forever, like you could have a defensive player basically cross the neutral zone, head fake, do everything but touch a lineman. And if the lineman jumped, it was a false start. And now they've changed that, where if a defender causes the offensive lineman to move, that's why you'll see a guy like a dude cross the line, lineman will stand up and just reach out and touch him and go, oh, look, that guy. See that guy? He made me do it. 800-636-1067. Let's go to line 2. John and Calvert. Yes, John. Yes.
Hey, guys. Yeah, the tush push I'm fine with. You just got to actually call the illegal procedure in the center when he shortens his splits. So when he bends over, he moves the ball forward a foot and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And for my rule change, if the offense has the ball 1st and 10 at their own 5-yard line, they have a holding call that's not in the end zone, so it's not a safety. It's a 2.5-yard penalty. Give the defense the option of marching the first down marker off 10 yards.
Ooh. John, you have been in our show meetings before, and you've heard me say this. Thank you for the phone call. It's so correct. This is my number 2 rule. My number 3 is about fumbling out of the end zone, but we'll get to that eventually. This I've always found to be insane. I think teams should have the option. Now, if you're at the 10 and you want to back somebody up to the 5, I can see that. But I think the defense should have the choice. So follow me on this. Toby's ball, 1st and 10 at the 10. You commit a holding penalty, and I go, half the distance to go, and it's 5 yards. I should be able to go, I could do that, or I could make it 1st and 20, but from the 10.
I like it.
I can add the distance on either side. I could take a shorter thing, back up closer to the shadow of the goal line, or I could give you a further distance to go. I have always been in favor of that. That right there, that very thing. Let's go to line 5, Dave and Raleigh. Raleigh? I said Raleigh where? Dave and Raleigh.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. I've been out on the tush push since the first time I saw that. I hate it. It's only a matter of time before they get rid of it, in my opinion. And all these rules I'm with you guys on, as much as we love football, they got some dumb rules. The one that I would change that hasn't been talked about is just landing on the quarterback garbage. It's so arbitrary. It's annoying, and I hate it.
Appreciate you, dude. I am 100% with you, and I can't remember the name of the player. I was trying to when I saw on the call screener what your call was about. There was a player that dislocated a shoulder trying to roll off of somebody like that, right? I mean, it's more dangerous to have that sort of that variance there where someone's trying to avoid the penalty. So what if you don't know what we're talking about? If a football play happens where a defensive player tackles the quarterback and his momentum carries him onto the quarterback, that's the Tony Romo smush thing that ended up breaking his collarbone.
Rodgers had the same thing.
Yeah.
I get the point of the penalty because I think in these certain circumstances, it's a correct call, right? When you pick up the quarterback, I mean, this is a penalty in the open field, Danny. If you pick a dude up and then pile drive him into the turf.
You power slam the guy, all right.
That can still be a roughing the passer. But me wrapping you up on a normal tackle and me now suddenly having to figure out how I'm going to roll off, how I'm going to make sure. I mean, remember there was a sack that a Washington player, I can't remember, I think it was 2 years ago, essentially had, and then he didn't because he gave up because he didn't know how to get the guy to the ground because he didn't want a penalty.
Yeah.
That stuff is so stupid that a defender is so scared he's going to get a 15-yard penalty that he can't even do the act of sacking the quarterback. So they have to make a tweak where if you're pile driving a dude through the turf, that's a penalty. If you land on a guy because you're tackling him normal, that can't be a penalty.
Yeah, and again, I know this isn't the popular sentiment. This is a sport, that people think the toughness has been legislated out. I'm all for the general spirit of protecting the quarterback. I think it's smart. It's best. It's the good business, right? You're giving a guy 50, 60, 70 million bucks a year eventually. It's important to have that guy on the field.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it makes the games go. We all sort of are aware of that, right? So in general, I'm in favor of that principle. That's one where it's so inconsistently called. It's so overwrought. It's just one of those nice idea. Thank you for trying. Let's shut that on down, please. 800-636-1067. Rule changes that need to happen in honor of a couple proposals from a few teams around the league. Let's go to Nate in Silver Spring. What do you got?
What's up, boys? Happy March Madness Day to you guys.
You too.
Great topic, by the way. I'm all out on the tush push as well. If you can't propel somebody on a blocked field goal to block a kick, how you giving the offense the ability to propel the guy for yards? If this was Jacksonville or Carolina, they would have been outlawed that rule. It's the most illegal playing sports. They bend down. They almost hurt the defensive lineman. They take their knees out. It's just crazy. It's a cheap play. But if I was commissioner, they got to make all roughing the passer calls reviewable. It's so infuriating. Like the guy was saying before, you can't land on the quarterback. Guys are getting pushed into the guy low. And the reason is because the quarterback, there's separate rules for him for every hit. You can't hit him low. If you touch him on the helmet with a fingernail, they call hit to the face. Like they got it, and it's the turnover. It happened in the playoff game with the Commanders. If you could make that call on a third down, it's as good as a turnover. You're taking a turnover away. It is so subjective for the refs to look at it. It's so infuriating. You can't land on the quarterback. So they got to make it reviewable because the quarterback has separate rules from everybody else. So and they got to get rid of that covering up the tight end and the legal guy downfield. It slows the game down. I'm tired of that crap too.
Yeah, the Ryan Grant procedure penalty.
I love
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Good phone call. So the reviewable thing, in theory,
yes,
it makes a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, you could review pass interference penalties for a season. Basically, after that Rams-Saints shabingus, okay, where the Saints got just jobbed.
Big time.
They did. They got screwed. They're like, all right, fine, we'll let you do it. I don't know that any of them got overturned. Even ones that should have. They're just sort of like, yeah, we're just not overturning this. The letter of the law says X, and whatever was called on the field pretty much stayed. I'm sure maybe they did at one point, but I don't think I saw it. It was like 90-some%. I think the same would happen here.
Yeah, and that's
that's
the problem here, Danny, is I think you're right. I think it makes sense to make it reviewable, except for the fact that they're never going to overturn it because they're going to still say, well, he landed with body weight here. Well, there was contact with the helmet, even though it was marginal. Well, if you're never going to overturn it and understand, like, that's the issue. If you could put us into the review room and say, can you please be reasonable and objective and say, hey, is this roughing the passer or not? I think maybe you could make something with it, but they're going to throw an official in there who's been a long-time guy, and they're never going to want to show up their dude. And essentially it's going to be, unless it's just completely egregious, they're never going to overturn it. So in theory, it's great. I just don't know that it would work in practice.
Yeah, maybe in the most outrageous cases where a guy literally stops and, somebody goes full, LeBron James, somebody breathed near me and flops.
You mean, you mentioned basketball. Look how many times they go to the monitors and you go, that's not a foul. And it still stays a foul just because by letter of the law, a glancing blow on the arm during a jump shot is still a foul or whatever it is. Like, it's not a foul, but it is for that case.
Talking rule changes. 9-7, Scott, Germantown. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, guys, love the show. First of all, I'm out on the tush push, though. I agree with you. I'd go even farther and just block all of the pushing the runner forward. But my rule change that I'd go with would be, I like to call it, let the defenders take up space, right? I'm so tired of that, like 3rd and 23, we're going to run a fly pattern and then throw a 5-yard short back shoulder, and the wide receiver is going to stop and jump through the cornerback, and then, that's pass interference. I'm so tired of that. So I want that out. Same with the rub routes, right? Like, if you're running a wide receiver into the defensive back, like, you know what you're doing. The guy's got to go somewhere.
I love that. The pick, that's so hard to legislate that because it's actually like, okay, let's say you're not even setting a pick. It's a really good man-beating concept.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like, I want that. I want to make defenders have to communicate. You do it in basketball. You do it in lacrosse. Any sport where you're going to, not a screen because that's obviously illegal in football, but you run guys across each other all the time, make defenders stutter step, take a chance. You're talking about a small window, especially around the goal line for something short yardage. That makes sense to me. It's so hard to legislate, but I would have such a hard time doing it. And again, we talk about all these bang bang plays, and it's so hard to give more things to officials to deal with and worry about when it's hard enough to do it as it is. I just would have to figure out a way where it's like, were you really running a route? Like, really?
Yeah.
And that's down a subjective road. I don't know if I want to go down.
The other thing you mentioned is the underthrown ball pass interference, like I've been talking about a little bit
That's
earlier.
yours, yeah.
I don't even know how you legislate this. Maybe it could be another form of pass interference that isn't penalized as much, but it's just so tough that I play perfect defense. Your quarterback throws the worst ball you've ever seen, so underthrown. And now if I'm savvy enough as a receiver, I really don't even have much of a chance of catching this. I really don't. But I just turn around and then jump through your body, and all of a sudden it's pass interference because I have no shot. I'm running full speed to make sure you're running a go route. I can't let you beat me deep. And he underthrows it by 10 yards, and I jump through you, and suddenly I just picked up 30, 40 yards. It's crazy.
I believe due to our crack team back there in the studio.
Sure.
And some sleuthing by you and I, we have uncovered a Philadelphia Eagles spy, Toby.
Oh?
There is a spy among us, and he's on line 3 right now. Zeke in Southeast, a representative of Philadelphia. Zeke, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and I am not a Philadelphia spy. I am a
That's
Commanders fan.
exactly what a Philadelphia spy would say, sir.
No, but think about it.
I know,
Here's my point. Somebody designed a play that works 99% of the time and is within the rules. To me, that's brilliant. For example, remember when the Redskins were running the 40 gut and nobody could stop it? Can you imagine if they went to the umpires and say, hey, look, we can't stop this play. Can you make a rule so they can't run it? Come on, man. It's a brilliant play. Nobody's getting hurt. I just think I'm a Redskins fan. I see Philly running. I just wish we had admitted it. And now the second thing about the rule I hate is when the offense is driving down the field and they fumble the ball out of the end zone and the defense gets the ball.
Zeke, you're smart. You get it. You understand. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you, dude.
By the way, keep that rule. I love that rule.
Oh, Tubbs, we could get into a fist fight.
I know it's a terrible rule. I know you guys talk about. I like that rule.
Oh, I
think it's great.
But it's point
ball
about the
security.
I want to address that super quick before we jump to break here. The deal, though, is it's not just a play that people can't stop, because you can't stop the read option when it's going right. You couldn't stop the Wildcat until you could. To me, it's not a football play in and of itself. In other words, it's not a Montana to Rice combination that nobody can check. It's a thing that's not really what this game ever was until right now, if that makes sense. I don't have a better set of words to distinguish than that.
I saw someone complaining about this on Twitter. I think JP Finley had tweeted something about this, and someone underneath like, you're going to get rid of fun plays because we're talking about getting rid of all assisting a ball carrier, saying you're going to get rid of fun plays where the running back's moving the pile. Can we be honest for a second? The running back isn't moving the pile.
Yeah,
his 3 offensive linemen behind him are moving the pile.
It's 365-pound Mekhi Becton with a head of steam that's running the pile.
It is so dumb that we allow people to push a ball carrier forward. You can't pull them, but you can. I can't stand it. If once the ball carrier's forward momentum is stopped, no one can help him. It's done. Plays over. And I think you're bringing in injury risk. Like, how can I say you can't? You can push people forward, but when a lineman, when everyone stood up, comes in and just plows through the pile and pushes you forward 3 yards, he gets flagged 15 yards for unnecessary roughness. Well, no, it's not, because you're allowing me to push. I can't stand it. Allowing other players to assist ball carriers is just so stupid. So get rid of that. Get rid of the tush push. Get rid of all that.
We have something outstanding making its triumphant return to the airwaves, Tobias. Okay. We have something wonderful and joyous and perfect and incredible, and it's coming back to Netflix. I'll tell you what it is, and we'll tell you what we think of the cast, what we think of the group. That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. March Madness in full swing. Some of the games already completed today. Creighton beat Louisville 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66, and both one seeds advanced that played today. Houston beat SIUE 78-40. Auburn beat Alabama State 83-63. Clemson trying to make a late comeback against McNeese. They're down by 10 with 3 minutes to go in that one, 57-47. BYU leads VCU just under 16 minutes to go in that one, 52-34. And Gonzaga all over Georgia in the first half, 43-20. 3 minutes to go in the first half of that one. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Flyers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. The Caps can clinch a playoff spot with the win and the correct result, a non-regulation win by the Islanders or any other results against the Canadiens tonight. And in football, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to a 1-year deal worth the veteran minimum. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star QB, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back to the program. G&D here on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Toby. He is down, GP is that is, down in Florida with his fam. Toby's hanging out today and tomorrow. We are Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. This is awesome. First slate of games is done. Second slate is kind of winding down here before the evening slate keeps going. It's just the best, man. All in all, a perfect day. VCU, some local interest, down 15 second half to BYU, who has just poured it on here. They look terrific. Clemson trying to make a game of it, down 10 with only a few minutes left against McNeese. That's a bit of a rock fight. And the Gonzaga Bulldogs, shout out the draft t-shirt, up 23 on Georgia. It's a battle of the Bulldogs there, Tobes, and Gonzaga is rolling in that one. Something awesome is coming back. We went a little time without it, and it was sad. But quarterback is returning. Quarterback is coming back. If you remember the first season many moons ago, it gave us, if I could say this personally, the gift of my refined Pat Mahomes impression. I had one, but I got Mahomes up close and personal for episode after episode. So it went from kind of like, oh, I'm sort of doing Pat Mahomes, and now basically, dog, I can like, if I want to, just sort of talk about Trav and Coach Reed and them guys, and like every day, you know, you just basically want to play well, and you know, we'll be there for the playoffs. So you're trying to run the ball and not turn it over, and what's up, dog? Like, we got such great access. Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, and Pat Mahomes. It was perfect. She's coming back. Netflix is bringing back quarterback. Here are your three. Joe Burrow.
Like it.
Kirk Cousins, again, he plays this game so well.
Kirko's awesome.
This is his wheelhouse, dude. He gets it. He came off, I thought, as really likable. In that one, we got to know him over the years, obviously, so I know I'm biased just in terms of personally. Obviously, really, really like the guy. He was terrific with us for all those years, just so conscientious, thoughtful, timely, you know, asking people about themselves and everything else. Just a really, really good dude. I thought he came off great on that show. Tougher than you give him credit for.
Yeah,
up there with those cracked ribs, and Dron Payne hit him, and he's going, oh, geez, oh, my God. Just tough, man. Really, really cool. And Jared Goff. Jared Goff is your third quarterback. Now, I generally don't want to see Jared Goff at any point in time doing anything.
Sure.
I generally don't like it when Jared Goff's on my television.
Okay, yeah.
But I got to tell you, this is actually the perfect thing for him, right? Because he's now been through it. He's been wanted and not wanted then wanted. Now he's thriving. Now he's a veteran who's been around at the helm of an excellent squad that's got Super Bowl aspirations, rightfully so. He's had great years in Detroit. I am fascinated about sort of the Jared Goff career journey. Again, I think he's only thrived a couple times when he's been in the nest of brilliant offensive minds with good personnel around him. Every time he's been outside of that, he's put up dreadful Daniel Jones-like numbers. But still, there's room for that on a show like this. I don't think Marcus Mariota's any good, and that was an awesome part of it. So, Tobes, just your reaction to QB coming back and that group of 3.
So Kirko, I don't know that I needed to see a second season of Kirko, but him as a businessman is just so good. Doing it again, rehabbing the image, doing all that stuff, I can't wait. And also, I believe it was from this past season, right? It's coming out in July, so it's going to be from this past season. It's going to be a heck of an interesting story with Kirko.
Right?
That's going to be an interesting one to follow. And, we saw the same sort of thing play out with actually the same team with Mariota, where Mariota quit on the team and left, and Kirko stuck around. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow. Joe Burrow, I think, is going to be fantastic. He's someone that I really, really enjoy following because he's kind of got that borderline arrogance. I think sometimes it is a little arrogant of him, the way that he acts. But I'm curious to see him off the field, his interactions, a little bit quiet, but that really confident individual, really interested to see him. And you're right. I think this is an incredible opportunity for Jared Goff to – I think he's rehabbed his image from the time what happened in L.A., moving on from him for Stafford to now where he's at. I think a lot of people really respect Goff, but I think just kind of getting to know him a little bit. He's kind of someone that people still don't really know a lot about, even though he's in the limelight all the time. So I'm really excited to watch this. I think – quarterback to me means a little bit more than receiver because there's just so much that goes into it. You play the position so differently from person to person. So I'm really intrigued to watch this one.
800-636-1067. There's someone I want your answers to. Toby, be thinking of your answers.
Yep.
We've got the 3 that are going to be on this season of quarterback, right? It's Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins. A pretty damn good group. Who's your ideal 3? Who is your ideal 3 to have a show that centers around their prep, their game days, their post games, their weekly lead up, the whole 9 yards, knowing what we know about that first go round, right? There's one I think that's easy. We're pretty familiar with him here in our marketplace.
Oh.
A guy that you'd probably like to see.
Interesting.
But I'll get to that in a second. So I want your 3. Who would be your ideal entertaining 3? Doesn't that? It can be whatever mix you want. It can be the vet, the kid, the backup, the 3 superstars. It can be the guy you know the least about. Whatever you want to do, who do you want to see? That's what I want from you at 800-636-1067. Who is your 3, Tobes? You got your answer?
Yeah, I got mine.
Give me your 3 for the Toby Purdue season of quarterback.
So my number 1, I want to see Lamar Jackson. I'm weird in this, Danny, so you can correct me. You were alluding to this. I don't actually need to see my guy. So Jaden would be fantastic, but I can live without seeing Jaden because I see a lot of Jaden. I would love to see Lamar. I would love to see the preparation that goes into it. I'd love to see what he's doing and how he plays the quarterback position so differently than just about everybody else. I would want to see Aaron Rodgers, but just football. I don't need the extra stuff, and I know some of that comes with Aaron Rodgers. But I'm curious, what the heck does he do with his downtime? What is he doing that all of a sudden we're getting Netflix docs on him, ayahuasca? What is he doing during the season? I don't need to know what you're doing in the offseason. You're traveling to Egypt, all that. Football season, prep, all that stuff. I want to see Aaron Rodgers. And then lastly, every single time I see this guy, I like him more and more. And seeing the way that he interacted with some of the fans and different stuff as he was at the award ceremony winning the MVP this year, Josh Allen. I would love to see how Josh Allen goes about his preparation, his work in the community in Buffalo. He's so adored up there. And I think if everybody got a little glimpse into what he does every single day as a human being in the Buffalo community, I think people would love him even more than they already do.
Darius, if you're available, sir, I would love your 3. Who are the 3 quarterbacks you would love to see on the Netflix show?
So I think what would be an awesome season would be an all rookie season. I think the top 3 picks of this past draft would have been a great season to put together. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. How awesome would that be?
That would be very, very cool. 3 rookies going through 3 dramatically different situations.
And I think it'd be really cool to see that, to see why one was successful, why one wasn't, and why, what happened with Drake May and how that whole decision that he wasn't starting right away and eventually getting that job. So, yeah, it'd be really cool to see that.
So here is my 3 after giving this a lot of thought. And I want you guys to too. 800-636-1067. Give me the 3 guys you'd want on your Purdue season of Netflix's quarterback. Number 1 for me, I think this is obvious. Jaden Daniels, please. Can't get enough. More. If you give me 10, I want 11. You give me 11, I want 50. I want to see everything about him all the time. I want all the prep, all the lead up, all the post game, all the afterwards, the decompression, the the laughing and smiling about plays that he made, the moments to prove my theory was correct that he was more hurt than we realized with those ribs during that down streak where he wasn't playing as well. I want Jaden Daniels in my eyeballs at all times. I love him so much, I can't get enough. And maybe I've had enough. Today is not that day. Number one, Jaden Daniels. Number two, because I'm thinking about entertainment, thinking about drama, thinking about something unique. I want Bryce Young.
Oh.
I want a number one pick who had a disaster of a year last year and whose year started off disastrous as well, who actually played pretty damn good football down the stretch.
He did, yes.
I want to see he and Dave Canales. I want to see the evolution and growth for a guy that's trying to hang in this league and live up to his number one billing. I'm fascinated to see Bryce Young. I would love him to be the dude that is on quarterback. I had a hard time thinking, do I want a backup? Do I want a star kind of that you've already mentioned? I feel like I've got the guy with the solar system, kind of that mega star already in Jaden Daniels. So I would like maybe not another Billy the backup, not another Mariota. I think I want to see somebody that I find pretty interesting, pretty fascinating. Give me Matthew Stafford.
Oh, okay.
Give me Matthew Stafford, a guy that I've always felt was underappreciated and who's achieved quite a bit in his career, including a Super Bowl out there in LA. I think that dude is entertaining, worldly, smart, thoughtful, interesting, good, going through a team that, yet again, got off to a terrible start, came on down the stretch, and was basically some snow and sleet and rain away from beating the best team in the NFL in Philadelphia on the road in the postseason. I would love Stafford. So give me Daniels, Bryce Young, and Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be really good. Now, the question is, with Matthew Stafford, do you get Clayton Kershaw as well, since they went to the same high school? Do we get that as well? Is Kershaw a big part of this?
He's going to have to be. Because they're both in LA doing stuff.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think that would be a fun mix. And I was just thinking of this while you're laying it out. I don't know that you could ever do it logistically because they would never allow it. I would love a coach's edition of this, Danny, because whenever I think
just call it coach.
Yeah, just follow a coach, because I don't even know how they ever live their lives, Danny. Like when you see some of these things where they talk about this Hard Knocks, like where who was Bengals head coach, Zach Taylor. He's talking about, I see my kids once a week. Could you imagine that, Danny? You see your kids once a week. And by the way, your wife has to deal with that too, because she's dealing with them all by herself. Could you imagine following them for a week, hearing the stories of Coach Gibbs and the way that he would go about it? I think it'd be really interesting to see that. I think the closest that you can get to that is following a quarterback, because he has to do that extra prep compared to everybody else on the football team as well. So it's really cool. I love this idea of following these guys. I haven't been as into some of these other ones year after year, but football is always going to get me in, and these quarterbacks, I think it's going to be really fun to watch.
800-636-1067 is the number. Quarterback is coming back on Netflix. The show, the first season was incredible. We've got a new season coming out with Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, and I'm blanking on the third person. Who's the third person?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, as I said. Burrow, Goff, Cousins. Who would your ideal three be for a season of quarterback that you're producing? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. G&D here on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. We are hanging at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor. Come hang out with us tomorrow. B. Mitch and Penn will be here before us as well. This is just my favorite thing, man. I love rolling to Tap Sports Bar. First couple of days of the tournament, all the games are on. Sound is up high. Place is buzzing. Foodstuffs I've eaten has been fantastic, Tobes. I just love these 2 days so damn much.
Yeah, you can't beat it. Can't beat it. All the games on. Clemson tried to make a comeback. McNeese held on.
Ended up losing by 2, man.
Just so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Perfect. Will Wade was all excited. maybe about this game and his job at NC State as well.
Maybe
I
going
don't
to the
know.
Wolfpack, maybe joining the ACC. I don't know.
I don't know. No one knows right now. I'll beat you guys next year. See ya. But pretty good stuff there. VCU's hanging around, counting crow style, down 10 to BYU. BYU just looks like they have more on offense. VCU's trying to make it a rock fight, but BYU is so gifted at that side, kind of making it a tough go there. But, the tournament is the best. Something else that's the best is Netflix had this show called Quarterback a couple years ago. It was fantastic, brilliant, wonderful program. The amount of access and the level of info and things you got to see and hear and talk about, getting some of those the day in the life, but extended, leading up with all the prep and all the behind the scenes and all the work that it took for these guys to physically get ready. And, Kirk Cousins was going through all these different nagging injuries and, had a masseuse and different kinds of masseuses come over to his house and crack this and deep tissue that. And he was doing everything he possibly could just to stay on the field. It's just amazing, that sort of stuff that no one would have known had they not been able to see that. It's a showcase for the personalities and work habits of these guys, and it's a great, great thing. So it's coming back. Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff, right? I'm asking you guys at 800-636-1067, who would your ideal 3 guys be featured on the show quarterback? Mine, Jaden Daniels, Matt Stafford, and Bryce Young, 3 guys at totally different parts of their careers. Or they said, Young is a young quarterback, but was viewed as a failure, basically, for a year and a half. And all of a sudden, he played well down the stretch. I'd be intrigued to see that kind of storyline, that growth, his stick-to-itiveness, and the like. Jaden Daniels, I think the reason is obvious. Matt Stafford, a guy that I think could use kind of that shine, that treatment that, a guy like Kirk Cousins or I think Jared Goff will get this go around. Toby, you said?
Lamar, would love to just see the preparation that goes in for him, just a totally different style of quarterback. Josh Allen, I think he's already so beloved. Just getting to see the day-to-day with him, I think people would love him even more. And Aaron Rodgers, I just want to see what the heck he's doing during a football season, because we know his off seasons are wacky. What's he like during the football season?
800-636-1067 is the phone number. We'll start with Ethan in Alexandria. Ethan, give me the 3 guys you'd like to see on QB.
What's up, Danny? What's up, Toby? Hey, I wanted to say, I'm kind of leaning the way Danny is. I think that we got to start with JD, right? He's such a prodigy. He's such a good character, such potential with him. And then you got to show the 2 ways that you can go from there. You got to show the prodigy whose potential is realized, like a Josh Allen, or even, I think, Danny, you said Matt Stafford. I think that's a guy that needs more love, But then I think it's important, too, that we show the guys that were prodigies that don't end up meeting their potential, the first overall picks that end up just being journeymen. The guys that come to mind, like Carson Wentz, or a guy that I think would be super entertaining on a show like that would be Jameis Winston. I think if they put Jameis Winston in front of that camera, that's just eyeballs and laughter and great freaking television.
I appreciate you, Ethan. Intentional and unintentional comedy abound.
So good.
Ron, Upper Marlboro, who you got?
Hey, I'm kind of disappointed the last caller got me. Jameis Winston is my number 1. He's my number 1
seed.
There you go. Right he's just entertaining, the most entertaining person in the league. Also, I would put Deshaun Watson because he's just a fascinating story. I'm still intrigued by him. I know he probably doesn't have much left as far as playing in the league, but he's injured. I've never seen an injured quarterback and kind of what they go through. If it's different than if like an offensive lineman or something is injured. And then finally, Gardner Minshew. I think he's just he's a backup, but it would be really interesting to kind of see, does he, like every time the quarterback in front of him throws an incompletion or an interception and the calls for him grow louder in the middle of the week, how does he respond to that and all of that stuff? So that would be my 3.
Ron, I appreciate that. Now, here's the thing, and I appreciate the phone call. you won't see Deshaun Watson. Everyone's just kind of pretending it didn't happen and sort of waiting for it to go away.
Yes.
But I actually tend to agree with him in the sense that find me a story that's more compelling than a guy who we all know at best, did something completely inappropriate probably multiple times over. Allegedly, whatever I have to say. At worst, you let your imagination run away with you. He's still playing in the league. Like I would watch that. I would be fascinated with somebody that's now gone from hero to despised, trying to reclaim his image and trying to do something for it. I mean, it would never happen because everyone would be so upset, understandably so. I'm not blaming anybody. Where it's like you're giving this guy the showcase.
Sure.
No, thank you. But I would watch that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see a guy that no matter where he goes, he's despised.
Yes.
Even at home.
Right.
It's one thing like Washington going to Philadelphia, they hate your guts, but he goes into his own home stadium and people
Right.
are like, can't stand this guy. It'd be really interesting to see that.
Yeah. Let's go to George and Waldorf. Give me your 3 that you'd like to see on quarterback.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I would like to see Lamar Jackson. Just again, like Toby was saying, the preparation. That guy's unique. Baker Mayfield. I think
That's
the
a great
fact that being picked first overall, being in Cleveland, being liked there, and then all of a sudden disliked, and then shipped to LA and bouncing around a little bit, and then finding a home in Tampa. I think is pretty interesting. And then I think the most interesting one of all, I think, is Geno Smith. And I was not a Geno Smith fan when he was at West Virginia, or even when he was with the Jets or anything like that. But the fact that he was able to kind of carve out his niche in Seattle, get the starting job, kind of compete and put up really decent numbers, and then getting shipped to Las Vegas, I think it would be an intriguing type of story as well.
I love that group of 3 right there because, again, to me, it's not just about who's the best quarterback. We've done that.
Sure.
I want a star in there, and he's got one in Lamar Jackson. Mayfield is an incredible story. 4 teams in about 5 minutes. Found something in Tampa under Canales first, then Liam Cohen now, who's gone, but throwing for almost 80 touchdowns over the course of 2 years. Incredible run for Baker Mayfield, a guy that was great, set the rookie passing touchdown record, then laughed out of town, then bounced it around like Johnny the Journeyman, then has kind of found stardom again. Kind of a similar but different redemption story for Geno Smith as well. That's a good one.
Yeah, great storylines for all of those. And for Baker, I'd be interested. He gets a lot of criticism, maybe not as much so anymore, but he's supremely confident.
Yeah.
He's someone that believes in himself.
Just ask Baker how good he is.
Yeah, I don't know it's something that you could recapture because it seems like he's found a home in Tampa, but I would have loved to have seen him going through it when everyone's like, Baker sucks, he's not any good, move on from him, and still see a guy that was supremely confident that he could get it done.
Love that. Love the calls on this as well. Appreciate you guys. We got Paul DeYoung. Grant and I caught up with him down in West Palm Beach and at spring training. He was fantastic. He is a kind of pretty key signing that happened late in the game for not very much money. A guy that's going to hit towards the back of the middle of the Nats order, probably play third base almost every day. He is an important piece for this club, but he was a great interview. It's a great conversation. Got your Caps Power Play next as well. Plenty more to come. Last segment up next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, live from Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, anyway, for everyone. In the NFL, the Commanders signed wide receiver Michael Gallup to a veteran minimum deal for this season. Also, the Cal Bears announced today Ron Rivera as the general manager of their football program. March Madness in full effect. Creighton beat Louisville earlier today, 89-75. Purdue beat High Point 75-63. Wisconsin beat Montana 85-66. Pair of 1 seeds with victories today. Houston beat SIUE 78-40, and Auburn won by 20 over Alabama State 83-63. Furious comeback by the Clemson Tigers came up 2 points short. They lost to McNeese 67-69. BYU taking on VCU right now. That game is a 15-point lead for the BYU Cougars, 70-55 with just under 4 minutes to go in that one. Gonzaga leads Georgia 58-36 with just under 16 minutes to go in that one. In the NBA, the Celtics were sold today to Bill Chisholm for a record $6.1 billion, passing the Commanders for the most paid for a North American sports franchise. And tonight in hockey, the Capitals could clinch a playoff spot with a win and some help in another game between the Islanders and the Canadiens. They're taking on the Flyers at Capital One Arena at 7 o'clock. Near the game right here on the Fan. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way, for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Final furlong here, G&D on the Fan. Sobes in for Jeeps. We are at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar watching all the games, hanging out. It's been a blast here this afternoon. What I decided, Tobes, I think we should just do all this again tomorrow. We do it tomorrow?
I think that'd be fun. Let's do it.
I'll see you back here at 2 post-meridian. We will get that done. Not so good news for the locals, it seems like. Not terribly well represented here in the DMV. But looks like VCU might be running into a little bit of a buzzsaw here in BYU down. I just saw 17. It looked like, to me, only a handful of minutes left in that one. So A-10, not a ton of representation, to be honest with you. The conference was down. I was bummed that George Mason didn't get a bid. It was a one-bid league, and it's kind of all she wrote there. So it's kind of a message to the A-10. Like, I understand you're not the Big East. I get that, but you got to start scheduling a little bit, right? You can't get away with Little Sisters of the Poor, State, A&I, D3 teams.
Yeah.
In November and December. You got to go play some people. You need some quad one action.
I can guarantee you this place is going to be packed about 4:30 tomorrow. Terps in action against Grand Canyon.
There's your last hope for the DMV.
It's going to be hopping.
What's the best hope? Maryland's good. We can talk about that super quick, but that team is good. The thing that I worry about, having watched them, is if one of those 5 guys, it all takes is one, is in foul trouble, right? If one of those guys is in foul trouble, you know, I understand that they've had Geronimo coming off the bench has helped and has been fine, is adequate. You can get away with not having one of the Crab 5 in there. But, you know, if it's Queen or if it's Reese, you worry about it, right? Get exposed.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely have to be careful with foul trouble. It's like you said, they just don't have lots of depth. So if they can keep their starters on the floor, then they can go up against literally anybody in this tournament. But if they get into some foul trouble, they have some trouble with their starting 5. They could easily get bounced by just about anybody as well.
You know who else can go up against anybody is the Washington Capitals. Forgive me for that terrible transition, but we got to do it. It's part of our contractual obligation here. Darius, hit the button for Caps power play. So this power play makes me a little bit sad, Tubbs. You hate to see a Philadelphia team down at the bottom of the Eastern Conference like that. You know, like they thought they were going to be pretty good too, and to have the second fewest points in the whole East, that's
they're just such good people in Philadelphia.
Breaks your heart. Doesn't it?
It really does break your heart to see that. Also, it'd be kind of nice tonight. The Capitals have only beat them, 3 of the 4 times so far that this is the final game that they're going to play on this year. They could maybe clean sweep them. So I would appreciate it if we could do them a favor.
Let's be, I don't know, let's be more generous to them. Like, let's only have a couple OV goals for that ass.
Sure.
I don't like Philadelphia, and I like it when their teams lose. that's pretty much my power play. Obviously, the Caps have a chance to clinch a playoff spot tonight if they win, and I believe it's the Islanders lose in regulation. They will clinch a playoff spot, but it's only a matter of time. We know they're going to the postseason pretty much. It would take a miracle for something to prevent that. All but locked in for the top seed in the Eastern Conference as well. Ovi is 7 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky, and that is your Caps power play. All this week, we've been giving you some the interviews that we did over the weekend down in West Palm Beach with Nationals players. Well, we've been passing on some of the best ones to you. We aired a couple of them over the weekend. I thought we'd have a chance to get Nats fans the opportunity to be able to hear some of those kind of more in prime time during drive time on your commute home. So we've had Trevor Williams that we played for you, Mackenzie Gore that we played for you, Kyle Finnegan that we played. It's all been really, really good. This is a good group. It's a fun clubhouse, a bunch of nice guys, approachable guys who are acting like pros, quite frankly, at this point, looking to make their mark in this Major League Baseball upcoming season in a really difficult division, I might add, right?
Big time.
I mean, people have sort of forgotten how good the Braves are and can be because, usually Acuna tears something within the first month of the season and nobody really pays attention anymore. But the Braves on paper are nasty again. The Mets spend $1 trillion, and Philly goes to the postseason every year as a mid-90s win ball club. So it's all about the Dodgers, obviously, for a lot of folks in the NL. I get that, but this division is really good, and the Nats looking to make their mark. A guy that's going to help them do that this year, to me, someone that the marketplace undervalued. He's not a high average hitter, and at this point, that's fine. He hit more home runs than any National did last season on a couple different teams put together with 24. He's probably going to play third base every day. Here's our chat down in West Palm Beach a couple days ago with Nats third baseman Paul DeJong.